Hello, everyone, and welcome back at the FIDE Women's Candidate Tournament 2022 Pool B. We had already first round and the first part of the tournament done. Now, at this point, we have only two participants in the action who will fight their games for the best prizes, for the winning the Pool B, and then to go to the finals of the candidate tournament to face Leiting G. Here we are, your commentators today, Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans and myself, Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. Hello, Artur.
Yeah, okay. Hello, Keti, and good morning or good day, everybody, depending where are you from. So, as already Keti said, this is the first game of the semi-final match of the FIDE Women Candidates Tournament, Pool B, Goryachkina against Tsatsalashvili. Keti, I was really excited after the tiebreaks match where Tsatsalashvili managed to beat Katerina Lagno in this very thrilling match. And I think that this semi-final match also is not going to disappoint us because I looked at their previous head-to-head score, Keti. Maybe we're going to talk about it a couple of minutes later, but it's absolutely unclear who is even the favorite here.
I agree with that, Artur. And before we go to the playing venue, let's take a look at the highlights and look back what we have been through. Well, there was one of the most exciting tiebreak match for me personally, because it was a lot of emotions, a lot of great games. I think you would also agree, Artur, that Tsatsalashvili versus Katerina Lagno was one of the best tiebreaks the spectators and commentators could ask for. And now the thing is that we're starting all over again, right? We're going to have 4 games in standard chess, which means that all the players gonna have the 1 hour, 30 minutes for the start. Then they're gonna have 30 seconds of the increment for each move. And then after 40 moves, 30 minutes of the increment. And in case if the match ties, then we're gonna have once again the tie break with shortened version of the games. But the question is, what is the statistics between these two players? Who is the favorite?
Right. They have played definitely some games before. Alexandra Goryachkina, the second highest rated female player in the world behind Ho Yifan, who is not part of this Women Candidates World Championship cycle. And they played exactly 6 classical games. The score is level. It's 3 points each. 2 victories for Tsatsalashvili, 2 victories for Alexandra Goryachkina with 2 draws. But Tsatsalashvili, she was scoring better in the first meetings up to whatever year it was, 2015, 2016, when Goryachkina was still on the rise, 17, 18 years old. Then Tsatsalashvili managed to score 2.5 points out of the first 3 games. But then things obviously started to change as also Goryachkina become more mature, more stronger player. And this time in the last 3 games, it was Alexandra who scored 2 victories with 1 draw. But Keti, I looked at those games and they were absolutely not obvious. They just met this September in Astana Women Grand Prix. Goryachkina won with a black color, but that partly was because Tsatsalashvili overpressed with a white color, and also the other game where she lost against Goryachkina, it was quite equalish endgame. Then in the end, Goryachkina was able to show the better technique and able to score the full point. So all of the games have been pretty equal, quite tense, and despite the fact that Goryachkina is a slight ELO favorite going into this semi-final match, I would say it's about 50-50 really here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Artur. This match indeed is very interesting because we don't have a favored clear leader here. So far, what we have seen, Goryachkina winning the rapid classical portion of the games, and then Tanjongi won convincingly in the rapid. So here we have the ceremonial first move once again, and we have the guest right now, Timur Davlatov, the mayor of Hiva, is making the first move for Alexander Goryachkina, and his choice is e4, right?
That's what it looks like. And do I see c5 or is that Scandinavian?
Right.
Maybe it's Scandinavian. Not really sure from this perspective. Could be anything.
Scandinavian.
Could be
That
Scandinavian.
Lola Mirzaeva, general manager of Feyrovan Hotel. That's the hotel which hosts our players and also the playing venue, as well as the side event, Chess Festival, which is hosting another 200 participants in the venue. We have A, B, and C groups in the other tournament, which is happening alongside to the candidates tournament.
Right, we can maybe mention it after the game is going to start, because there's one very interesting discussion that I would like to have about the first move, which is going to be chosen by Alexander Goryachkina. She starts the semi-final match with the white color. You know, Keti, I'm not sure. I was going through what Goryachkina usually plays, what Tanjongi usually plays with white and black respectively, what they played before, and my gut instinct is it might be wrong that Goryachkina is going to opt for e4. And why is this? Because she has some information on what Tanjongi is playing in this tournament. So Katerina Lagno was playing e4 in their entire match, classical segment, the tie breaks, and Tanjongi would respond either with c5, d6, respectively, Sicilian defense, then surprisingly dragon, but I suspect there might be preparation of the Sicilian Sveshnikov. And this gives Goryachkina some ideas how the game might continue. Now, they have played e4, Keti, before, and that's where she has no information.
That's right. It's interesting. My personal opinion and kind of thoughts is that Goryachkina will play one e4. However, when I checked her games against Tanjongi, she played d4 in most of the games, and Tanjongi was the one who was accepting this gambit after d5 and c4, d takes c4 at some point, rather right away or some most later. But I agree with you. I kind of have a feeling that Goryachkina will go with e4 at this tournament because they're just the same reason as you mentioned. She already knows how Tanjongi will respond.
Right,
There
let's see. Let's see
Moment of the truth.
if this is correct, because she has no information of what Tanjongi has prepared against d4. We have no gains from Tanjongi. She definitely has prepared a new concept, and no, she does play d4. There goes our prediction out of the window.
She tricked the commentators. She goes d4 first move, and this is the first time when we're gonna see Tanjongi responding d5 in this tournament against d4. Is Katerina Lachno played all in her games e4 first move. We already have c4 by Goryachkina.
All right, Queen's Gambit declined. At least Black is not taking the pawn on c4 right away. Are we going to see some Catalan? Because quite fair share of games with Goryachkina with white color against Tanjongi started with the Catalan.
There we go. Starting with knight f3. This also can be the way to go to the Catalan, is after knight f3 you are keeping the choices to play g3, to play e3, to play knight c3, bishop f4, bishop g5. A lot of options with that. Is she gonna choose g3?
There you go. There's the variation here. Knight c3. And you know, Keti, what does this mean? This is probably, obviously, a home preparation for Alexander Goryachkina. She was preparing d4 as her main weapon for the candidates tournament. And she looked at what Tanjongi probably is going to respond and decided, okay, d4 is more solid. And Keti, you know, I have a feeling that maybe after e4, she didn't really want to meet either the Berlin variation Indira Lopez or the Petrov.
Can be. Artur, they have been played this kind of opening earlier, and after knight to c3, Tanjongi responded, d takes c4, accepted this gambit that has played in 2016, some years ago, and Goryachkina responded with e4, and the game was very sharp after bishop to b4. Do you think that Tanjongi will choose the same path and take on c4 now?
She already said no, she plays a6. Wait, is this some sort of Yanovsky variation, because a6 is not the main move here?
Right.
But actually, Keti, I was looking at this position and I'm wondering, is there some sort of mind games here? Because Goryachkina is playing exactly as Tanjongi was playing against Katerina Lagno. Do you remember one of these games? After the potential d takes on c4, e4, bishop b4, bishop g5. This was this was part of the theoretical discussion, and this time it's Goryachkina who was ready to go for this position with the white color, but no, a6 is on the board.
Okay, about this a6 move, to me, I remember this move, a6, h6 moves rather early at this opening from the Russian players before World Cup, and then I had I had a thought that maybe they had some kind of camping and they came up with this idea to play a6 and then later on h6 some years ago, right? Like a couple of years ago, and then guys started to play that and then girls started to play this a6. So I think that Goryachkina with black pieces, maybe she also plays sometimes herself this move a6, and she's quite familiar with this idea, which to our viewers might be a little bit odd to play pawn on this side when you have not finished your development, when you have not castled yet. Can you please tell us why a6 here?
Yeah, so the idea is really simple. Threaten to take on c4. Right? You want to take on c4 and then back this pawn with b5. Mm-hmm. I mean, why don't do this immediately? Of course, this is another very popular move, like we already discussed. D takes, e4. Now, this pawn can be captured immediately with bishop takes on c4, although b5 is still a possibility, leading to a pretty sharp game. But now after a6, Black says, I'm inviting you to punish me for the odd move a6 and take on d5. Because here, c takes, a6 is sort of a waste of time. And we enter a very typical Kaspa structure of either bishop f4 or bishop g5. But the position is still pretty close, and a6 is not really such a bad move.
No, and in fact, when white started to push this pawn's minority pawn attack in the Kaspa structure with b4, a4, b5, very often black doesn't want to have the pawn on a7 and to keep a7 and c6 pawn weakness. So you very often play a6 move there anyway to trade a pawns. And with a long concept, this a6 move is not so bad. It doesn't make any difficulties here for black. It's a kind of waiting move, right?
Right, and also here Goryachkina has to make quite a big decision here, because of course the simple continuation is, let's say, c takes, bishop g5, black is going to accept the wasted tempo of a6, e3, and maybe think about positioning the bishop f5. So we would enter the realm of the Kaspa structure, and white is slightly benefiting from this slightly useless move a6. Alternatively, Goryachkina could play the Catalan approach and play g3. Now, I think after g3, probably black has to accept the challenge, play d takes on c4, bishop g2. And here's the trick, Keti. White has already committed to knight c3, because as far as I know, the general rule for black, when black wants to take on c4, the best moment to do this is when the white knight stands on c3. The queen cannot attack it, and the knight cannot attack it.
Yeah, and at some point, even when white finds a way to attack this pawn, you have b5 and then b4 attacking the knight on c3. And very often this knight feels very uncomfortable here on c3. It's under attack, and you have to go back on b1, which is absolutely not dreamy square for this knight. And yeah, we all, like myself, I always try to avoid to develop my knight on c3 if I know that my opponent is going to take on c4 at some point. So e6, and this is the moment when Goryachkina is taking her time off from the clock. Do we consider this as a surprise from Tanjongi?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't recall Tanjongi playing the system before, so this is definitely a surprise. Let's say a counter surprise, because Alexandra Goryachkina plays e4, d4 equally. She was ready to repeat d4, d5, the queen's gambit declined. Knight c3 was intended to be a surprise for Tanjongi, but as you already expect from players who enter the candidates tournament, they are ready to meet that their opponents will come up with new ideas. So Tanjongi's preparation goes really so far that she expected that somebody might play the very popular knight c3 move here, and then after a6, that's her new idea here.
What's her new idea?
I mean, the new idea, the new concept, the surprise. Okay. The surprise.
I thought here white would have some kind of surprise, but what I know here, c takes d5 is the main move. As you mentioned, Artur, it has been played a lot of times here. And we're going to have the crossbow structure. There is also the possibility to play e3. Just to keep this bishop on c1, guard the pawn on c4. So if you take d takes c4, then I will play in one move, bishop takes c4, and I am just fine to have this kind of structure. Still double-edged position. Black tries to push c5 rather fast. White tries to get some kind of advantage in the center, like we need to castle, rook d1, and so on. Very interesting and sharp game out there. Besides that, white can also go with bishop g5, and this keeps, instead of c takes d5 and instead of e3. And after bishop to g5, d takes c4, e4, this is the position that is completely crazy, and a lot of complications can happen after this move. Still a lot of theory, and if you just turn a little bit from the theory, you can find yourself in a huge problem with any of the pieces.
I'm not even sure what this is, Keti, because I recognize this position to be quite similar to the Botvinnik variation,
right,
where after, let's say it starts from the Slav, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, e6, bishop g5, and d takes on c4.
Right.
Right. So e4, what was it? b5, e5, h6, etc., etc. Right. But here to see the difference, the pawn is on c6 and not on a6, and maybe this somehow slightly benefits black. But let's go back to the actual position, because here Goryachkina has chosen c5.
Wow.
I think the idea, what we are going to see here, I definitely recognize this. Here, after c5, b6, c takes on b6. Now, the big question is black actually going to take on b6 or play c5? Because c5 idea is a very common theme from the Janovska variation. She took on c6. She took on b6 already.
b6.
Right.
Yeah. First of all, I'm a bit surprised with c5 move, and then once again we have Tanjongi blitzing out her moves with a b6 next move, and then after c takes b, c takes b. So she kind of shows her opponent that this is her home preparation, and you just walked in here, not even spending a second for next her moves. Shall we go back a little bit and talk about c5 move, Artur?
Yeah, so Keti, this c5 idea, let me tell you how do I know this. I know that the idea is here, c4, e6, let's say knight f3, a6. And it depends where the knight stands on f3 or c3. And I'm not totally sure I remember all the details. Because here after c5, b6, c takes, you can play c5. And then the queen goes to b6. Black is trying to win the center. And white can't easily protect his pawn. And there's some tricks like queen b3, which I guess you just play c4. But then after... what was this? After e6, if white would play knight c3, a6, c5, here, I'm not so sure if this was such a good idea. Because here after c5, white sometimes can protect this pawn with knight a4. And that being said, what is this position? I'm not totally sure, right? Can you here play the same idea of c5? Because, again, d takes knight a4 is here. But since Tan Zhongyi very quickly already played c takes on b6, definitely she is still within the preparation. And we enter some sort of exchange Slav where black has made some early commitments of a6, b6, probably slightly worse, but it's going to be difficult for Goryachkina exploit it.
Yeah, she already responded bishop to f4 with this move, hoping to get some play on the c file, like rook to c1. There's the c7 square out there, maybe knight a4, bishop c7. However, black can play bishop to d6 and look for the traits, and she just played this move, bishop to d6. And this position reminds me the Slav variation, Slav exchange variation, where very quickly white plays on the third move, c takes d5, then we have c takes d5, and we have this kind of position here, which can be considered to be like not too much of the fireworks on the board, but it's not equal position. It still needs to be played from both sides. So the difference from that position, what we know in Slav exchange variation here, is that black has already played a6 and b6 move.
Yeah, exactly. So again, I think a6 is a useful move. Because you take away the b5 square against various knight b5 ideas like bishop f4, knight b5. b6 itself is a bit slow because very often black does play b5 and goes very aggressive. Knight b7, knight b6, knight c4 at some point later. But again, I mean, since the position is quite closed, I don't think it really matters. So I'm sure that engine is going to give here for white some nominal advantage, mainly because of the better bishop, because after the trade, e3, bishop d3, this bishop on c8 is slightly stuck, but it's going to be very difficult for white to capitalize on this.
That's right. After bishop d6, now white is considering few options to take on d6, to play bishop g3. That's also the alternative. To play e3 and keep this center strong. After e3, bishop takes f4, pawn takes f4, and then some ideas with knight e5. And in the end, there's also bishop to, knight e5 ideas. That's an option. And there's also bishop g5 idea there to pin the knight on f6.
With some e4 ideas, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, there's a number of moves. So I think that Goryachkina essentially will choose something between bishop d6 and bishop g3. Because one of the ideas of bishop g3 is not only postpone the trade, but also give you an option to open H file. But again, I mean, these ideas are not very obvious because these double pawns might backfire in the endgame at some point. And Keti, you're right. She did play e3. I thought she's going to choose between bishop d6, bishop g3, but no, e3.
Yeah, e3, she wants to double the pawns on f file, and she claims that that's fine to have this double pawns on f file and the pawn on d4 a little bit weaker, but I have e5 square and I might have some potential kingside attack with bishop d3, maybe castle, rook e1, rook e3, rook on the third rank, some kind of ideas like that. I have seen something like this in the London system. Jobava London system is quite popular to play e3 and then to ruin a little bit of the pawn structure, but as a compensation you can also have the kingside attack.
I think also the classical London, Keti. For example, here after d4, d5, I think one of the lines goes something like this, right? So if you go back to the theoretical debate, e6, bishop d6, and something like, what's the main move here? I don't know. I mean, sometimes white allows this.
Yeah.
Take and take. And again, we got
very similar construction.
Yeah, very, very similar. Although here you obviously see that black has not wasted time for a6 and b6, which maybe is not the greatest move. And then black would try to challenge this pawn on d4 quite quickly with queen b6, knight c6, as for white maybe it's going to be a bit more difficult to protect this pawn. And sometimes also, where was this? Just a second. Oh my goodness, I lost it. I wanted to show
in the variations.
I lost the variation. Here. One of the ideas also for white is to capture with the knight, right? In this position, because you get a very nice control of the dark squares, etc. And then we see this position, you see already c-take sort of has been already included. Of course, it was c-takes on b6 and c-takes on b6. And then white doesn't have this option to recapture on d4 with the knight, essentially readying to take on d4. But black doesn't have queen b6. Again, these are really nuances, but white's position appears to be quite pleasant.
Yeah, so interesting start of a day, guys. We have only one game happening, and very often that might be the biggest challenge for the commentators to talk about the openings, and sometimes it's getting really dry and has not too much of the variations. But here we have this game, this match, where we have a lot of surprises, Artur, right? Our viewers have seen Tanjongi, how well she fighted in the rapid segment against Lachno, and how amazing that tie breaks was. And we have seen Goryachkina, that she got advantage in the classical games against Kostyuk, and she never let it go. So I wonder who you guys consider to be favored in this portion in the classical chess between Goryachkina and Tanjongi. Don't hesitate to let us know in the chat on YouTube and also in our Twitch chat. We really want to know who you guys consider to be a favorite. Also, if you consider third version, that this match might be draw 2-2 and we might have another tie breaks in the tournament, that's also a third option. What do you think, Artur? Like, as we start the fourth round match right now, we can still speculate about the result, final result.
Yeah, really difficult to tell at this point, but at least the first observations that we can see here is that the position is quite peaceful. Maybe also for Goryachkina, this is part of the plan to go for some minor pressure. She knows there can't be much of a opening advantage from this line, but at least it's a nice, pleasant position to play. Even if this is a draw, okay, so be it, right? And she just feels in the mood to play something quiet as this, also to eliminate the preparation. But I think it's going to be close. I definitely think it's going to be close. And I read after the tiebreak match between Tanjongi and Katerina Lagno some comments like Goryachkina is a big favorite. I'm not totally convinced. And also Tanjongi herself asked in the interview, which I believe you're still going to get to watch during one of the breaks. She did say that Goryachkina is one of the strongest players in the world. She's very happy with her result, etc. But I'm pretty sure that she's definitely hoping also to beat Goryachkina as well.
Why not? Why not? In fact, we can see that video rather soon. Let's take a look at several more moves that both players played. Tanjongi decided to leave the bishop on f4, not change the structure, pawn structure, and instead to develop the light square bishop, which is a challenge in this type of positions. Also aiming to get the knight on e4. So black is controlling e4 square and white short castled.
That's right.
So at this point, after short, can we do a short castle as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think short castle is in the books. I mean, theoretically, of course, you could think about queen e2 long castle or queen c2 long castle. I don't believe it. I don't believe it, really. It just doesn't suit this position. Black is also quite fast with the counterplay at the queen side, so most likely, yeah, short castle already has been played. And now the big question is Tanjongi going to take on f4? Is she going to do it? Because once again, this is a major decision. As we already very nicely explained that, Keti, the idea is to play knight e5. Let's say, let me just show a couple of moves here. Let's say knight c6. I could play rook e1. You could play rook c8. And I could play rook c1. Okay, let's just, again, make some moves here. Queen d6. maybe queen d2, rook d8, bishop b1. And now you start to see that white's idea is really simple. Knight e5, rook e3, rook h3. Or maybe even rook g3 with g4, g5 ideas. And then it's quite annoying for black to deal with this because knight e5, she can't really take it.
Yeah.
And if she does take it at some point, let's say about, whatever, let's say here. If she even takes on e5, after knight e5, f takes on e5, we enter some sort of a French defense position.
Oof, this is good position for white.
Very good. This is a very good position because here white has excellent attacking chances. Queen g4, rook e3. This bishop is much stronger than the last square bishop on d3. The knight on c3 can go for an attack as well. Think about knight e2, knight f4, knight e1, knight e3, etc. Well, for black, I mean, what do you have? I mean, there's nothing at the queen side. I mean, there's no action happening. And that's why I think that for Tanjanki, this is going to be a very tough choice. I mean, allow to enter this position for white.
Yeah, she's delaying to capture on f4, and she plays knight to c6, which is very good move here. You definitely want to develop this knight on c6 rather on b7. And the difference is that you don't want to have this knight on d7 because it's quite limited there. This knight can't move around that much, but knight from c6 can go knight a5, knight c4. This is very typical idea. Knight b4 is out there, sometimes quite unpleasant. So knight c6 is a nice waiting move. Another option here for black next move, like if white plays rook to c1 or queen to e2, you can just also wait a little bit and not to take on f4, like rook c8 you can play, queen e7 you can play, and be also a little bit stubborn to not to take on f4.
I wonder how this game is going to turn because, I mean, for white, I see a lot of easy moves, right? I see rook c1, I see bishop b1, maybe a3, could be queen d3, build a battery. I see knight e5, and black is probably not going to take on f4 if she already didn't do this in the first moves. But then what black should do, and it could be, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. It could be something with e5. Not totally sure, because there could be an option for black to play either queen e7 or rook e8 to push e5. So let me show you, let's say one line. Let's say I'm going to play rook c1, rook e8, and I'm going to play bishop b1. Now the question is Tanjanki ready to play something like this? Because it leaves her with the isolated pawn structure, which is probably worse.
Quite committed move.
Quite committed move, right? And that's why I'm not so sure. So this idea of e5, it could be at some point an idea, or maybe she just intends to play knight e4, something aggressive in the center. But I like the easiness that this position promises to white.
That's right. Artur, what I can find here for black might be very interesting. Something like when you play rook to c8, also a waiting move, then to play somewhere like queen to c7. So you're attacking the bishop on f4, and if bishop takes d6, you take with the queen, you're getting rid of all these problems. If bishop goes on g3, you will take that and double the white's pawn, and you are kind of asking white, like, what's your next move? Like, you have to take now the bishop or get away from f4 square. You have to make decision.
This is a great idea. I like it, because also after queen c7, now black sort of deals with the knight e5 problem. Let's say if white doesn't take it, goes on g3, now black can take it. And look at this, the h file now is irrelevant for black because the white rook doesn't stand on h1. And she can just play queen d6 and watch out for the e5 square so that the white knight doesn't jump it. So maybe after queen c7, you need to watch out for some, I'm not saying they're happening, but there could be knight e5. And then you notice.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. And the moment I played queen to c7, for now, it doesn't mean that we're going to lose something on this file, but then it popped up another idea. Maybe queen to b8 is the better move, Artur, not to be under this pressure.
Right, it could happen. Let's say after rook c1, play queen b8. It feels a bit artificial. But then again, I mean, you escape this idea.
Yeah.
Not to mention, I can still play queen d2. I can protect this bishop at f4. So there's this fight for the e5 square, right? Who is first going to blink? And I think that Goryachkina wants to keep this option for black to take on f4 and recapture the pawn. She doesn't want to go bishop g3. I don't think she wants to take on d6 because the key idea for white in this position is the knight e5 maneuver.
Yeah, although after queen d2, can black play something like knight b4, attacking the bishop, and when bishop goes on b1, obviously we don't want to give up this bishop, then knight e4, something very like immediate and something very tactical from the black side.
This is definitely an idea. Yeah, because the queen on d2 is under attack, which would force white to take it. I guess we are really going too far here.
Yeah, but, we do. Let's see what they have played, because we have rook c1. We're going the right direction, though. It's very possible that black will try to force some actions with the bishop f4.
I'm not sure about queen b8. I like the idea. I like the concept, but queen b8 itself, it feels like to be a part of the problem, because you position the queen on b8 where it normally doesn't stand. It shuts off the rook on e8. So if I was playing with black, I would love to somehow make a castle here. Queen b8, rook c8, right? Can I make a short castle here, right?
Pop.
Yeah, and the queen on b8 then stands perfectly. I take the c file, but if I play rook c8, then queen c7, queen b8 is a bit slow. It jumps under knight e5, and again, you need to evaluate all of this. But you know, Keti, I think that here Tanjanki is feeling very comfortable, because this is still part, or at least very close to her opening preparation. White did not manage to get out of the opening much, and now she just has to find some solid move here.
Yeah, out of curiosity, I just checked to how many games have been played here at this point and what are the moves. So mainly black takes on f4. At some point, black takes the bishop on f4 in some of the games. There's rook c8, logical move. There's knight to e7. So knight e7, I think, also has the same ideas to play knight to g6 and attack the f4 bishop and kind of close this long diagonal on the light squares, b1, h7. There is move h6, just a waiting move. And guess what is the last move that has been played?
What is it?
Queen b8. Whoa.
Whoa, really?
B8. Yeah, queen b8, and white responded with bishop g5.
Oh, actually, that is interesting.
Knight d7, e4. I like that. Knight d7 and e4.
No, this feels wrong for black. That's why I said queen b8 can't be really right. I mean, it just feels a bit off, and also white's response to open the center would make perfect sense, because look at the black's pieces. They're sort of disconnected at the queen side, so white justifiably opens the center and tries to make good of his better pieces. But let's go back to this position first after rook c1. You said knight e7. I like this move, because the idea is to play knight g6, but then again, do you really solve the issue of knight e5? Knight g6, and I just go here. What is this, right? I mean, what is this position? I mean, are you happy?
Knight e4 has to play it at some point here. Right.
Knight e4 could be. I mean, could be, but then again, you could enter at some point a worse endgame. Let's say I'm going to take it, and position the bishop somewhere, like on b1. And then white is going to claim, listen, I mean, you have two double pawns in your position. I should be having some sort of an advantage in the endgame, despite the fact that black is still pretty solid here.
Interesting. Artur, can black play here something like bishop takes g3, h takes g3, and then this looks a little bit artificial and slow to you, but at some point to play f5, king f7, rook h8, and double the rooks on h-file. If you safely do that, it's going to be checkmate for white.
Okay, this doesn't feel much. I agree. Yeah, this doesn't feel much, because you also doubled white's pawn structure here. The bishop on d5 is very nice. I just wanted to show that also for black, this choice is not very obvious. And maybe also Tanjanki here is has to constantly evaluate the consequences of knight e5. I mean, even after rook c8, you need to evaluate the consequences of knight e5, because you can't take with the knight.
Right.
You take with the bishop, then this knight is under attack. It has to go back. Now, what happens after something like queen h5? Because there's some attack, g6. Now, white could sacrifice this pawn, perhaps, in some lines like queen h3, take it, and bishop b1. And then you see those dark square dark square weaknesses, a lot of attacking ideas for white. Something along the way could be a possibility for white. So that's why here for Tanjanki, it's quite important to be accurate and figure out what to do with knight e5 and how to develop the pieces here. Maybe she's going to change her mind and play bishop takes on f4. It could be.
Yeah. Artur, there is a very nice suggestion from James Solver, who is quite known grandmaster in the Twitch chat from Poland. He suggests, I have a stupid idea, but it doesn't seem to work for black. I think queen b8, queen to d2. Can we just see that? What is suggestion? Queen b8, queen d2, and then knight to d4. Oh, okay. Okay, so for the moment we can't really make the moves on the board, but we can focus on the playing venue, and then we're gonna get the control back to the board, and we're gonna analyze that move. But this is the moment I would like to shout out to one of the sponsors of the event. Establishment Lab is one of the partners of FIDE Women's Candidate Tournament, a global medical technology company, and FIDE has made a landmark partnership agreement, especially aims to support women's chess events. And there are a number of the events that has been sponsored, including World Women Team Chess Championship, FIDE Women's Candidate Tournament. This is the actually Women's Candidate Tournament. FIDE Women's Rapid and Blitz Tournament, which will happen in the end of the year. And then later on, FIDE Women's World Chess Championship. So this tournament, what we have here is just tournament event before the World Women's Chess Championship match. So out of these two players, Alexandra Goryachkina and Tan Zhongyi will face Lei Qingji in the finals of the candidate tournament. And then out of these two players, we're gonna have the challenger to the current women world champion, Zhu Wenjun. So lots of excitement is ahead of us. That's the question for the future, if we're going to have a new world champion or Zhu Wenjun will remain her crown for already longer years, as she has won several matches to keep her title. But this is the question for the future. But for the moment, we have here Women's Candidate Tournament will be Tan Zhongyi on the screen with black pieces after her tie breaks. What we have seen against Katerina Lachno, we can clearly see now the picture how strong is she in the rapid portion of the game. We have also, on the other hand, Alexandra Goryachkina with white pieces. Very solid player, and a lot of things, a lot of excitement ahead of us. Artur, are you with us? Not.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Sorry. My bad. I had accidentally.
It's okay. I got a bit confused because actually, Artur, there's really, really nice suggestion from our chat on Twitch. Shall we take a look at that?
What is it?
Okay, so he suggests queen to b8 here, queen to d2, and knight to d4. I did not see that happening.
Oh my goodness.
So the idea is, Artur, that you can obviously take with the pawn as f4 bishop is hanging. If you take first the bishop on d6, then we have intermediate move knight f6. And if you take with a knight on d4, then it's e5.
All right. But is this obvious at all? Of course, I see the idea, right? So you go back, I take on d4, it's about equal. But what if? I complicate matters. And there is a couple of ways how I can complicate matters. I could play bishop g5. Now you take, and I really want to take here at f6. Of course, I see there's a check on h2, right? Maybe this is not good. D takes. Wait. Actually, maybe it's actually a playable idea, because I think this position, despite the fact that if white drops the pawn on h2, is very risky because your king is white weak. There's queen h6 ideas or queen e2, queen h5 ideas, and I would probably not go there. But maybe here's an idea to take on c3, and I would just take the pawn for free.
Yeah, and the difference from the other line and this line is that black potentially can open up the b7 bishop with d4 at some point and create a lot of danger on the king side on g2 square.
So what was it? Again, queen b8, queen d2, knight e4. I mean, it can be easily missed. It's not a very typical idea. And as far as I know, people tend to miss unusual ideas. But I think that white is never in danger, really. Because after e5, you can just play bishop g3, right? And after takes, the position opens. White's position is still very nice. The black queen on b8 is sort of awkward, but probably after something like takes, and queen d6, it's about equalish. Could be other ideas as well here, just on top of what I see immediately.
Yeah, interesting idea indeed. It might not be working because then white has a lot of option. That's the problem, right? White has so much option. One of the option our chat suggests is that after e5 you can play knight f5, and I think that's quite valid stuff. When you take, then
what?
On d6.
Yeah, but it's not much, right? Takes, d4. Black is very active. The bishop is very strong. Yeah, but it's an idea. It's definitely an idea. So queen b8. Actually, I like more this idea of bishop g5. I mean, you sort of punish black for putting the queen away from the board. After knight e7, e4, we already discussed it. Bishop e7 maybe would have to be played. And again, I'm not sure where this leads. Again, you have to look at the ideas like bishop b1, queen d3, take on f6 threat, queen h7 mate idea. So queen b8 from Tanjan Key's perspective can be easily discarded. And you know, Keti, I'm not sure how do you do it, but at least how I do in these positions, I usually try to have some sort of a quality check, meaning I see an interesting idea calculate, but I try to be quite critical of my idea. And I ask myself, is this not too ridiculous? I mean, is this not too artificial? Because we are often listening to our gut instinct. If the gut instinct says there's something wrong with this move, there's definitely going to be a very strong response, even if you don't see it, right? So
something
I think
hidden.
I think it was Vladimir Kramnik who, I like this really quote, who once said, the former world champion, who once said that the greater the mastery, the greater the restrictions, right? So you see something like queen b8 to think it's weird, it can't work, right? And okay, I'm not going to look at that because, I mean, there's definitely going to be something.
Right, yeah, agreed. Tanjangi made the move h6, which is quite logical move, avoiding bishop g5 moves at some point. But instead of h6, and even in this position, this idea of taking the d4, knight d4 is valid. It's just you need some of the calculations if it's worth it to go or not. But yeah, for me, it's some new discovery with this idea. Knight d4, even here at this position.
Yeah, and maybe after h6, Keti, here Tanjan Key is improving the idea of queen b8. Maybe that's the entire idea. Take away some bishop g5, knight g5 ideas. So queen b8 could be still possible. And if Goryachkina is not going to find a way how to execute knight e5 idea, she might as well switch to the queen side, right? I think she's still going to try to do this. I think she still might try to play something like knight e5, which makes sense. It's very logical because, again, black cannot take with the knight. And if you take with the bishop, then I have queen h5. And because of your pawn on h6, no longer you can play g6. So queen on e5, queen on h5 protects the pawn, and I guess it's difficult to attack it. Because if I go here, there could be some tricks with this.
Oof, I like that. Nice.
Could be. I'm not saying they are. Could be. Of course, I see knight e5, rook c6. Okay, let's not calculate this, but I mean, it's definitely under your radar, and knight e5 would make quite a serious move to me.
Yeah, not in this case, after knight e5, if you take on e5, h6 pawn is not standing well, because this is the target for white's bishop, and this bishop will eventually be sacrificed for the pawn. And then h7 weakness is out there, and very likely black will end up really badly here. However, after knight e5, can we still be very stubborn with this move, queen to b8, and attack the knight in that way?
That is a very good point. I was about to suggest that. Maybe black can ignore it. Maybe that's the entire idea. Again, you have no bishop g5 idea, so let's check it. So queen b8, not to position the rook at the c file. And what do you do? I mean, I'm trying to take on e5. What do you do next? Where's your big move? I don't see it.
Well, if you take this kind of tactics, knight d5, then knight will take on d5, and after knight c6 and all these trades, then your bishop also is hanging on f4.
So you're using the same weapon that black is going to use against white, right? So if you can play knight e4, I can play knight e5. Okay. Here?
Yes.
Take it. Yeah, everything just liquidates, and I guess white is simply worse.
With the bishop, I guess. You can take with the bishop, or you can also take with the knight and have obstacle color bishop.
Yeah, this pawn is simply a weakness. The knight on d5 is really feeling great. But it's a nice idea. Also, black, by the way, yeah, black needs to watch out for this knight x on d5. Again, you can't play queen b8 lightly, because the knight on c6 is not well protected. There could be some knight jumps like knight a4. Wait, what about knight a4? Again, you have to look at this, because the knight on c6 now is under attack. Knight x on b6 is an idea. You have to calculate with great care. What is this?
Yeah, good question. Maybe even to take knight b6 first.
Tough to say, right? Immediately. I mean, what is this? Because if black survives immediately the tactics, maybe she's just doing fine. And no, she takes on 4. Wait, did she?
Oh, yeah. Finally, she made this decision after a3. Goryachkina played a3 here. She played bishop f4. That was her idea, to take on f4.
Just to play queen d6. I'm not sure. Wait, so a3. What was wrong with queen b8? Was there something wrong? Was it really this knight e5?
No, not d5. Maybe knight a4, yeah?
Because knight e5, again, we sort of... okay, a3 doesn't change much, really, right? Knight e5, knight e5... Oh, so, I'm sorry, there's no knight e4. What I'm talking about, the knight is on f3. Pardon me.
Yeah.
Pardon my hallucinations. So, queen b8, knight a4. Maybe knight a4.
Yeah, probably. If I have to play something like knight d7, obviously this is not the best option.
And white is sort of better. Yeah, difficult to tell, but this seems to be a small concession for Tangent Key. However, she's quite happy to enter it.
Okay, the question
is strange.
Since you intended to take on f4, why h6? That's a very valid question. I also ask myself, and the answer, guys, is that after queen d6, now f4 pawn is hanging. So naturally, you would like to play knight e5. And when you play knight e5, you drop the pawn on d4. And in some of the lines, Artur, when the pawn was on h7, white had this possibility to take h7 pawn with a check and then take the knight on d4. So I think she was just playing a little bit more accurate.
No, but the question is very valid. I mean, why don't you play bishop f4 immediately? Why don't you do this right away?
Because of this reason, like queen d6, and if knight e5, there's d4 pawn hanging, yeah, and there's an extra option for white to
Oh,
take
I misunderstood you. Right. And then you take on d4.
Yeah.
So that's why you play h6. Okay, this is way too deep. Way too deep for me. But wait, just a second. I mean, what changes? Okay, I'm not going to give up the pawn on d4. I'm going to play bishop b1.
Wait, so the f4 pawn is not hanging?
Oh, yes. I'm so bad today. Yeah, I'm extremely bad.
Queen d2, yeah?
And then after queen d2, black has access to knight a5.
Knight a5. A 3 move, we can do d3 square. So knight e5, knight b3, knight e4 is another idea here.
So that could be part of deeper idea. I mean, tell you honestly, I actually share the same question as somebody said in the chat. Why play h6 when you take on f4, right? I also don't understand it. But when you explain like that, I mean, the idea is to snatch on d4. There's no bishop h7. Black capitalized on this weakness.
And also, yeah, that's another point. Like, she was a little bit waiting. I like this approach. Like, she doesn't make any changes right away, and she was waiting. And this move a3 seems to be so good move. Like, you need this kind of moves here, prophylactic moves. And then after knight a5, which is black's very natural idea here to get the knight on c4, you additionally might have this knight b3 idea somewhere.
That's a very good point. Maybe Tanjanki was waiting the entire time for white to play a3, so that she has this counterplay. Because let's say if she would take on f4 immediately, let's say here, right, takes, she would play knight e5. I could play knight e5, knight c4, and maybe queen e2. So I can play next b3. I push away your knight.
Yeah.
And I have made my outpost on e5. So with this very tricky order of the moves, look at that. Can it be an h6? I mean, it's such a smart sneak move.
Yeah.
I didn't really expect it to be so tricky. And perhaps a3 was a bit inaccurate. Maybe Goryachkina had to be... Come on, like queen e2.
How would you know that she would take this after, right? With your Goryachkina, you play a3, it's a normal where you want to control b4 square. You want to play b4. Artur, there are lots of people from my channel here on our Twitch chat, and there's a theme on our channel, this crocodile eyes and crocodile moves, yeah, when you are just waiting for your opponent and then attack when your opponent makes a move. So I think, dear crocodiles, we have our new leader, Tanjanki, the leader of the crocodile team. The thing is, this h6 is such a sneaky move, as you said, waiting move, approved the position on the king side, and waiting for white to make a little bit inaccuracy. a3 is something that I'm sure at this point Goryachkina already wishes to take it back and have on a2. She goes g3. Oh.
This is a concession now from Goryachkina because she would love to get a position with the knight on e5, and this rook joins the king side attack. Now that she has played g3, this means this rook lift is simply impossible.
Yeah.
So she had to do it. She simply had to do it because, again, knight e5, because Tanjanki smartly played h6 before. You drop the pawn on d4. You can't snatch it back on h7. I mean, of course, you can still give a check, but except you're down a pawn. And if you play again queen d2, how do you deal with this knight b3, knight c4 idea? And the pawn on f4 is vulnerable, problematic, and g3 seems to be necessary, really.
And after g3, you just admitted you were not ready for this situation. And now there's no kingside attack as strong as it could be. Because without rook on the third rank, Artur, that okay, you get the knight on e5, you get this battery, bishop b1, queen d3, but there is not follow-up. And if you want to push g4, g5, that's possible. But it also has some commitments from white side because you push too much this pawns. And if there is no checkmate, your king will be even weaker than black's king. So at this point, when Goryachkina played g3, she already admitted that something is not going according to her plan.
I mean, she's still, of course, super solid, but I just don't think there's any real advantage anymore. I mean, if there even was an advantage to start with. So I do agree with some people who are saying that a3 seems to be not accurate. But come on. I mean, this is such a typical move for the position, right? It's such a typical move when you play it. And since black did not already take on f4 a couple of times, like several moves in a row, you don't assume that now suddenly she's going to take it. And then there's like eureka moment. Now I understand, right? Why she was delaying this. But come on, you understand it only when you get there, really. So,
yeah, true.
Highest level chess so far.
Yeah, this is amazing. This is really amazing. To understand what was, such a small move, h6. You would never imagine that it has great ideas like that. But anyway, here we are at this point where it is still black to move. Is black going to play knight a5, knight c4, b5 ideas? How black is proceeding from here?
I don't think it's going to be b5. I would be very scared to play this move because it does handle on the plate the square on c5 for either the rook or the knight. I'm not even sure if it's knight a5, but we can definitely agree on this, Keti. The knight is going to move at some point because it gives you away the e4 square as well. So could be knight a5, could be also knight e7. And I have some ideas to play knight e4, relieve some pressure, trade some pieces. And I would expect Goryachkina to respond something like rook e1 or queen e2, not really sure. Maybe queen e2 to create some pressure against the pawn on a6 and see what happens.
Yeah, but in these positions, it's not better to have knight on a5 rather than on e7 because, as we said, g3 slows down a little bit the king side attack. So maybe black is free to bring the knight on the other side of the board. Like, for instance, here, if you play queen e2, you have to point out that the b3 square is under my control and I can just play knight b3 at some point, annoy the rook on c2. And also at some point, besides the fact that you want to play knight e4 and get strong this knight in the center, but also you want to play knight c4, Artur. And imagine if white takes this knight, one of the knights, then b7 bishop will be a monster on this big diagonal.
Yeah, definitely. And since g3 has been already committed by white, the white is never going to take on c4 unless really pressed. Yeah. But I think we might see something like this. Let's say if indeed knight a5 is played, again, I'm going to play queen e2. I'm going to prepare against knight e4 threat. And unless black can immediately liquidate the game somehow, I think knight c4 is going to be knight e5. So this is going to be a very interesting struggle. I mean, black doesn't want to take on e5, and white doesn't want to take on c4.
True.
So then I guess white will be looking for some kingside assault. I mean, you have to do that because the kingside assault because the queenside belongs to black, more or less. So something like h3, king h2, rook g1, g4, g5 is on top of my mind.
Makes sense, yeah. Makes sense. On the other hand, black can do on the queen side something like b5 now, as this knight is hanging. Rook c8, rook c7, another, like double the rooks on c file, and then look for some tricks like knight a3, knight b2.
This could easily happen. Yeah, maybe this could actually easily happen. Let's say rook, whichever, rook fc8.
Yeah.
Let's say I'm going to go stubborn with the attack. Rook c7, king h2, rook c8, rook g1, b5. Or maybe just take on a pawn immediately. Like, take it. And I could ignore it.
Now b5, b4 ideas?
Yeah, I have my own ideas as well.
Yeah.
I don't know what is this, right? I mean, it's very easy to suggest and so difficult to evaluate. It makes sense for white to go for this kingside attack because she has the bishop on d3, the knight on e5, queen on e2, the rook on g1. h3, from my point of view, seems to be necessary to hide the king on h2. I totally understand it's slow, but the game is pretty close, right?
Yeah. It's slow, but it's not too much of the ideas. Like, this is what I see from black for the perspective to double the rooks on the c file and then go for b5, knight a3, knight b2, b4 ideas. In fact, in the game, Tanjongi decided to first develop the rook from c8. And she's waiting a little bit. She's also waiting with this move. So, you know what I really like about this play? It also slows down this idea h3, which you just mentioned, right? You can play knight d4 because d4 pawn is hanging, right?
But also knight e5. She slows down knight e5 because knight e5 is still knight e4.
Yeah.
So This is a part of a longer sequence, Keti. So she knows that she needs to take over the c file. She probably suspects the knight is going to land on c4, and she suspects that white is going to play knight e5 at some point. So why don't you slightly change the order of the moves? Do a quality check. I mean, the rook c8 cannot be a mistake, right? Because she's not yet committing to anything. And now white needs to come up with quite a serious move. I mean, could be h3. I mean, of course, it's quite weird, but it fits to the picture of playing king h2, rook g1 later.
Yeah. And also, if you don't have knight on e5, then h3, g4 is stopped for a moment because of the f4 pawn is hanging, right? So black will do here rook c8, rook c7, another rooks on c8, then b5. And then at some point, when you're ready, you can start to get this knight around, knight a5, knight b3, or knight c4. So once again, she goes maybe to this same plan to undermine this weakness on c3. Knight on c3 can be the target, and the pawn on a3. And she goes in a sneaky way, in a waiting way, in the most accurate way.
Right. So rook e1. Rook e1. You know, I'm not totally sure if Goryachkina really needs to go for this king set attack with h3, king h2, g4, g5. Maybe I'm just dreaming that, but I can't help but feel that the pawn on h6, Keti, is what we call a hook, right? It's something I want to exploit. I mean, the pawn on h7, I wouldn't even mention that, right? I wouldn't even mention this silly king set attack. But I see that if white plays g4, g5 with a king on h1 or h2, whatever, and pushes g5, this gives white the possibility to open the h file. But Goryachkina decided, okay, I mean, rook e1 is just a very solid move. Take extra care against the knight e4 threat. Knight e5, of course, is in there. So I think we can expect rook c7 here.
Yeah, that's very interesting. After rook e1, knight e4 is stopped for a moment. That's indeed the idea. And I was considering if f5 is an idea here for white to create another weakness on e6, like after taking fe. But even in that position, after f5, if black just captures on f5, and to place this position, what's black's problem here? It's not so visible.
No problems. But you rightly said, Keti, f5 might be an idea. And maybe she's going to use this at the right moment. Let's say rook e1 or rook c7. Let me insert some logical move. Let's say queen e2. Yeah, okay, maybe let's say queen e2. Let's say queen e2. Okay, I'm not sure about this move, but let's say rook fc8, and now I play f5.
Yeah.
It could be a scenario like this, because now your rook on c8 is feeling silly because you just put it there to fight for the c file. Now white plays f5, white opens the e file. But still, I mean, this position feels so little that I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that Goryachkina is indeed going to push f5. She sees this as an opportunity at some point. But mainly, I think that white wants to gather some information after the opponent. I mean, what kind of setup exactly are you going to choose? Knight e7 is played.
Okay, knight e7.
This is a very solid move.
Yeah, sort of stopping all the possibilities of f5 and so on. Yeah, I just wonder now, as knight is no longer attacking on d4 pawn, is white going to play knight e5 right away?
At some point, you simply have to. I mean, you have to, otherwise, what's your idea here? I mean, the knight e5 is such a very nice outpost. You could, of course, play bishop e1 first, but I think knight e5 is invited to be played. And whatever here Tang Zhongyi has prepared next, maybe it's something linked with knight e4. Maybe this is actually liquidating. Look at this. Can I play knight e4? Can I do this? Because I attacked the knight on c3. The pawn on a3 is under attack. Let's say take it. Again, I'm not sure what's the right. Rook c1 is knight e6. Okay, that's just bad. Now, I just want to show the idea. Maybe it's not very correct. Take it. Take. And there could be an idea where black wins back the pawn on d4 by force.
Take on e4 and f5 is the short.
F5 or even rook c8 to cover these files. Knight e5 or knight f5, you have a lot of activity. White is up a pawn, but black has all the fun, right? So queen d5, maybe queen b5, be very active. So it could be that she's just waiting for knight e5 to respond with knight e4. Otherwise, how do you get rid of this knight? Maybe you just don't.
Very interesting idea. Well, after knight e4, you have to capture it with the knight. You cannot give up the bishop, right? Because after bishop takes, pawn takes, knight, queen d5 is something that this queen and the bishop gonna stay on this diagonal always and create a lot of threats. For instance, f5 now is the move. White has to play f3 to avoid that, and it's just too much for the... And then rook c1 actually works. And if not this, that you have to take... We have to go to this variation after knight e4, Artur, as we had earlier, yeah? Knight e5, knight e4, knight e4, pawn
yeah,
takes
but
c4.
Here's the thing. White can also include rook takes on c8.
Yeah.
But this is probably leading to the same position. Takes, take it. And I have a feeling that black is doing all right. I mean, I can't prove it, but it looks like black has a very good piece activity here. This extra pawn doesn't really feel. Maybe indeed something like, maybe just knight f5, you know? Put this rook here stuck on e4. And you might go back to protect it. Black plays whatever, queen here. You can't play rook e2, the knight on f3 is dropping. And there rook could be, probably. Yeah, or maybe rook e1. But I already have queen c2 ideas here. I can easily see this happening. But to be honest, Keti, I'm not totally sure if Goryachkina is going to fall for this. Because again, you ask yourself the question, I mean, why my opponent is allowing me to play knight e5? Obviously to open the e4 square. So since Goryachkina is such a strong player, she's going to suspect that this knight e4 is a threat. Maybe first she needs to prepare against this, something like queen e2.
Yeah, queen e2 attacking the pawn on a6 wins some time here. To me, b5 looks the most logical move here to be played from black. And does this now change anything if I play knight e5?
Might as well change nothing, because I can still play knight e4. And again, we have to check this line, right?
Oh, it changed, Artur, because now I take with the queen. So take on e4, take then with the bishop.
Oh, wait, there's a difference. You're right.
Yeah.
And now, I guess you can't easily win this pawn, and also white controls the c file. Actually, this makes perfect sense.
And in cases if you play knight f5, there is always this hole on c6. So I can play knight c6 at some point, control the a8 square as well.
I mean, even knight f3 is good. I mean, of course, knight c6 is probably stronger, but knight f3, there's no c file handed over to black. So knight c6, knight f3, you're right. So here, queen e2 makes perfect sense. Include this move. And again, now, I guess knight e4 just drops the pawn, either here or e4, b5, knight e5. And if you assume that knight e4 is not working, black is going to have to come up with a different move.
Queen b6 probably to attack d4.
That makes sense.
And now we can do something like rook d1 to guard this pawn in that way.
Again, you have to calculate knight e4 at every given moment, but probably black can simply ignore it and maybe play something like b4.
Yeah.
b4, try to trade some pawns, get some counterplay.
Can we go with the c rook, Artur, to avoid the rook trade? Rook of c1 to d1 instead of e1.
Yeah, but then you sort of hand over the c file, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, there could be, of course, still b4.
And after b4, you have this idea, knight a4, knight c5.
Right.
And why I kept this rook on e5, because after knight c5, there can be some kind of pressure on f7, e7, e6 squares, you know, with some kind of sacrifices.
Okay, you already see so far. Okay, I mean, it makes sense. But I can easily see that for white, this is going to be not an obvious choice. She did play something.
95 is on the board. And let's see what Tanjongi will respond after that.
She didn't play queen e2. Wait. What happens now after knight e4 once again? Because we felt that this queen e2 sort of is necessary to take more control of the e4 square.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can black try to liquidate this into a draw? Because otherwise, here, white simply enjoys the better bishop, the better knight. I don't think black is going to play something passive as knight e7, let's say, queen h5. This is a strategic disaster for black. I mean, look at this bishop, the queen, f4, g4, g5. I mean, maybe g4, rook e3, rook g3. Again, all over. The king's at attack. So probably not. Once again, let's check knight e4.
She makes a move, but I don't think it's knight to e4.
No. Rook c7.
Okay, I understand this move. She wants to play rook c8 and then to play knight e4. So she first pins the knight on c3 and then she goes for that.
Yeah, you might never get it anymore. I could play f3 at some point. Again, a million moves. There's queen e2, attacking the pawn on a6. There's f3 at some point later. I'm a bit puzzled again. Yeah, it's actually today it's quite tough, right, Keti? I mean, we can't really guess the moves. We predicted e4, they played e4. We predicted some cost, but there was c5 on the board. We predict knight a5, she plays knight e7.
Yeah. Well, knight e7 was something that you showed earlier. It just, to me, it looked a little bit passive there. But we kind of predicted it, Artur. Kind of, sort of. Not to feel like we're outsiders.
I mean, of course, the knight on e7 also takes care of the f5 threat. Yeah, right? So from this regard, it's very mobile. It's a good move. It is.
And decided to double rooks first and then knight e4. I think it works. Like if we play queen e2, I understand a6 pawn is hanging. But then after b5, if I manage to get my rook on c8, then your knight on c3 is pinned.
Wait, but you still need to be tactical alert here, Keti. What about bishop e5? You still need to properly evaluate this.
Yeah, true. Probably I have to play queen b6 here.
Wait.
Like if I take, then you take knight.
Yes. This is of course white is winning, but the line could continue here. There could be rook c3. So what is this? Take, queen b5. I mean, what should be better, right? Because I understand I have the greatest respect for two minor pieces against the rook, but I have two passed pawns. The position is pretty closed. I could try to force matters on queen trade. Difficult to tell. I
don't know. But on the other hand, black has these two pieces. The knight comes on e4, rook b8 at some point.
That's a good point, because it really depends how do you evaluate this position. Maybe bishop a6, because the bishop is under attack. Some sort of a queen c5. Then you keep the queens on the board. And I go annoyingly queenside with the pawn push. How do you evaluate this? How do you evaluate here? Because again, queen e2, how do you protect the pawn on a6? a5 drops a fork. You can't do that. b5 might be a potential sacrifice. And queen e2 is played here. Now I have a very big choice here for Tanjongi. Did she really intend this? I think actually it's something like this. Unless this is a very deep prep, Keti. It's like, oh no. After b5, there's bishop b5. Oh no, now I have to calculate that. Now I have to calculate this.
It's interesting. And Artur, b5, bishop b5. Is there a queen b6 move, like to pass? But after queen b6, knight a4. No, it's not working. Knight a4 is losing something.
Yeah, it's unfortunately losing. I mean, not immediately. You can play queen a5 or queen d6, but you just acknowledge the loss of a pawn. There could be some other move like even knight.
Let's find the use of this knight. Knight f5, Artur. Bishop e5 and knight f5.
Knight f5. That makes sense because black is still keeping the threat to take on b5 or c3 at some point, target the pawn on d4. It definitely does.
Yeah, in some lines also in the end game, if we go to two pieces versus rook, that queen on d6 will no longer hanging too.
But I guess I can just go back, right? Bishop d3, knight e4, and then again you have to evaluate this. I mean, black is pretty good, right? If this bishop opens like d4. Also,
no,
white is looking good.
Position for black, I think.
I think it's good position for both colors. I mean, it's just unclear because also white has pretty good placement of the pieces. Like queen d1.
Queen d1 seems to be the only move. Otherwise, you can go queen e3, knight b3 loses. If you go queen e3, then knight b3, d4 loses. So if you have to make only queen d4 move, then for instance, knight c6 now to eliminate this knight.
I think we are not going to see this for one reason, because this is still game one. And since this opening was played in a quiet fashion, I find it quite difficult to believe that suddenly it's going to blow up. Might as well happen. But now Tan Zhongyi, it's Tan Zhongyi who has to make this very big decision. Can she play this b5? Because now she definitely sees bishop takes on b5. I'm not totally convinced this was intentional. Because you can easily miss shots like this. And now that you see your rook on c7, queen d6, there's okay, b5, bishop b5. And there could be knight f5. But also, Keti, I was looking at this knight e4. Is this, maybe it's just a bad move, right?
Can I take it?
Yeah, my point being was that I'm attacking this pawn, opening the bishop, but I just noticed very quickly that I drop a second pawn. Yeah, I just noticed that. So it's probably not a very good idea. But what you said, what was this after bishop b5, knight f5? Maybe she's looking at this. And if she's going for b5, she has to evaluate the consequences properly. And you know, Keti, it's so tough. Because imagine yourself, you're sitting here with black attention key. And you're calculating this because this is a very big decision for you, right? I mean, you have to calculate like 15, 20 minutes. You calculate b5 and you try to make sure this is working. You're totally making sure that everything is in order for you. And then your opponent plays something like bishop b1. You know, it feels like such a waste of time, right? Because I calculated all of this. I'm already, you know, removing my gloves and getting ready for the fight, and then she plays something else, right? But you have to calculate that. I mean, you can't walk past it. Sure. Otherwise, how do you protect it? Rook a8? Just looks odd.
Rook e8? Yeah, possible. Why not? Yeah, rook e8 is possible. But the thing that you played first rook c7, you wanted to play rook c8, and then rook e8 kind of delays that. So I think black will go through with all this process in calculation with b5.
I mean, this has got to be the critical choice, because again, how difficult can it be? Once again, if maybe this is a completely ridiculous idea, right? And Engine again is making fun of us, but this we can assume it's bad. I mean, it's losing. Rook c3. I think that Tan Zhongyi could listen to her gut instinct and say, "Listen, I don't think it's good, right? I mean, white has very active pieces. Those passed pawns are scaring me. But something like knight f5, this could be easily the choice for black. And unfortunately for her, the line doesn't stop here because the position dramatically changes. And again, you want to make sure you're not missing anything. For white here, I mean, it's not only bishop d3. There's so many moves. There's knight f3. Because after also knight f3, you need to evaluate the consequences. And now I guess this is still a better version. After take it here, at least I pushed your knight back. And nice. I guess it's okay, e4. Right?
It should be fine. Knight e4 first.
Wait. Your bishop is under attack. So you need to make a move first, like maybe bishop a8, you know? Then try the knight e4.
Okay, like it makes no sense to play knight e4, knight c3 to go to this endgame with a better structure.
But you're down a couple of pawns already, no?
Yeah, knight c3, I will take one pawn back.
You're still down another.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe.
I don't see a proper way how white is going to queen b4. Is the move?
Yeah, queen b4. I mean, what is up a pawn? Risk-free position. It's weird, but I'm not saying it's not possible, right? So I'm just trying to imagine what is happening in Tanjan Key's mind, because clearly the line doesn't stop here. b5, bishop b5, knight f5. What happens? What white does? Knight f3 has to be calculated. Queen d2, queen d3. Could be some other move like rook d1. And you still have to take, I guess, right? Wait, or you decide not to play knight e4 and again complicate matters.
Huh.
It's tough.
It
it's
feels
tough.
like some tactics can happen here. It's so weird position.
She might easily play b5, Keti. She might easily play b5, but she has to make sure here, right? And I think that when she played rook c7, she didn't anticipate this. Her plan was simply to double the rooks on c7, c8, then play knight e4, because as we already discussed, she could have played knight e4 right away. At least I think so. I mean, it looked like it's a playable move. I don't know why she discarded it, because it seemed that this pawn sacrifice was working really nice. And now she's like, aha, okay, b5 should b5. I need to properly evaluate this. So spend some minutes, and well, it's actually not 10, 15 minutes. It's more like 5. She did play b5.
Interesting. But I don't think Goryachkina will take on b5. She's a very solid player. She will rather wish to end the day peacefully rather than to go some complication, in my opinion.
I don't know, to be honest, because it depends what choices she has. Bishop b5 is complicated matters, but like you said, she likes to play positionally, and the c5 square is something that she might want to exploit. So I think Goryachkina's mind is something like this. Okay, bishop b5 is such a forcing move, such a juicy move, such a nice move. I want to check this, right? She's going to calculate like maybe 5 minutes trying to have a feeling. How does it feel? Because it's really important to listen to what your gut instinct is saying. You try to calculate it as far as you can. Is this even playable? And then maybe after something like 5 or 10 minutes, she decides, okay, I mean, this is risky. The match situation doesn't really demand this. I'm still controlling things here. So what about going for something more positional?
Yeah, that's right. Actually, our chat asks, still knight a2 looks interesting here with knight e2. This kind of allows black's knight to get on e4, right? So
this actually reminds me, Keti, I have one student who loves to play knight a2, knight h2. And I said, don't you ever do that again.
Why he likes to do so?
I don't know. I mean, just likes to do it for some reason. I just tuck away the knight. But on a2, the knight is looking so bad. The same applies for h2, because on the edge of the board, the knights are positioned pretty much badly because they lose half of their abilities. There's no other files on the left. And also they are losing abilities to jump backwards, right? So a2, a1, these are pretty much the worst squares for the knight. I understand the reasoning, right? Of course, you see the outpost on c5, you're trying to make it work. But I think that if Goryachkina is going to do it, she's going to do it in a more normal-looking fashion. I hope I didn't offend anybody who is fighting for knight
b1,
a2.
knight d2, b4, knight b3, knight c5.
Yeah, but there's many ways to do it. There could be even knight b1, knight d2, knight b3. There could be knight e2, knight c1, knight e3, knight c5. So you're trying to make it as useful for your position as possible, because knight e2 is really narrow. It really goes only for the c5 square. Maybe something like knight e2 also does something at the king side as well. I mean, still the queen's there.
Yeah. About knight going on the sides, my favorite idea is with white and with black. Mostly with black is knight h7, h6, knight h7, knight g5 to trade knights. Then bishop g5 to trade bishop. And after h takes g5, it mostly happens in Sicilian. Then I have kingside attack with g6, king g7, rook h8. And when I learned that idea as a kid, I was winning so many games. But unfortunately, it was working when I was a kid. And now if I do so, if I play so many moves on one side, very often it's not really working. But yeah, ideas like this exist for sure. And it also depends who is your opponent, right, Artur? And what is your goal in that game? I think these two players, they will rather start with a bit slow start. Like if it's a draw, it's a draw. So they're gonna play 3 more games, and they always have this backup plan in the rapid segment, right? They are both very strong in there. I don't think that any of this player would not like to go to rapid section. Like probably they are okay with that.
I guess they're not yet thinking about it. Maybe they have some ideas, but not yet, because it's only the start of the match. Maybe game 3, game 4, you start to have some more concrete ideas about the tie breaks.
No, we think about everything, Artur.
Really?
We think about everything in advance. In fact, it's a good time to take a look at the interview of Tanzhangi. She gave us some thoughts after the tie break. So let's take a look at that interview.
I should be like this, is it not?
Yes, it's okay.
Congratulations, you've just qualified to the semi-final. How are you feeling right now? Can you tell us? And also, what was the key today?
我感觉是比较幸运，就是在第一盘棋，我那个破防了之后，然后第二。
Well, we're back, and indeed there was a lot of emotions for Tanzhangi and her supporters after the tie breaks against Katerina Lachno. So here we are back, and after B5, Artur, do we have any move from Goryachkina?
What?
She goes knight a2.
She does go knight a2.
Wait. We have to point out who suggested this in the chat. Guys, who was that? Someone suggested knight a2 in the chat.
I wanted actually to suggest knight b1 myself. I said we are going to come back and talk about alternative ways to get the knight here. No, I mean, knight a2 is played. Okay. I mean, what can I say? It's an odd looking move, but I guess the idea is really specific. Go after the weakness on c5, and I can't help but remember this quote by Vishy Anand, right? I've probably repeated like hundreds of times. There you go, I do it again. I don't care if it's a weird move, right? If it works, it works. You know, actually, I got this chance to ask it to Anand himself and said, listen, Vishy, I mean, I'm a big fan of yours and I really adore this quote. So he said, it's not even mine, right? I mean, somebody else said it, and I just remember it. And I just repeated it.
Yeah, Vishy is a great person. FWM suggested knight a2 first, and we have to give him shout out. And now he's proudly says, there you are, knight a2 is on the board, and that's Goryachkina's choice. So we know the plan, where she's going. And indeed, maybe she is going to knight before knight d3, knight c5 in a long term. It takes some time. But her point is that she doesn't want to fall for the pin on c5. Like if she plays something else and allows black to play rook to c8, this knight will be pinned. So besides the fact this knight is going towards c5 square, it also opens up the file for the rook to be traded. I kind of feel like maybe white is okay to trade the rooks and get this knight on c1, then b3, c5, and to play in this kind of endgame against b7 bishop, which is locked there.
Yeah, let me show you a potential ideal scenario for white. Let's say black does nothing. Black is waiting, right? Of course, this is never going to happen. White lands the knight on c5, and you can't easily get rid of it, right? Because there's no pawn on b6. You could also strengthen it with b4. And I think quite a crucial idea for white's position is at some point play f3. to take away the e4 square for the knight. So, for example, here, where was this? Here, after rook fc8, let's say I'm going to take it, knight c1. If black does land on e4, I think Goryachkina, of course, not going to take for the bishop, because this is opening the last square bishop on b7. Instead, I think the plan here is to play f3, send this poor knight, go back home, and after knight b3, still continue with the idea to play knight c5.
Yeah. Yeah, works perfectly well here for white indeed. And Artur, where the knight gets on c5, another knight is on e5. Those knights are not actually in danger to be kicked out. Because imagine how you're going to kick out e5 knight. You have to play knight f6 somewhere, like knight d7 or knight b8, and then f6. And even if you do so, are you really looking forward to play the game with e6 backward pawn, which is always the weakness, especially in the end game? And it means that white has very strong knight on e5. You cannot kick it out. Black has knight on e4, but white, you just demonstrate, can play f3 and this knight will be kicked out. So black's squares are not so stable for blacks. Like
I want to really give some respect to Tigran Petrosyan here, the former world champion. Why is this? Because after rook fc8, there's something I just noticed. Can I please do this?
Oh, okay, nice.
Can I do this? I mean, I see the idea. Again, I'm not sure if this is even a playable idea, but Tigran Petrosyan, the former world champion, used this exchange sacrifice in several notable games to open the bishop, which in his position was bad. So just to show you the idea. After knight c4, d takes on c4, you suddenly see this bishop is so strong. Bishop b1, for example, I could play here. And now could snatch the pawn on the e4 or even knight c6, knight e4. I can easily see white getting in trouble because the knight on c1 now is odd.
Yeah.
Now, let's go back to this position once again. Try to understand if white is even obliged to take it. Probably not. And that's what most likely is going to make this move as unlikely. Let's say I play knight b3. And now some sort of active move for black, which is, I have no idea what. Maybe knight f5. Can I do this? Can I target this pawn? So I'm sacrificing you the pawn on the exchange on c4. Let's say we could still go here, here, takes, here, and knight c5. And I guess black is just down on exchange. But maybe it doesn't mean this entire idea is not possible. But it's difficult to properly implement it. So once again, takes, knight c1, and rook c4. Really tricky, right? And I think also black would love to play rook c4 right away. Let's say I'm going to make, again, some quiet move for white, which doesn't really matter, like h3. Then I have rook c4, and now I have an extra rook that I could use for the attack.
I like these rook c4 ideas. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, me too, but I'm not sure if it's going to work, really. Because once again, takes, knight c1, rook c4, knight b3. You need to come up with a good move, because white is threatening to play knight c5, and then at some point to snatch on c4. I'm afraid, Keti, it's just a move that you see, you think it's nice, you think it's beautiful, but you don't play it. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, needs some calculation indeed. And very often when such moves happening, the opponents kind of trust you and they are not taken. But here we have Goryachkina. I don't think she trusts her opponent rather than calculates all the moves. And she's very practical chess player. But just the fact that you show this rook c4 ideas in this kind of position is, I think, very good for some of the viewers who have not studied the games of Petrosyan, who was well known of sacrifice and exchange in mostly all kind of positions. He could make it work. And it was for a long time, Artur, the inspiration for me and I was sacrificing exchanges in almost all the games when I was kid, and in 50% of it was not working. But I have some nice shots, I should say. I sacrificed 2 rooks, and I think that was one of the best games of mine, and that's because I was very much inspired from Petrosian. So once in a while, it's not working, but the other time, it does. So it's good to know this kind of ideas are existing.
Right, absolutely. And there's also a mention in the chat, would Dan risk an exchange sacrifice in game 1? Well, what do you want to tell you, right? I'm not sure. I just see the idea. And I think that maybe Dungeon Key could be having a choice. Either you defend the slightly worse position, where white is slowly pressing you, putting the knight on c5, dominating the dark squares, or you try to break the pattern and go for unexpected counterattack. This is by no means an easy decision, because she played e5, she played Queen's Gambit decline with, again, this a6, with the sole purpose, play solid. Play solid and nothing else. So now she would have to change the attitude of her game, pre-game plan, that she could sacrifice the exchange. Again, I think she sees rook c4, but if she will find something solid which doesn't endanger her position, I don't think she's going to sacrifice. If she senses that her position is becoming really bad and those dark squares are starting to become really worrisome, she is going to sacrifice the exchange.
Yeah, for sure. If this is like lower time control, I think she would definitely do that. But so far, we can predict what is her strategy in this tournament. She is very comfortable to make some draws in the classical segment of the games. And as I can recall, in most of the games, draw has happened and agreed after 40 moves. So I kind of was feeling that she was waiting this 40 moves to happen and then to offer a draw. But indeed, there was a drawish positions. And then probably she feels very comfortable to play in the tie breaks. Anyways, we have rook to c7 happened, rook to c7, and now we expect knight a2 to go on c1. There's also a possibility to rook goes on c1, but Goryachkina keeps the rook on e1 and keeps another piece on the board, because obviously it's her who now plays to get some advantage. And after knight to c1, Artur, what happens if I am very tricky and I play b4 here?
Yeah, I was just looking at this move, and I also was thinking, Keti, can I play b4? And again, if Dungeon Key has something more solid, how to continue the game, she is going to do it, because she doesn't have to win this game on demand. If she was trailing behind the match, this would be like a no-brainer for her. Of course, rook c4, try to sacrifice, try to complicate the game and confuse the opponent, even if you feel maybe it's not entirely correct. b4, I think this is perfectly viable move. Again, the idea is to trade all the queenside pawns. For example, take it, queen b4, bishop a6 is dropping, but oh wait, there's even the rook on e1, so it's not even a threat. So the rook on e1 is just hanging.
Knight on b4 is an amazing piece. It has 3 targets at once: pawn on d4, pawn on b2, and rook on e1. And also it stops white's playing knight b3, as b3 square now for knight is not open anymore. So if queen gets on b4, I would personally be afraid of this situation here, even if white is not losing anything. So maybe at this point, white should be a little bit more creative and play, for instance, knight b3 to sacrifice a3 pawn. And instead of the pawn, you can still aim to go this knight to c5. So let's say takes, knight, queen takes, and knight c5.
It does make sense, but I don't believe that white is playing for the win here.
Oh,
anymore.
Really? I want to play knight f7 next move.
Oh, knight f7. Are you sure it's working?
No, I just wanted to scare you, but it's not.
What if I try to liquidate, like knight e4? And also talk you out of the ideas to sacrifice on f7, Keti. which I think it could lead to some mass trades at the queen side. So take on b7, take on a6, all the pawns are on the king side, and white has a weakness on b4. I don't see why playing this for the win. I mean, I definitely recognize the idea that you have a lot of activity. Black is simply going to give up the pawn on a6. And if your direct idea to sacrifice doesn't work, I think black is perfectly alright here. Can I do something else? And after b4, I was thinking, can I play a4? Actually, I think Goryachkina might have already made a move, no? Oh, wait, it's black still to move. My apologies, right? After b4, a4. Can I do this?
Yeah, for sure. You want to play knight b3 next move. So...
with more or less the same ideas?
Yeah, this is an option. Now a4 pawn might be the target somehow.
Again, it's there's many moves for black. I mean, I just saw even b3 just to gain the b4 square for the queen. Take it, queen b4 could be interesting. Knight c5, queen d4 complicates maybe the game too much.
Yeah,
but it's definitely an option. Okay, maybe not b3. There could be some more quiet move, but knight b3, knight c5. I don't think Tan Zhangqi is gonna wait until white's gonna land the knight on c5.
Artur, what happens after bishop c6 if we go after e4 pawn right away?
Very good question. Maybe now I sacrifice it and play here. Because at least we keep the b pawns on the board. And then I recapture the pawn on a6. I've managed to achieve my goal. Have these beautiful knights. Although after bishop b5... No, white should be better, right? I mean, white should be definitely better. Takes. These.
Artur, can we consider to give up exchange for two pawns? Like, for instance, after knight c5 to capture rook c5? Instead of, here, takes.
This should be worse for black, I think.
A6 pawn we are dropping right away.
That being said, there's definitely some scenarios, Keti. I was looking at this exchange sacrifice. Yeah, somewhere. But even if you do get your 2 pawns for the exchange, not always it's equal. I mean, it's really debatable. I guess we would have to see every single scenario separately. But yeah, this exchange sacrifice is also something that black has to consider.
Right.
So b4, I mean, it's got to be the critical move that Zhangqi is considering. Okay, maybe she's gonna go totally crazy and launch this rook c4, but yeah, the first game with black, probably not. So b4, this looks pretty solid for black. a4 is got to be the critical move. And now I think she's looking at this and she's thinking, what I'm gonna do after a4? There's b3. She sees this move b3, I'm sure. b3, knight b3, queen b4, knight c5, queen d4. She's trying to evaluate. Maybe she's creating a mess where it shouldn't be. What about some other more normal looking moves?
Like knight e4, yeah? Knight f4, knight e4, f6 ideas.
But that just pushes you back, and that's the point, right?
Yeah. It's always like f3 here, and then I'm not on time to play f6.
So in the end, what do you play? Because knight b3 is a very annoying move. So maybe this is the problem why Tan Zhangqi still hasn't played b4 for exactly this reason, that a4 is so strong. I mean, of course, you could play something like queen b6, knight b3, play a5, but I mean, this position is definitely feeling really great for white.
Yeah.
So in the end, maybe she's thinking, okay, maybe this b4, a4 idea is so strong that I just have to sacrifice the exchange. But probably not yet.
You know, Artur, what I'm thinking? If you play b4, then you have to be ready to play b3 and sacrifice this pawn. So like b3, b4, a4, and b3 here.
Maybe that's what she's going to have to do.
If you evaluate this in the end, that is a good position, you will definitely go for it. Like knight b3, queen b4, how white will respond there?
Should be knight c5. I'm going to take it.
Yeah. Knight is hanging on c5.
And you need to watch out for these tricks, Keti.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, you see these shots on knight f7, you miss it, you're done immediately. Maybe knight f7 is like even possible immediately. You have to make sure. You can't walk past it.
After knight f7, I think black will capture this c5 knight, not f7 knight.
With a queen, I guess, to protect the knight. And after queen e6...
Just to walk away?
Or maybe some bishop c8.
And the bishop c8 double check knight h6. Very least. Queen f6.
Oh, wait, there's a mate on the... I completely hallucinated. I thought, okay, king f8 is so smart. I waited all of your tricks. Only to walk in a mate. Okay.
The thing is, like, after king h8, there was also some difficult situations. I think some checkmating threats. Like this
queen
is
f7, yeah?
Checkmate. Like, Artur, can we show this to everyone? Queen g8 would be working, but there's knight e7 capturing it. If another knight takes, then knight f7 is a checkmate.
Yeah, that'll be beautiful, but this rook here unfortunately defends it. Yeah, it's really nice. So again, let's go back here. So I think this is her mindset right now. She's doing this right now. A4, b3, knight b3, queen b4, knight c5. Probably take on d4, although there could be some other moves. And now I think she's calculating. Take on b7, harmless, I guess. Takes, bishop a6, rook b2, I have a great game. Taking on a6, harmless, I win back to pot, and a4, I'm doing all right. So it's got to be the critical move out of 7. And you calculate precisely, am I surviving this? Because king f7, knight a6 looks incredibly dangerous. That's a fork, actually. So queen c5, queen e6, and you want to make sure you're not losing like in 2 moves here. Like I just showed to you, right? Yeah. I mean, king f8 maybe.
Knight h6 anyway.
I could even go for style points, you know, Keti.
Yeah.
Knight h8, knight g6, queen f7. I mean, actually, it looks really good. I mean, looking at this combination for like 1 minute, I would definitely say this is something that I have to calculate. But again, I mean, what choice does she have? What choice does she have? Because this is, again, is such a critical line. b3, knight b3, queen b4, knight c5.
But you know, Artur, what's very interesting? Now she goes b4. Whoa, we might have this happening. So a4 is also a natural move here for white. And then if not b3, you're getting worse. And b3 also seems to be the move that she might go.
That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. Okay, there might be something else, but you know, I mean, we were looking at this position for something like 5 minutes, and I just didn't really figure out how else she can meet knight b3, knight c5. Maybe it's just nothing. Maybe black just does some quiet moves, allows the knight on c5, and is very happy. I highly doubt it. So my best guess here is that a4, b3. Once again, let's try to move this. Here. Take, here. Maybe we didn't calculate it precisely. Probably.
Yeah.
A knight of 7. Very cool move, of course. So king f7, knight e6, I think white is definitely better. I mean, even materially white is better. So I don't want even to calculate this.
Yeah, I think queen c5 makes sense here.
Rook c5 also has to be calculated. But rook c5, queen e6, now your knight on e7 is no longer protected. And this looks incredibly risky. You can't take the bishop
on d3, otherwise it could be fine. After the queen d3, there's knight e5 check, and you're losing a queen.
Very good point.
Not much of the compensation.
Very good point. So I assume queen c5, queen e6. And is there even a move? Maybe there is. Maybe there is a move. I don't see it yet.
I do like knight e4 move. It's kind of paralyzed black's pieces.
Obviously, you need to attack the queen. So king f8, knight h8. Oh, wait, there's not even knight g... Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, king f8, knight h8 is the idea.
And
right.
What about knight e4, Arturs here?
So you're saying there's no checkmate, Keti?
I want to checkmate you, queen f2 and stuff like that.
No. You're saying that white is not checkmating you with a queen and knight.
I'm covering e4, like bishop on d3, and sometimes I have king h7. That's the point.
Okay, if I give you a check, there's many moves, of course. I'm not sure which is the right one. Check. You have to go here.
Yeah.
And Or maybe it's just a draw. Like knight of course, after knight h7, there's king h7. Maybe it's not even a draw, but queen f2, nice find. Okay, let's just go back here after knight e4. I mean, in the worst case scenario, white could just take on e4, win 3 pawns for the piece, right? If there's nothing.
Yeah.
Like knight g5 here and just take it. But I don't think white is playing this for the win. Because double pawns, this one pawn is holding these 2 pawns. I think white is just worse. But I mean, white is not losing, definitely. So what was it? Knight f7? Take it? I could start with knight h6, of course. But there's nothing, I guess. Take it and knight e4. Maybe it's actually a red for black. Knight e4 is a very powerful move here. Very, very good.
Yeah, maybe it's even something else, but with knight e4 you do so much work, like you cut e-file, you cut bishop from the diagonal. Maybe there's even something better than this, like knight g4 or something like that.
Okay, what if I play knight x on h6? Wait, I have an idea.
h7.
Yeah, now I take on e4, and now I go back here. I still have 3 pawns. No, this is better for white, I think. Oh, wait. Knight g5 threat, of course, a very big threat. What if I play e3 here? This could be a total mess, you know? Easily from a very equalish opening, now there's a complete mess. Knight g5.
King h8.
Wait, there's just a mate, right? Is that even a mate? Queen h3. Check. Oh, sorry. My bad. Check. Almost a queen sacrifice, except it's not working for a couple of reasons. Oh, wait, there's a fork. There's a fork. Okay, I found it.
A transparent pawn.
I found. Maybe this is an idea. So how did we get here? How did we get here, dear viewers? No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because knight b3 is on the board. All of this excitement goes out of the window.
They ruined our excitement with knight to b3. So why is sacrificing the pawn on a3? We're considering this one too. And now b takes a3 is the move that black has to play. Otherwise, you are not getting much. If this knight goes on c5 and you don't take the pawn for it, it's not too much. We might have very similar ideas here after knight c5.
Now, maybe again, knight f7 could work.
Yeah. King takes now, queen takes c6, king f8. And there's a problem that there's no bishop g6 move right away.
Yeah, I just take it, and unfortunately the queen e8 check is impossible. Knight protects it. And knight c5 just... I mean, maybe it's a playable idea, because rook c5, queen e7, black loses. So you would have to play something like bishop c8. Ooh, look at that. I mean, there's some discovered attack ideas. Maybe this is part of the plan, actually.
Yeah, it's interesting, Artur, how resourceful all the chess positions is. Like, you would imagine that this exchange Slav defense variation is so boring, so dry. There are not much of the ideas. But even here, we came up with so many sacrifices, starting from the very beginning. If you remember, knight d4 sacrifice and then e5. That's something that I saw for the first time, I think. And here also these ideas of sacrificing on f6 and e6. It's always good to know these ideas, because if it's not working here in this game, it can work for the other game. And it's always good to know that something like this exists. And you can be very creative with whatever position it is, even if it's not too sharp like this one. So anyways, after knight b3, a takes, b takes a, it is black to move. We are now waiting queen a3 to happen.
There's also knight e4, Keti. There's also knight e4.
And rook c3 is also something I like very much.
I'm not even sure if queen a3 is mandatory. Because I think if game goes here, we have a great chance to finish the game in a draw. But again, for Tan Zhongyi, she has to calculate properly what happens after knight f7. Maybe it's just so risky. Again, you have to trust your calculation, but you might miscalculate one move and that's it, you're done. So there could be a safer move like rook c3 that you said, or knight e4.
Artur, can I suggest a move there after knight f7? Yeah, knight here. What about bishop to c8? If I just make this kind of move, I guard my weakness on e6, and now two of your knights are hanging.
Or even knight e4.
Bishop c8.
Yeah, bishop c8 also is a move. But knight e4, I think, comes with the same idea actually, except a weaken the king side. Yeah. What about bishop c8 here? Let me check. Yeah, these knights are under attack, right? And black definitely has more options than immediately capturing either the knights. It can be easily missed, by the way, but I don't think Goryachkina is going to do it. So
that means that after queen a5, you have to play queen knight c5.
Most likely. Yeah, most likely. You have to play knight c5, and that means most likely this game is going to something peaceful. So we are desperately trying to find some excitement here. I mean, the game is, of course, still very strategically interesting, exciting, but we're trying to find some very sharp lines.
Yeah.
Which are not happening. And I think also something with the match strategy might have to play a role here, because this is still only game one. It started peacefully, and it's quite difficult to believe that suddenly it's going to blow wide open. But I've seen stranger things before, so let's not completely rule it out.
True. What about the time situation? We do have 40 minutes for Goryachkina and almost 50 minutes for Tan Zhongyi. And we have so far 22 moves played. That makes 18 more moves to be played. I don't see any kind of time problem situation here. None of the players, Artur.
Right. So the player, the game is perfectly balanced at the moment, it feels. White has this weakness on a3, and I'm a bit disappointed we didn't see here a4 to see whatever was the prepared idea for Goryachkina, maybe b3 indeed. It looked really interesting, it looked really nice, but unfortunately we didn't see that. So I think this is really a good moment, Keti, to make a short break, our first break of today, right? Because again, we have reached sort of the middle game where the pace of the game has slowed down. They stopped blitzing out the moves. Now you have a lot of choices here. So let's make it something like 5-10 minutes of a short break. There's going to be this time the correct interview. Sorry about the technical issue before. And just make a break, short break, cup of coffee or tea, and be back here with us in a moment.
Congratulations, you just qualified to the semifinal. How are you feeling right now? Can you tell us? And also, what was the key today?
我感觉是比较幸运，就是在第一盘棋，我那个破防了之后，然后第二盘棋还算是比较平稳的和了下来，但在第三轮的时候我是已经输多了，然后但是就比较侥幸的和下了这盘棋啊，当然中间一度也有所反复啊，我也希望能够在第三局的时候结束，但是我当时感觉已经可能有点累了，然后到第四局的时候，我觉得我前面走的挺好的，但是可能因为已经临近赛点了，然后我心理上就总是希望能够稳健一点，结果最后差点输掉了。在后来的拍点阶段，就是幸运的天平还是倾向了我，但事实上确实是非常焦灼的比赛。
You were playing really quickly today, very fast. Was it part of your strategy, or you had just such a great preparation of your opening variations?
我走得快并不是代表着怎么样，因为它本身就是快棋，这是风格的问题，就是和开局没有什么关系。
Okay, and the last question, are you going to celebrate somehow today, or you are going to focus already on your semifinals against Alexandra Goryachkina? Will you party, perhaps?
就是我不确定我是不是听懂了问题，就是如果是对亚历山大的话，她是等级分最高的女棋手之一，我会尽自己所能，尽量的下好每一盘，这对我来说确实是一个非常大的一个考验。其实对于我来说，能够过了这一关之后，我已经非常满意了。
Okay, thank you so much for your time. We'll let you enjoy your victory now. Have a good rest tomorrow, and we'll see you in the semifinals.
Welcome back, everyone, at FIDE Women's Candidate Tournament 2022 Pool B. We have final 2 participants in the competition. They are playing for the best prizes and also for the seat at the candidates final, where one of the participants out of 2, Tan Zhongyi and Alexandra Goryachkina, will face the winner of the Pool A, Lei Tingzhi. And after the finals, we're going to have a challenger of the current women world champion, Ju Wen-jun. So this is a tournament of a bigger cycle. And in the end of all, we're going to have a world championship match. And Artur, we might have one of these 2 participants being challengers. In fact, Alexandra Goryachkina already was a challenger of the world champion, and Tan Zhongyi has been herself a world champion, and she's a former women world champion. But for the moment, we still have the first game in the round 2 in progress, and let's take a look at the updates.
Right, there's been a couple of moves made, and actually, now that you said about the challengers who are gearing up in their quest to challenge the world champion Yu Wen-jun, I think it's fair to mention that essentially 3 of them are representatives of China, and Goryachkina is the only Russian player, right? So in case you're rooting for Alexandra to become a world champion, she has to defeat 3 Chinese players in a row, right? First is Tan Zhongyi here in the semifinal of the FIDE Women Candidates Pool B tournament. Then in the final match, she has to defeat Lei Tingzhi. Easier said than done, right? And then the world championship match, if it would be possible for Goryachkina to enter the match, that would be a rematch against reigning world champion Yu Wen-jun. Incredible, tough task, but that's what she's aiming for.
That's right. And so far, there have been both of these players through other competition, and we have them here because they have qualified indeed. But now, in the end of a day, it matters who is in the best shape out these 2 players. And let's see, last time we have seen this game was when BA has happened a few moves earlier, and then we can see that Black decided to play knight to e4.
She is, I guess, getting ambitious, or it was a defensive move against this knight c5, knight f7 idea, knight e4. Black also stops the knight c5 idea from the white's perspective, because I don't think you want to give up the last square bishop just to land your knight on c5, because look at this potential monster on b7. If this long diagonal will open, white could be really regretting that. And that's why after knight e4, here Goryachkina defended the pawn on a3. She did play queen b2, only to respond with queen b6 and rook b1, protecting the queen here. And I guess the idea is to play knight c5 pretty much in the next move. And that brings the question what Tan Zhongyi should do here next.
Yeah, that's indeed a valid question. However, Tan Zhongyi has a great pawn structure so far. There's no visible weakness. Knight on e4 is perfectly placed. Rook controls open file. Queen creates some kind of tension on b file. So I already consider this position pretty good for Black. And now the question is how to improve it. Is there a5, e4, some kind of idea? Is there f6 to kick this knight back? Or this is pretty looking position, but there's nothing much that you can improve here.
Right. So I'm looking at a couple of moves here. So knight c5 is such a threat, right? I guess if I'm gonna, again, let me make some random move here. g6, knight c5, this could be an issue. Because the queen is under attack, take it, take it. Now the knight is under attack, the bishop and the pawn is under attack, and after takes, you can't really capture this pawn because the bishop is still under attack. And we can assume that this position is better for white. But that's why we go back to this position and ask ourselves, is it really going to be g6? Probably not. So Black needs to do something else, but what is it?
Yeah, connected with the bishop on b7, so you kind of avoid knight c5 to happen. There is bishop a8, but this move I don't personally like it because it's like on the back rank, not guarded. It might be some kind of issue. There is bishop to c8 also just to avoid knight c5 happening, but seems like not too active move. Another thing is knight to d6, and knight f5, knight d6 might be an option, Artur.
I'm looking for something more aggressive, Keti, here, and I think that knight f5 applies some pressure. And there could be a possibility that now knight c5 is not really working so well. I mean, I'm kind of guessing, really. So knight c5, the queen is now under attack. Let's try to take it and take it. And wherever this position now leads, again, there's such a cluster of pieces in the center, I can't really make work which piece is going to be taken first. But again, knight c5, d takes on c5. All I see that you can't take it because the bishop is under attack.
That's right. Maybe knight d6 instead of taking on c5. So you guard the bishop on b7, and now you kind of threat.
What changes really up?
Knight f5, knight d6.
You mean knight f5, knight c5, and now knight... Which knight to d6?
Take queen first, because it's hanging, and then knight f, or even e is possible to keep the tension on d4.
Right. I mean, it's a move, absolutely, but I think you're losing a pawn, right? I'm going to take it and take on a6. I'm not saying that it's a bad position for black, because definitely black has a lot of activity. But I mean, it's pawn is a pawn. Wait, let's just have a look at this position for a while, right? Rook b1, and try to picture ourselves from Tanjanki's perspective, because I think she's getting a bit ambitious here, because this was not necessary for her. As far as I know, queen takes on a3, we kind of made it work. Take this pawn, and then play knight e4. So with knight e4, she limits this knight, marks the pawn on a3 as a potential weakness. This applies extra pressure against the white pawns. I'm thinking, Keti, can I try to liquidate this into some kind of a perpetual attack, like knight c3 and go back? Is this the move? Oh wait, it's not even a threat, right? Because I play knight c5.
Sounds
Anyway.
nice, yeah, but what happens after this?
I just play knight c5. I mean, my point was maybe this is a draw offer. Like here, knight e4,
Yeah.
rook b1, knight c3. It's very often players at the highest level, they're finding these weird repetitions of the moves. I was wondering if this is one of them.
Yeah.
Probably not. I mean, there's knight c5, very strong.
So knight c5 is a serious threat here.
It is a threat. I'm not sure how serious it is. I mean, it is a threat which has to be dealt with.
I'm thinking about the a5 move now, even more seriously, because after knight c5, at least the pawn on a6 will not be hanging. So here, let's take the queen, and then...
Let's assume we take, right? Maybe you wouldn't have to.
Yeah, and now bishop c8, and now I'm attacking the pawn on c5.
Yeah, but you're worse, I think. You're
I'm
just
worse?
worse. Because this rook is passive. Unless you activated
I have
it.
f6. I have f6 move here. You can also slowly start. Knight c6 next, e5.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that she's going to do this. But you know, Keti, I could improve your idea. Maybe the idea could be that you take over the b file now. Now that here, with the entire sequence is that after this queen b2, and the rook b2, knight c5, d takes bishop c8, you target this pawn. And oh wait, there's even rook b. Oh wait, rook b. Yeah, rook b5 is also a move. By the way,
Is it like very
Bishop a-
second play bishop a6?
there's a check
Rook
on
c8?
the rook c8, and I guess you're kind of worse because I have a passed pawn, but I'm not gonna pretend I know how serious it is. I don't know that. But it feels that what's better here. Maybe bishop b5, knight c6, bring the king somewhere. But, it's balancing with the equality. I don't really know, to be honest. And from the black's perspective, Keti, I don't believe she's going to do this. Because, again, I have a feeling that white is pressing here. So a5, knight c5, going back into passive defense. I think Tanjanki is not going to do this because she's used to play active chess. Hard to tell, really.
Yeah, but the problem is that you might not have here any active continuation anymore, and you have to rely on what you have now. And if you have a passive bishop and hanging pawn on a6, you have to make decision, right? So, what is logical move to me?
What if you play f6? I know, Keti. I'm weakening squares here. I know that, but it's a very concrete move. I push away your knight.
At knight f3 probably.
And now I want to make some active move like knight f5. Can I do this? So the idea is still knight e6 at some point. And now if you play your knight c5, well, this is different, right? Because I could take it. How is it different?
Take on d4?
Yeah, I just noticed that. I can't say I saw it. I just noticed that. This was not part of my plan. Take it. Okay, again, I guess black is sort of worse.
No, take with a knight.
What?
Knight c5.
Knight c5.
Knight c5, yeah.
Okay, so once again, rook b2, knight x on d4. If I take it, you take it. And if I take with a bishop, you have to take on... I guess you lose something simply. That's what it looks like. I guess you just lose a piece. Maybe knight e4 is not even working. I mean, it's a cool idea, but...
Yeah.
I think this move, if I'm not terribly bad at my calculations, I think black just loses a piece. But it looks at it loses. Yeah, rook c5.
There is this knight e2 check. If you take, then...
Now I have two pieces. Unless...
e4?
What is this?
I don't know. Some weird situation.
Now you're down a piece. Oh, wait, checkmate. Oh, come on. This is never going to happen. This is never going to happen, of course. This is some weirdness. Some total weirdness here. I don't think we are going to see that. But yeah, I mean, some tricks.
Not today. Maybe
not
if
today.
we have like rapid or blitz segment, probably, but not today with so much time on the clock.
But I mean, f6 makes sense, right? I mean, f6, knight f3, knight f5, put the knight on d6. And again, you need to properly evaluate it, how it feels together with knight c5. And, maybe there is some chance that it somehow works for you. Oh, my goodness. I mean, you have to properly calculate that. You can't afford to make a mistake.
I wish to have engine inserted in my head so I could see the move right away. But it's...
maybe we can still calculate this, right? Because, once again, so knight e4, knight b7, at least black is not losing on the spot. Knight e4 is knight c5. Well, black is better. Take it. What was it again? Take it, yeah? No, wait, what was it? What was the move here?
Knight e2.
I'm sorry? Knight e2 check. It's just unbelievable. It's no chance this is going to happen. Wait, I'm sorry, Keti, we are ridiculous. You just take on e4, right?
Yeah, I know, but you have this rook, the f5 ideas, yeah?
What?
No, f5.
No, there's no ideas here. It is down a piece.
No,
Unfortunately.
it's not
What?
so. Like, the thing is that when you get the king on g2, there is this pin, yeah? g5, g4.
You really want to continue this?
I mean, that can be a possibility.
Or like, give a check. Here, f5. I don't believe it for 1 second. Like g5.
I'll checkmate you a second.
It's never going to happen. I see the idea. It's never going to happen,
Yeah,
okay, whatever. I mean, it's
F6
fun.
actually happened. F6 happened. So I don't believe we're going to that direction. But indeed, F6 creates some kind of like more tactical points here. So knight f3, and we were suggesting knight f5 next move, right?
Unless black has something better. Unless black finds another way to continue, because maybe this knight f5 is just a waste of time. Maybe you could play some other move. I mean, there's other moves here, like even knight c8. There's knight c6. There's a5. There's... Maybe at some point even g5. Or maybe not here, but even at some endgames, black would aim to have a better knight on e4. I mean, let me just show this ridiculous move. Let's say g5. Take it and take it. You know, and then the knight is beautiful here. Knight c5 is still there. But now after knight c5, take... sorry, of course, I'm not going to blunder the queen. Takes, knight c5, take. There could be e5. Okay, and this is looking like something already.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this position for black. With this e-pawn in d5, like, imagine these pawns are starting to roll. Yeah, you have c5 passed pawn, but I have 2 pawns in the center as well.
Yeah, but g5, of course. This is so committing move.
Yeah.
Very cool. I'm not sure if this is gonna happen, but let's say the queens are off the board. I can easily see black playing g5. With the queens on the board, totally not sure. Although the queen on b2 here is so far away from the black king, I know what I'm doing here. I mean, g5 is looking incredibly dangerous move, but the white queen cannot really teleport to h5, right?
No, you can't. You can't. And I'm also considering maybe first we will wait knight c5 to happen and then to push g5 at some point.
Okay, what about king f7? Which is a normal move. You protect your pawn on e6 and after knight c5. Maybe we're just overly fixed on this knight c5 idea for some reason. I don't know. But it kind of makes sense for why to go this way. Takes, and now go with the same stuff with g5. Maybe this is more human.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Now the pawn on e6 is defended against any knight e4 jumps. So is this pawn on c5 a strength or weakness, right? Eternal discussion. Is this pawn strength or weakness? I mean, nobody really knows. It depends how do you play it out. It can be either way.
There's
Maybe
a crazy engine move instead of knight f3. What is it?
Crazy engine move.
Knight a5. It's crazy, but not engine kind of move. Knight e7? No.
What?
No.
Knight what?
No. Bishop e4,
Really?
knight e7. No. You just take it. You take.
No, I mean, then you take on e4.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Knight e7, rook e7, and bishop e4.
Take it, bishop e4, take it, knight c5, this rook is under attack, take it. Oh, come on. Really? Well, this is never going to happen, right? Of course, this rings a bell, you know, Keti. This one of the best moves of year 2022. Do you know what I'm talking about? Which game? Which move?
One of the best games.
The best moves of year 2022 so far. What I'm talking about? Do you know the game I'm talking about? When Ivanchuk played, I think it was the World Teams against Jordan von Forest, was it? I think it was Jordan von Forest. 97. I mean, you have to see that move, Keti. I mean, it hits black in the most defended square.
Ah, Ivanchuk game. Yeah. 97. I have seen that game. And there are like many ways this knight is hanging, but you're losing with whatever moves, right?
It was just an incredible, really cool looking move. And here, this 97, I'm not sure if this is the same. It's just weird. And it can so easily escape your radar. And of course, Goryachkina didn't do that. She did play knight g4.
Knight g4?
Yeah, not knight f3.
Oh, wow. This is something new. So what's the logic of this move? You want to play knight e3 or you are against g5?
It feels weird. I kind of don't get this move. Just a second. Strange. Is the knight hitting to e3 to do what? Maybe she wants really to play f3. Wait, it doesn't feel right. You know, when I see a move like this, Keti, it just doesn't feel right.
I would play bishop c8 now, attacking, like...
No, let's go aggressive. Let's play knight f5. Why go back? Let's go forward. Forward. How is this a good move, knight g4? And what's it doing there? Because after knight a3, I can even take on e3. And again, black is just better. With a very nice outpost on e4, some knight e6 or whatever. I mean, this doesn't impress white. So after knight f5, what do? It's such an easy move here. Oh, what is this?
Let's go with the...
Yeah. Oh, sorry. My bad. This arrow just keeps following me. I can't get rid of it. Just a second. Okay, I think I got rid of it. Okay, here we go. Knight g4 is weird. Once again. Knight g4, knight f5. Easy move.
Knight c5?
Sorry?
Knight c5?
And again, I take it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't get it. What this knight is doing on g4, that's all.
Yeah, I don't get it. So knight f5, in fact, is on the...
Knight f5 is on the board. I guess we're going to find it out because it just looks strange. I mean, maybe Goryachkina's idea here was that she felt, okay, knight f3 is passive, it's not doing much, but wait, it's protecting a pawn. I mean, it's not like it's doing anything, while at the same time, I have a hard time to figure out what exactly is the knight doing on g4, because there's no attacking ideas. The only idea I can think of is she wants to play f3, but I see some weaknesses here in white's position. I'm not convinced that f3 is even a move. Wait, we have to check, obviously. Maybe it's very concrete. I mean, probably it's very concrete. So maybe the idea is to play f3, and after knight c3, play knight c5. Maybe this is the idea. So she played knight g4 to keep the idea f3.
Can be.
Wait, but there's something wrong with this.
Seems to be loose.
There's got to be something here for black. There should be. You know where this comes from? Let me tell you, this comes from the intuition. Maybe it's wrong, but intuition says something is wrong with white's setup because everything is sort of disconnected. The knight on g4, the pawn on d4, the weakness on c3 is just like a hanging on a thread. And when you have this feeling, there's usually something. And when you have been playing chess for many, many years, you feel there's something, right? And maybe there's just nothing. Maybe Goryachkina just did the unthinkable, creative, genius idea, and she figured out every single move. But, you know, my gut instinct says something is wrong with this plan. I just can't say what.
Knight d6. I also am not very convinced with the knight g4 f3 idea. Like knight e4 to d6.
So you won't go forward, right? I really wanted to go forward.
No, knight c5 is the move.
Again, knight c5, yeah. So, okay.
So knight d6 has a lot of ideas, first of all. And we're guarding b7 bishop. So in the same variation, if you play knight c5, here I will take the queen, you take the queen, and I take the pawn on d4. So with the knight on d6, I'm guarding b7 pawn, bishop. With knight on c3, I'm not guarding anything.
That is very logical. I like that. And now the pawn on f3 is also under attack. The knight on g4 is still doing...
Not much.
Not much, to say the least.
Knight on c5 is hanging, and I just got a pawn.
Okay, maybe white is still okay here. Take on a6, but a bit strange. And now Goryachkina has to make a move. Maybe she's thinking about this f3. Or is it knight c5 again?
We take on b2.
What we discussed here. Takes. So this, I guess, is okay for white, so we can discard that. I mean, doesn't mean that black cannot play this.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the idea. Maybe just play knight c5 immediately. You know, it's very confusing, the viewers, because this position is the same all over again. Pretty much every single move it seems the same, and it's very tricky to understand at which moment why should play this knight c5. Is it right away, or is it after he didn't play knight c5? It seems very, very similar.
It does look very similar, you know, all kinds.
Oh
of
wait,
positions.
Keti. I think I understand maybe the idea. So the knight on f3 is not under attack after knight e4. So we were looking at this ridiculous line. I think it was f6, knight f3. We were looking at this ridiculous line after knight f5 and knight c5. And takes, knight e4. Maybe Goryachkina just calculated that knight e4 is a problem.
And bishop e4 was the move that we said. It's actually, to find this move is not easy, bishop e4.
Yeah, but
it's not the most logical move.
Maybe she missed knight e2 check. I mean, I don't know what she missed. I mean, it's a bit strange. Turn of went here. So
but knight e2 is not working. We were just
no, but you made it work.
Joking around. No, it was losing. I didn't told you then.
So you want to go back there? Okay, here we go again. F6. What was it? Knight f3.
Knight f3.
Knight f5. Knight. It's such a weird combination. It's difficult to properly calculate. Knight e2 check. Take it. Take it.
Knight e4.
So knight b7 actually is great for black.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is probably the most ridiculous line I've ever calculated, Keti. So I mean, knight e4. I'm going to give you a check. Oh wait, I can even play knight e1. Come on, what are we talking about?
You have here right knight e1, and after f5 knight e2 and check you have rook e1. I just wanted it to make it work. It's just not working.
So your idea was to play this, right?
Yeah, if it's working, it's working, but I'm not necessarily going to this line.
Okay, let's just forget this line. I mean, it's leading nowhere, and either way, I mean, for whatever reason, maybe it's a combination of both. Goryachkina decided not to play the knight on f3 to miss some knight e4 shots. Also, f3 ideas here, but the clock is ticking. 25 minutes for Goryachkina. 25 moves gotta be made. I don't think she's in a perfect control of this game so far, because Zhanki is playing a great game so far. And maybe also Goryachkina could suspect that if she misplays this position from here, things could get really bad, because from the looks, it appears that it is black who is pressing. That's the impression I'm getting here. The knight on e5, knight on e4, open c-file. So white's position pretty much holds together because of this knight c5 trick and nothing else.
I see, yeah. And I don't know if you also noticed, but I think Goryachkina for the moment is so focused on the board, she's not even looking at the opponent, that very often she's staring at the opponent to read out what the opponent thinks too. But now she's so much focused, and whenever she does this, it's kind of signal to me that she's not very confident in her position yet.
No, I don't think she's very confident here. There was a suggestion in the chat to check this line as well. Well, what can I say? I'm also not sure about this. Because black is not obliged to take. That's the thing. And this bishop, if it opens, it could kill white's position. And you have to walk here with a great care, right? I mean, because black plays e3, this bishop is gonna slaughter white's position. So I'm not sure what Goryachkina has to do here. Is it knight c5 or is it f3 knight c5? Is it knight e3?
She plays knight e3.
Knight e3.
Yeah, that was actually maybe her idea to bring this knight in here and offer some trade. Because Artur, if not knight e3, if you go knight to c5, you're changing there the pawn structure, right?
Right.
And I'm not sure that white is the one who is better than, even though that this is a passed pawn on c5, but it's also a weak pawn. Like at some point it might be hanging. So after knight e3, and now let's say once again what happens after knight e3.
I mean, we mentioned this briefly, Keti. Mm-hmm. I said that black is totally all right here. But again, maybe white is simply solid. I mean, sorry, I'm saying black is totally all right here, but white is very solid and it's difficult to crack through the defense. I'm not totally sure again. I mean, it could be something like knight c3, knight a4. Again, there's knight c5. I keep missing this move all the time. This knight c5 is always there, right? So there's no rook c1, there's knight c5 always. I keep missing it.
Yeah, it is. But the thing is, if you don't do anything, then I will take the knight 24 and I will play knight c5 anyway. And we're gonna play this endgame with the rook and the knight versus rook and the bishop. And I think this knight is way stronger than the bishop.
Depends. I guess it really depends. So let me make, again, some random move. So takes, knight c5, takes. It depends who controls the b file. Because this bishop on d5 is also pretty good, although it's not doing much. But white controls the b file, the only open file. So that being said, white is definitely in charge here. Rook b6, a4, a5, etc. The knight on c5 is very tricky. This black rook would love to jump here, but FIDE rules prohibit it. So you can't do that. Yeah. So maybe not knight e3. Maybe black is going to do some more dynamic move, like some retreat.
We like knight d6 earlier. Knight f to d6.
Yeah, this makes sense. Perfect sense, actually. So knight c5, actually there's no knight c5, right? You just take and take on c5 and this knight protects the bishop.
Yep.
Yeah, I think knight e6 looks extremely logical. Now I guess Goryachkina would love to play... Oh, wait, check this out. What about f3 here? And again, we're back to the idea of knight c3, knight c5.
Yeah, but now bishop on b7 is not... under attack, so we have some time there.
Yeah, but what do you play?
I can take the queen, rook takes, and knight c3 to b5. Yeah, I'm taking 2 pawns.
No. The pawn on e6 is under attack.
Yeah, if you take the pawn on e6, you kinda... stepped on rook e7 or rook c1 kind of ideas.
Incredibly tricky. No, now I started like white's position. They can have a lot of activity here.
Okay, rook e7 was a bit passive, I agree with that. Maybe rook c1 check first.
Where was this? Here?
Yeah.
Knight e6, rook c1, king f2.
King f2. And in here, maybe knight a3 to start with.
This bishop is pretty bad.
It is. But it holds d5 pawn and a6 pawn.
That it does. Yeah, tough to say. There could be knight f5. I'm not sure if this position even is forcing. There could be knight c5. There could be rook b6. Tough to say immediately.
Yeah.
So even rook b6 looks very human because after rook c6, I take it, win the pawn on a6, and I have some chances in the endgame. So knight f to d6, f3 is...
She played...
Definitely a move.
She played what?
She did play something.
Yeah, knight f to d6.
Knight f to d6. All right. Now, the move has got to be f3 here.
Interesting. 3.
Again, there's knight c4. This is such a difficult game to predict, right? There's so many opportunities here. Could be knight c3, knight c5. This line we're discussing.
Wait, what about knight c4 there? With the
yes, that's the second idea.
Forcing.
Yeah, I noticed just this move. Yeah, knight c4. I didn't even manage to calculate it. Where this game would be leading.
Oof. Like if you take on c4, I'll take with the pawn, and this pawn is very active.
And there could be tricks like queen b3, rook c1 check. For example, here, bishop b7, queen b7, queen b3. Sort of feels like white is okay. No, you're losing.
Nice.
Very common idea.
Oh, nice. And you take the rook.
Yeah, just take the rook. But again, might not work because here, white is not obliged to take on b7. White could take on b3. But then I take on d4, take on e... Oh, there's so many checks here to calculate. King, g2, take...
You take bishop e4?
Yeah, that's a trick. Queen e6. And yeah, and who is even playing for the win? Maybe this is a possibility. Queen d4, king g2. I could give you a check first, maybe king h3, and now play some sort of... I want to get the rook on c2. I just don't know how to do it. I mean, a proper moment, dodging queen e6, queen e4. I don't know how to do it.
Artur, and sometimes you even want to play e5, yeah? When the queen leaves.
Who knows? I mean, I don't know, right? I don't know. What was it? Once again, it was after f3, knight c4, right?
This line, how we got it. And knight c4 at some point, yeah.
It makes sense. Yeah, and also Goryachkina has to calculate it perfectly because, again, let's imagine from the white perspective. f3, knight c4, you see this move, you start to get really scared. You see these tricks. Take.
And let's be honest, Artur, when you play chess, that's the difference, yeah, between us, also our spectators, and the players. When you play, you're so focused that you are not missing any possibility. We want to try this here, then that. And these players are very strong at the calculation. So they are very focused at the point, and I'm sure they are looking at this best moves possible here.
Okay, this is not working for black. But she has to calculate this, if she's even looking in this direction. So the bishop on e4 still stands there. So that's why after c takes, queen b3, rook c1 is not the move. Queen d4, king g2. You know, maybe Goryachkina is just going to look at this and evaluate. It's so risky because...
But Artur, why we're taking the knight first? Why we're not taking the pawn, no, bishop on e4?
You mean after knight c4?
Knight c4. We take? Yeah, take, f takes, bishop takes e4.
Ah, you mean bishop e4. Oh, that's a very valid point. Yeah, I simply missed it. That's why. I simply did not see that. Very nice intermezzo there. And now, yeah, this is just... Oh, wait.
There's knight c5, though.
Here we go again. Okay, but now I can trade the queens and play bishop d5.
You can play c3 maybe instead first.
Check. Here. Take. c2.
c2. No, take the knight, take the knight, take the knight, take the knight. Take the knight first. D takes the knight, then c2.
You're so sharp today, Keti. I mean, you're seeing stuff. It's just incredible. Very beautiful idea. Once again, to show the amazing calculations of Keti here. f3, knight c4. Take it. Bishop e4. Yeah, of course, bishop e4 makes perfect sense. Take it.
No, knight c5.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Because this is actually great for black, right? Queen b3 is rook c1 check. We already discussed this motive. So, bishop e4, knight c5, the typical counterattack here. Takes. Nice fight. I mean, what can I say? c3, check. And apparently you can't take the bishop. It's just stunning.
So strange.
It's just stunning. I mean, c2 is killing, and f takes, rook takes on c5 and c2. I mean, this would be like a very nice puzzle if it's working. I guess it's working, right? I mean, by the looks.
Working, yeah. You go checks and you hide on h7.
Nice, beautiful. Yeah. I could easily miss this. But you know, I think Goryachkina is not gonna go here. You know for what reason? Because f3 knight c4 already smells.
Feels wrong, yeah.
It just doesn't feel right. You see this move, you try to calculate, and you come up to the conclusion that you are the one who is risking it. And if you are the one who is risking it, why enter such a line? Maybe Goryachkina wanted to play f3, and now she probably realizes, yeah, this knight c4, even if she doesn't see this entire sequence, she wants to play something more solid. But what is it?
And Artur, remember earlier we were talking about, I mentioned that I don't see this gonna be some kind of like time pressure in this game because everything was looking so solid, they had enough time, but Goryachkina is down to 20 minutes and Tanjongi is very close to 20-minute barrier here, and the position is getting more and more sharp. After f3, knight c4, there's gonna be only complications there, and also to find the way to get out from all of this, not so easy from both sides.
Okay, what kind of move do you even make? That's the big question here. You can't play rook c1, Keti. Just take it. Thank you for the piece. The knight on b3 is hanging. You can't do that. Okay, you can't play rook c1. What do? Knight c5 drops a pawn. We discussed this. I mean, knight c5 takes, a queen takes on b2, knight c5, black wins a pawn. What do? F3 jumps under knight c4. What do? Take on e4? Maybe take on e4.
Yeah, but then what you're playing for when I take with a knight?
I'm already playing for a draw.
Yeah.
I think that's the feeling here. I think I need to be careful here from the white's perspective. The pawn on d4 is weakness. Knight c4 is a threat. Knight c3 might be an idea at some point. So perhaps she needs to take on e4. And she is doing this.
Oh, she's going for that. She felt that there was a lot of pressure on her. And she's now trying to get rid of the knight, at least one knight. How black should respond here? D takes e or knight takes e4? Now Tanjongi has to make this decision.
Right. I think Alexandra got here by the elimination method. Elimination method is one of the things that I like to use from time to time. And it's just, you look at this position, you cross out every single move. I mean, no, bad, everything else is slow. You just come up to the move bishop e4 because everything else is just not really working. Knight takes on e4. Here Tanjongi decides not to take for the pawn, but with the knight, I guess, to keep square of c5 under control, because if you would take with the pawn, there's knight c5 always, and this knight on c5 is kind of a strong piece, and this bishop is not opening anytime soon.
Yeah, but when you're out of 5 moves, 4 are not working and you have to trade your bishop for the knight because you know that this knight is troublemaker, you kind of feel like you are not attacking anymore. You're not the side who is pressing anymore. Okay, knight to e4. Now, I think it's time to play knight c5.
Or f3.
Although...
Or f3, Keti.
Is also a possibility. F3 is also a possibility, yeah.
Either f3 or knight c5. I mean, it's got to be one of these two moves.
You know, I don't like...
Knight c5
f3.
Looks risky, right? Oh, you don't like f3? I don't like knight c5, actually. Because of this line, Keti. Takes, and d4.
Yeah.
It just feels wrong. It just feels wrong, really. You know, this bishop opens, the pawn on c5, now that's a weakness. And the bishop is going to dominate the knight. No, I think knight c5 is not the move. f3, I mean, it's got to be the move. And then play knight c5. But now black has, again, some choices here.
I think rook c3 is something that black can play.
Attacking the knight, f takes, rook e3.
White's pawn, king side is falling down.
Wait. We have to calculate this, Keti. I'm still going to accept it. And now play knight c5.
Rook e1.
Oh, I blundered that again.
Yeah,
nice. Nice idea. And again, rook b1, black wins. Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
nice
white
shot.
is just so exposed here.
Okay, but my entire idea was holding on knight c5 because I was hoping that knight c5, queen b2, rook b2, I'm going to claim the better knight. So rook e1, you missed one shot. That's a game over, of course, immediately. So, what was it? F3, rook c3. This is bad.
Artur, you see, like all these variations that we're going through, players are also going to that path indeed, and because there's no other ways, right? And none of these variations, black is the one who's getting any worse. So
well, this looks incredibly strong,
it's
actually.
not good for white, indeed. Yeah.
This looks incredibly strong, rook c3. Because knight e1, I just take on f3. You can't easily protect this knight. I mean, otherwise queen e2 drops the knight on b3. Yeah. There's a suggestion in the chat to continue this line. Take, and king f2.
Possible.
That is interesting. And f3 is on the board, so we might see that king f2 is such a cold move.
Whoa.
And now, rook e4, knight c5.
Interesting.
And now this is a fork.
Yeah, you can trade the...
Okay, once again, let's check this. So f3, let's check this. This is not necessary, but it's definitely tempting. I agree. Yeah. Takes, king f2. So white has to walk all the traps past it.
Yeah, I think rook is just dropped here.
Wait. What about I go here?
Knight c5 still.
There's some trick still. Rook d2 check. I learned from you, Keti. Yeah, but here definitely white is pressing, right? Yeah, this is white's in white's favor. Maybe black makes a draw.
This is crazy. King of 2 is crazy. There. I like that move too much.
Here, king e3, you dominate the bishop somehow. Yeah, I would choose white. All right, let's go back. F3, there's some other moves. So rook c3, definitely she has to consider that. The viewers, again, understand. Tanjaki has no engine at her disposal, right? I'm not sure if you're using engines, if you're seeing these ideas. But the players, obviously, they don't. I mean, they don't see these ideas, these lines. And they have to work it out themselves.
Chat says not rook c3, knight c3.
So where's the idea after knight c5?
I think something connected with...
Again, this weird knight c5. It could be queen a5. Oh, wait, queen a... No, not queen a5, probably. Knight e2 check is a move. Yeah. King f2, what is this weirdness?
I think we're losing something because it's bishop and knight hanging at the same time.
That's what it looks like, yeah. That's what it looks like. So, two pieces are hanging. Not good. So, knight c3, knight c5. I mean, what do you do?
Maybe we just move the queen away? Queen to... E5.
Yeah, but your rook is under attack, no? Oh, you mean the black queen?
Yeah.
But knight b7? Yeah, the chat says rook c3 is a big blunder, if you say so.
So far, knight c3 is a blunder to us.
It looks very interesting to me, right? I can't say that rook c3 is a blunder. I think that Tanjaki is looking at this big blunder right now. And it looks incredibly tempting, but this king f2 is nice. What was it? This knight c3, knight c5. Where's the follow-up here? So knight e2 check now.
5? This
Queen,
is too much.
What? Queen b5.
Is this really? I don't know. If knight c3 is a good move because of queen b5, that's too much, I think.
You can easily miss that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, but in the end, imagine yourself again from black's perspective. What do you do? Because rook c3, you might calculate this f3, f takes, king f2, and you start to have a bad feeling about it, right? Because there's the knight c5 fork. What else do you do? Because maybe knight e6 is a move. Just keep things under control. Knight c3, knight c5. Maybe she trades the queens and plays bishop c8 and says, listen, I've got everything under control. But this is not easy for black because you have a very passive bishop. And if you put the bishop on c8, it might as well stay there until the end of the game.
Yeah, like I don't consider this fine position for black. Like if I play a4, for instance, now to take control b5 square.
Maybe it's very specific, you know, very concrete, because you play e5 immediately.
e5.
You can easily assume the wrong thing here. Very, very difficult game. I'll tell you honestly, it's incredibly difficult game also for us commentators to understand, because there's so many nuances, little nuances to figure out. And both players perfectly understand the idea of 3 knight c5 is in the air for most of the part of the game. But which moment, what moment, you have to avoid multiple traps at every single moment. Like here, figure out that rook c3 is a bad movement. Yeah, knight c3, by the way, is played.
She goes. Do you think she sees this queen b5, or she's just going queen trade and bishop c8?
I don't know what she's thinking. Now, probably knight c5 should follow here. So something like rook c1. Oh, wait, rook c1 is also a move. Okay, here we go again. Oh, wait, rook c1, I could play knight f4, right? And then just take on c1.
Yeah.
Where do you put the queen?
Yeah, it's...
No, I mean, definitely black is
C1,
pressing here. Definitely some e5.
Yeah.
Some e5 idea. Again, I'm really guessing here. Takes here.
Rook goes on c1.
Rook c1 is played, not knight c5. So Goryachkina feels the knight on b3 belongs to defend the d4 square. So Goryachkina was probably aiming for knight c5 for like a couple of moves, but she still doesn't feel this is the right moment to play it. And at the moment, they're down on the clock a bit. 40 minutes for Goryachkina, 18 minutes for Tanjanki.
This is getting worse for white for sure. Like after knight a4, which is so obvious move here to be played, you are getting
Knight b5 is also a move.
Stress. Sorry, knight b5?
Knight b5 is also a move. Again,
yeah.
You know,
it's also true, but it doesn't create a threat, yeah? The pawns are not hanging. The knight a4 attacks the knight, queen, rook at the same time.
No, I mean, there is a threat. You want to take on c1 and win the pawn on d4. But, of course, after something like a trade,
and yeah,
maybe there's no threats. Yeah, maybe I agree on this. Yeah, there's
knight
no...
c5,
maybe there's
a4, yeah.
Stuff like this. Yeah, a4, knight e6, and again,
yeah,
the knight lands on c5. So knight a4, in this regard, makes sense. But again, where the professional... Yeah, knight a4 is on the board. Where the professional players are usually burning the most time, choices. They're burning the time at the choices. And it's easy to play a game where you have to execute one line, one combination. And this game has been, I mean, it looks rather peaceful to you. I mean, let me tell you honestly, it's not. And there are branches, every single move, there's branches of operations, and you can't really guess, which makes it really difficult to properly evaluate this position from the start. So they're really fighting it out. And, you know, I said that Goryachkina is playing this for the draw. Who knows? Maybe she just understands this position better. She treats that her knights ultimately will prevail. But no, I don't think so. I think it's still black who is pressing here. Queen d2 is played?
Because look at the black pieces. They have nothing to worry, and pawn on d4 now is the biggest target of black. So queen d2 has been played. So we can take now the knight on b3. There's no
Can I play a cool move, Keti?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, again.
This is too much, yeah?
This idea. Why?
It's probably totally too much, but I can't help but feel that at some point maybe this is working. I protect the rook, I'm threatening here. Takes. The knight on b3 is under attack. Oh yeah, it's probably completely ridiculous. Like knight c5. Take it. And queen f2. And white is never gonna lose this. That is pretty clear. Okay, forget it. Move on.
Yeah, rook c4. Maybe with the pawn on f3, it's a bit less dangerous here for white, because there's no this light squares weaken. But this is perfectly fine position here for black. Like if black finds a way to improve the bishop's position or open up the center right away with knight to e5 and pin this knight, things are getting very strange.
But then again, white is not obliged to take on e5. You could play knight e2 and control things, especially in time trouble. You see stuff like after f takes, okay, this is a mess. You open the bishop, I have the pawn, whatever. I don't care what the engine is saying here. You just valid. Maybe it's very dangerous. So you just look at that, okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm just playing knight e2, you know. And if you really badly want to take on d4, now I have a beautiful knight here. And endgames are going to be better for white because this bishop is still useless.
True. Yeah,
So-
I'm not happy with this a5 push after all, because white can have this knight moves. She goes a5, which open up the road for the bishop on a6 for the long diagonal.
Great move. I like it.
I like it too.
You know what I really like? Maybe this is the big difference between us and the players. You know, we are trying to force things all the time. We're trying to find interesting, sharp lines, complicated lines, etc. And I really like how...
That's okay, Artur. That's what we're paid for.
Right. But I really like how here it's both players, Goryachkina and Tanzhanki. They're not forcing matters. They're patient. They're careful. They methodically continue.
They have to be, because if they go to the sharp lines and if it's not working, that's going to be a very tough start. Imagine you're starting with minus in the classical portion, then you have to suffer for all the 3 games. So they are playing careful moves, and it makes a lot of sense in the knockout system. If it's open, if it's a round robin, it would be different approach for them. But it's a knockout system. One lose can cost you a whole tournament and a couple of $1,000s. So... And imagine this is the tournament you get out of all the players. We have these 8 players got qualified to it. So if you slip on this case, then you have to wait at least 2 years to qualify for the second wave of the World Championship cycle. So this is so important for them. I understand all these careful moves, what they are doing very well. And of course, we have seen some crazy things in the rapid portion because it's the character of the rapid chess. But here, I don't really expect any sharp situations happen.
A5 is a great move with a very simple logic. First, you activate the bishop a6, because the bishop on b7 is doing nothing. Second, you also stop queen b4. I mean, the white could be hoping for, let's say, something like this, right? This could be one of white's dream scenarios where you have a useless bishop on b7, I have good knights which control all the dark squares, and then you outplay your opponent. So a5 not only activates the bishop, but makes these plans impossible.
I agree with that. Before square seems to be quite critical for black, because if you get queen on b4, then you're kind of forced to trade this queen, as knight is also hanging and queen is getting very active. Besides that, if bishop gets on a6, then you can also play something like queen b5 and look for the queen f1, very unpleasant threats with the checkmate. So black is starting to give, and what's also very important here, after bishop to d3, c1 knight is getting really restricted. You cannot improve this knight's position as that easy, because knight can be captured and d4 pawn can hold.
Yeah, speaking about that, I think it makes sense to play knight e2, knight c3, fix the problem that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
So the knight on a4 is annoying, knight e3 drops the pawn on d4, so I guess you have to play knight e2 here, meeting bishop a6 with knight c3. Mm-hmm. Incidentally, also the knight on e3 stops black from delivering you a checkmate on f1, right? Because king g2 or king f2, there's no queen f1, because the knight on e3 stands really well to protect the king. So I would say knight e2 has to be the intended response. The question is, what black is going to continue after this? I think she's simply not going to trade the knights. It should be as simple as that. Maybe knight b2, knight c4. What about this idea?
Yeah, I was considering queen b2 first and then this, but it's not really working. I think we have to keep the queens on the board. A5, knight e2, and queen b2, but yeah, knight b2 makes a lot of more sense now.
I want to keep some attacking chances, you know, because let's say after knight c3, take it here, after knight c4, I'm attacking the pawn. You take it, and now look at this bishop here. It finally opens. And black is the one who is pressing.
Yeah. This is dream position for black. So far, what black has had, this is the best position. King g2 has been played from Goryachkina. And shall we play bishop a6 to restrict the knight on c1 now?
Probably the top choice, because I think Goryachkina is waiting for knight b2 to meet it with knight e3. I think this is the idea. And now queen d4 would be... Oh wait, queen d4 is simply possible because I blundered. I have two knights under attack.
Yeah, probably you can take d3 knight and then give a check on e2.
Yeah, let's say on d3, then e2 check. It's simply not working for white. So once again, knight b2, is this a move possibility here? So bishop a6 is another move, but maybe black can immediately force matters and play knight b2 right away. Maybe queen c3? And I could still play knight c4. And after takes here, give you a check. And white is barely holding together here. That's my feeling. You know, okay, maybe queen e2 holds it. Queen e2, queen c1, I just drop a piece. I'm blundering so many things today here. Unbelievable.
Yeah, this bishop is very strong. It's super strong. Too many things are happening. Hanging a3, knight is pinned on second rank, queen is under attack. How you are really holding it?
Yeah, here white holds for the moment, but...
I don't know, a4 for instance, or bishop e3 right away. I'm just taking a3 pawn.
Mm-hmm. And there's no
a4.
perpetual check ever. You always escape, right? It's very difficult to open the position and try to weasel out of the problem with the perpetual. So knight b2 is definitely a move, but maybe it's too impatient again. You know, maybe bishop a6 is the move to play. But then again, you think about the big picture. If your big plan is to play knight c4 and open this bishop, maybe its best stance on b7 and knight b2 is played. It is played by Tanjuki. I like this move.
I like this move. It makes a lot of sense to get this knight to c4, open up the light square bishop, because we said at the beginning that black's idea was to play bishop a6 with this a5. One of the main idea was to restrict b4 a square. But now, if we get this knight on c4 and if white is forced to take this knight on c4, our bishop will have lifetime joy on this diagonal, and f3 pawn is always a target. And also it stops kind of knight d3 to happen. Knight e2 can't really avoid knight c4 threat to be played. And in the end of everything, Artur, maybe white even struggle with this weakness on a3.
Exactly. So white would love to trade those a pawns, and she can't do it. And I can't help but feel that things are getting worse and worse for Goryachkina. Or simply put, she's being outplayed. That's what it feels about. There you go, everybody who predicted that Goryachkina is a big favorite before the match. Let's not underestimate Tanjuki, who is a former world champion, right? She was very modest in her interviews. She said, you know, I'm very happy. Goryachkina is one of the strongest players in the world. You know, but of course, she wants to play her best chess here, and she's doing this. She's playing a masterful, very strong positional game here.
Yeah, that's right. And also how she became world champion. She qualified from the World Cup, where we had kind of same knockout system, but instead of 4 games, we had 2 games in that case. So 2 classical games and then rapid segment. Tanjuki is very much familiar to this, and she's very strong. Once already scored it's passed. And now we have seen the first part of the tournament worked perfectly well for her. Like the game we saw day before Artur, I was amazed by her, how strong she is actually. And we had Katerina Lachno on the other side of the board, who is one of the best rapid chess players in the world. And also Goryachkina saw that. Goryachkina saw that. Imagine that happens to one of the participants. You also consider yourself like, okay, if I go to the rapid section, maybe something similar can happen. However, it's not so easy to beat any of these participants in the classical segment, as we had only one decisive result in the first round, right?
Right, because it's really the highest level chess.
Yeah.
And chess often tends to be drawish. So if you don't go for some risky lines, go for big complications, both players are trying to play it safe. I mean, it's quite natural. The game finished in a draw. But you know, Keti, I wouldn't really call any single game boring. I mean, no, absolutely not. I've seen a fair share of extremely boring draws. These are not among them. Very, very interesting strategic battles. There were sharp fights, what we have seen so far. And this game also doesn't disappoint. Maybe it's not the most prettiest from the tactical point of view, but strategically wise, showing the patience, you can learn a lot from him, from this game.
Yeah.
Queen c3, by the way, is played.
Queen c3. Okay, we have not seen this move, right?
No, I suggested it. I already suggested.
Okay.
Now, there was this pawn sacrifice, knight c4. But I'm not sure if this is going to happen. Maybe it's too hasty. Takes, queen c4. Now, give a check and play bishop d5.
Yeah, we like that position.
Right.
Yeah, but also we can play knight queen c6 instead of take on c4, not to sacrifice a pawn, right?
Right. You don't have to sacrifice. You don't have to sacrifice. So, I'm sorry, you said queen c6? Which move you said?
Knight c4, knight c4, knight c4, knight c4, queen c6.
But it does sacrifice anyway.
a5 pawn, yeah. But now I have the take c4.
Which is pretty much the same topic again, right? You open the bishop, you give up the pawn.
Yeah.
But maybe there's something more, controlled.
She goes.
And knight c4 is played. I mean, I love this. I love this decision here for Goryachkina, for Tanjanki. And I think that Goryachkina did not want to see this move happen, and yet it did. She appreciates definitely the power of this move, even if maybe the engines, whatever they're saying, that this is not the best move. She does not want to open the bishop on b7, and she is definitely pressed on the clock. 7 minutes and 7 moves to make. Goryachkina has to produce a lot of quality moves here, not to get in trouble.
That's right, and Artur, this is the second time where Tanjanki is sacrificing the pawn for strong play and for dominating the position. That happened also last game in the tie breaks against Katerina Lachno, which in the end did not work out, but she was holding the position under the pressure for a long time. But the difference is that now this is a classical chess, and after 40 moves, they're going to have 30 minutes of the time, which means that she will have more time to figure it out what to play and to find the best moves. Shall we go once again to this line, because it looks like the critical line to take on c4? And
I'm not sure if that's critical.
It wins the pawn.
I'm not sure. It wins a pawn, but I'm not sure if it's critical because I start to see a lot of ghosts. I mean, tell you honestly, I start to see a lot of ghosts. And for example, king h3, I see there's something hanging on f3, knight e2, bishop d5, queen d3, a4. If I've wrongly evaluated this position, maybe I'm simply losing this.
With which piece is white, right?
Yeah, with white.
Yeah,
exactly. I don't think I would go here. I would try to keep the position closed. How do I keep the position closed? That's another question. There was a suggestion to play f5 here, I see in the chat, but it just opens the position again. And after f5, you have to calculate again quite a few moves. Simple take, or even bishop a6, or queen b1. I'm not sure what f5 even generates a threat, and I think that Goryachkina here is desperately thinking how to bring this knight on c1 in the game. Knight b3 has to be the move, no?
Yeah, after f5, Artur, can we just take on e3 and play e5 to pin the queen?
You mean?
Sorry, after f5.
After what?
f5.
f5.
Yeah, to take this knight on e3, queen e3, and then e5.
Takes, e5. Yeah. And that's a weakness. This is a pin.
You play knight e2 to hold this weakness, but then bishop a6.
Very good. Yeah. Bishop c4, queen d6, even is the move. This knight is outplayed by the bishop.
That's right. 5 minutes for Goryachkina. There are not too many moves to be played.
What about knight b3, Keti? What about knight b3? Because I think she wants to ask herself really simple questions. I mean, this knight is not working. I have to improve it. It has to be so simple. So can I do this? Can I play knight b3?
Okay, so your point is if you take on a3, I will play knight c5.
No, I'm just going to take a pawn.
Ah, okay.
Unless there's some trick, right? There could be a trick after knight b5, yeah.
Queen b4, yeah?
Queen b4 and... Oh, wait, just queen b4. And there's no queen d4. Okay. So knight b3 looks incredibly logical.
It does. It does.
Could be e5. Could be knight e3, e5. There could be multiple... Oh, wait, look at this move, Keti. There could be even this move. Takes, and e5.
But now after knight c5, there's queen b2 and queen f2. I don't know.
Or even king h3.
And bishop c8. g4. I don't know.
Yeah, it's balancing, right? I mean, but probably black is not going to allow to land this knight on c5 and again put the bishop on c8. I don't think this is going to happen. So knight b3. Look at the body language of Alexandra Goryachkina. She does not like what she is seeing here. Again, she had a nervous look at the clock.
She's looking on this score sheet already. What I have not noticed 2 or 3 times, it means that she worries about her time and she checked how many moves they have to be played, which is connected right away with the clock. She has 3 minutes and 20 seconds and 7 more moves to be played, and very important decision to make, Artur. If she makes a wrong decision now, she will suffer then another part of the game if she gets worse position.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if she is considering either knight b3 or knight c4. Knight c4, the gut instinct should tell you're in trouble. And yes, she takes it. She takes on c4. She's going to go for it. I'm afraid this could be a bad choice. You know, I'm not sure. She probably calculated it very carefully, but I was really trying to make work knight b3. I guess she found something what
or maybe
was...
f5 here. So the point is that c4 pawn can be captured with the check.
You mean here?
Yeah.
But then at least I can play bishop d5. At least. I mean, even without any calculations. And your knight on c1 is still pretty bad. But if you do trade on e6, queen d2, knight d2, knight c3, maybe you're still holding this from the white.
Yeah.
The knight on c1 is not doing much. Now, d-Neiksans on c4 played very quickly by Tanjanki, and Goryachkina has to make move.
Thinking, Artur, if that's possible, to play f5, bishop d5, and knight e2. The idea is to play knight f4 next move.
And knight what? e2?
Knight e2, yeah.
And if I take it?
Knight f4.
Knight f4.
But they made a move, I think. Knight e2 is on the board.
Knight e2 is on the board, so she does not accept a pawn. She is going to go for some sort of a fortress. Okay, here's already no denying that black is in the driving seat. Black can play bishop d5. Black has the better bishop. Black has the passed pawn.
b3 as well, Artur, to stack white's pieces. I like queen b3 very much because, like, you cannot move your queen. f3 and a3 are hanging. You cannot move your knight, and you don't take my queen on b3 because after c takes b3, it's a game over because I have connected passed pawn on a 3rd rank. How you're really saving that?
I guess I don't want to take it. Yeah, I guess I don't want to take on b3. It does feel extremely bad. Good move, queen b3. And I can't rearrange the pieces.
Queen cannot move, and it's only king who can move, then I can get some kind of advantage on the king side.
And if I go king f2?
Yeah, king f2 and king g2 has to be played, right? Is there a way I can expose the king side somehow? g5?
Maybe black has somehow combined these ideas of bishop d5, queen b3, maybe queen d1, queen h1, g5, like you said.
I liked queen d1, queen h1 very much.
Yeah, stuff like this.
Oh,
Again,
yeah.
the order of the moves can be debated. We can discuss it. I'm not sure. Maybe even this queen d2, knight c3 is not a big deal. But what is quite clear that black is having a very good position here. Black has no risk. This means that Tan Zhongyi has already managed to achieve the so-called minimal program of this game, hold with black, and now she's looking for more. And she does
bishop e5 has been played. There is one detail that why I dislike this bishop d5 as much as queen on b3. Like you mentioned, now maybe white will play queen d2, knight c3. And when we had queen on b3, this is kind of stopped for a bit because f3 pawn is hanging. And if you lose the pawn, you're going to lose the game as well.
Exactly. So I think Goryachkina also made a move, king f2. Yeah, just in case, remove the king from the check closer to the worrisome queen side. I think black can even play king f7 the same. Easy move. Or something more annoying like queen b1. I mean, of course, queen b3 is extremely tempting, but the point is black is not going to take on c3 because the queen is too active.
Queen d1, queen h1 is a move for sure.
And now I could try to snatch this pawn on a5 because everything is sort of holding together. What about queen h1? I mean, white is barely holding this together.
Yeah.
Maybe not even holding.
Queen h2,
Take it.
king e1.
Yeah, I'm not sure what position the king e1. And I might as well create a passed pawn here very quickly. But of course white has it. Oh wait, the bishop here holds it. So I could play something like this. Here, something like this. Oh, sorry. g5, but of course you need to watch out some perpetual check ideas. So you have to do all of this so quickly, right?
And
I'm just giving you ideas.
Queen e3 probably there.
Queen e3, yeah.
What here Tan Zhongyi does, I love this. She plays a4 first, so there is no worries for her that she will lose this pawn that easily, and white will create some kind of counterplay. So this is kind of fating move that I like very much.
She just removes the pawn from under attack. And I think she prepares queen b1. Yeah.
True.
So I guess queen c2 could be played. And then you can go back with the idea to play queen b3, right? Takes, knight c3, bishop c6. And I guess from afar, Tan Zhongyi evaluated.
We can go b2, Artur right away. b2, bishop a2.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, very nice. So I think Tan Zhongyi just evaluated at every given moment she's happy to trade the queens like this. So h4.
She goes h4. This even weakens the king side even more, Artur.
Yeah, but what to do? I mean, you can't really blame Goryachkina because she is completely outplayed in this game, slowly, methodically, and she sees this idea of either queen b1, queen h1, or to make things worse, maybe g5 at some point, and then you can't no longer play h4. So Goryachkina says, okay, listen, I'm going to play h4 now because my knight on e2 sort of protects every single critical square in the position.
Yeah, that's true. You know what I'm thinking? That at some point black can start to zugzwang white, something like queen b1, queen d3, or something that you can't move your king anymore.
Right. Yeah, I guess white is gonna put the king on e3.
If you put your king on f3, like for instance, if we play here queen b1, Artur, how white is gonna play? She's going for that. We're going to know the answer soon. The point is that if you go now king e3, then we have queen f1.
This pawn is falling.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not move the king to e3.
If you go king to g2, then could we do queen d3?
Or even queen d3.
Queen d3. If you take queen d3, c takes d3, knight c3, d2, king f2.
Maybe actually white is in time.
Yeah.
No, but I think we don't have to rush with the queen trade. After king g2, just play something slower as queen d1. Attack the knight. Where do you go? You go here. Now I play queen h1. And white is very close to being in a zugzwang position here. Queen c1 is played. Goryachkina says, the queen trade, okay, but under my terms.
Yeah, good choice indeed. So queen 2 here.
There's many moves. There's queen d3, there's queen f5, queen h3 ideas here. There's so many ways to be annoying, and maybe also Tanjanki suspects this could be a great moment. Try to capitalize on the advantage. I think she already suspects her advantage is pretty serious, and apply pressure because this is move 38. Goryachkina still needs to make 2 moves in a difficult position in a time trouble.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's also some ideas, Artur, with queen d3 and to take on f3 to go in the opponent game where your opponent has the isolated pawn on d4, but it's not working right away because our king is way too far. So
yeah, I guess Goryachkina is gonna simply move the pieces here and there. Queen c1, queen d3, queen c1, queen e3. So if Tanjanki has a chance here, she would like to use it right now because she doesn't really know. I guess she does suspect if the position is winning or not. She does not really know that for sure. She knows there's an advantage, but maybe the time trouble is the best moment to use your best shot. So that's why she has 10 minutes on the clock. There's no need to rush anywhere. You want to make sure you're going to find the best move here. Think about like some cheap tricks or keeping the queens on the board. Don't make big decisions. And then after move 40, you figure it out. So she plays something else. She did play queen what? Queen b7.
Queen b7. This is move 39. So now it is wise 14 moves. She will play queen to e3, I guess, or queen c3.
Maybe queen e3, so that the knight goes to c3. But then again, wait, queen b2.
After queen e3, there's queen b3. So she goes back on c3.
Wait, is this a Zugzwang? Wait, Keti, is this a Zugzwang? Now, okay, h5 is played. I think Tanjanki is aiming for a Zugzwang position here. h5, queen e3, queen b3. How do you make a move? Just make me a single legal move here.
Queen c3?
Queen c3. You killed my excitement here.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Queen d1 is the move. Then queen c1. Yeah, sorry. Queen c1.
I had a feeling that this might be a Zugzwang here. All right, let's follow the game. h5 is played, and Goryachkina is reaching for the move. She makes queen e3. Yeah, nothing better to do. This is her life west. Queen e3, queen c1, queen e3.
She is visibly upset with the position, just left the board. Tanjanki relaxed a little bit, gets her tea, I suppose. And this is a good moment for Tanjanki to think. She has actually way more time, 30 minutes extra plus 10 minutes, which she has now at the board. According to the rules, Artur, she can't leave the board, right? I believe she wants to leave for a moment, you know, just take some fresh air, relax a little bit and come back. But she cannot really leave when it's her move. According to the rules, she has to make the move and then leave.
I'm not totally sure, to be honest. But yeah, somebody please can check that. What's the FIDE regulations say? I think you can get up, but there needs to be like a very good excuse. Or maybe I'm terribly mistaken. Of course, the reason is that if you get up while it's your move, you could potentially get a hint from somebody how you're supposed to play, right? So that's why you're supposed to sit put.
Yeah,
but I think there were some exceptions, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, there were some exceptions. Some funny exceptions for sure. When somebody wanted to take a restroom right away and they asked the arbiter and so on and so on. But as a rule, as a handbook of FIDE, you cannot move. Like when your opponent make a move and you are not on the table, that's fine. You can just be out, absent. But when your opponent makes a move and you're on the board, you cannot get up. That's what I know. It's not something that you're going to lose the game. You will probably just get warning. And there has been cases when player had to leave the board and they got the warning, which is still fine. But here, that's not the issue. I think Tanjanki is completely fine here. And let's find a way how she's going to improve this position.
I see a couple of ideas, Keti. I'm not sure which are the right ones. First, I'm thinking put the queen on b3. Let's say queen b3. You play your queen c3, queen c1 stuff, whatever. I'm going to activate the king. You're waiting. I'm activating the king. Look at that. Here, king f5. And then at the right moment, trade the queens and claim something. But to be honest, I'm not even sure which is the right moment. This I'm not so sure, but there's another idea I really like. And the other idea is getting the bishop on d3. Yeah. And the maneuver is this.
I like that.
Right. How to properly execute it. It could be queen b3. You're moving here. I could play, again, I don't know what's the right order. Let's say here. Hide the king, for example, somewhere on d6. Where let's assume there's no perpetual, okay? Bishop c6. Maybe here. Bishop g6. Think about king d5 ideas. Or bishop d3. So this was the big idea that I was aiming for. Then take on e to win the game.
Makes a lot of sense to me to undermine this knight on e2, which, on the other hand, is not guarding c3 square. But Artur, do we need this king walk first, or can we go right away when black's king is on g8 so that we know these checks?
I don't know. It's just an idea. You know, I think I would spot this very quickly. And here, it's 40th move for tangent key. There's no need to force matters. I mean, you can make whatever quiet move, king f8, king f7. Doesn't matter. And then figure out. That's a very good question where the king should be. Right? Maybe you can keep the king on g8. Again, here. Queen. Okay, she played already king f7. It doesn't change much. Queen c3. And then let's try to make this march work. Here. Here. And maybe king e7. This trade, I guess we're almost winning.
If you push d5 kind of moves, you're going to trade the queens first and then take the pawn?
Actually, that's a very good point, because I'm not sure if that's winning.
Yeah.
Takes. There's a very good blockade.
Yeah.
Very good blockade. Might as well be not winning. Fair point. So maybe black needs to figure out where to put the king first. After something like, what was it again? Maybe just play king e7 and king d6.
How about we improve king's position and then play queen d3 to limit white's queen, force white to take our queen on d3 and somehow then sneak in with the king on the queen side. Is that a possibility?
You mean, let's say here,
Yes.
here, and you want to play queen d3 at some point?
Yeah, king e7 first, king d6 first. Here, king d3. And maybe now queen to d3, yeah.
It's absolutely definitely a move. And if I play here? Now I'm sort of threatening, I guess, to take. Also, what black has to figure out if this is not a fortress. Because let's say, whatever, let's say, even this position. How do you crash through? You still need to figure this out because there's no points of penetration. Could be a fortress, you know, in some lines.
Yeah, and you don't have time to push e5 yet.
Yeah, it's super tricky. Yeah, maybe actually e5 wins on the spot, you know, something like e5. Oh, wait, but you play king e3 very quickly.
No, not really. Yeah, after e5,
Okay.
taking king e3.
I like this idea, getting the bishop on d3. So tangent key here, just trying to figure out what's the right order of the moves. And maybe actually, you know, Keti, we could make another break because I think that now there's going to be a slower pace because the players have reached move 40, 41 already is on the board. There's going to be extra 30 minutes for each player, plus, of course, 30 seconds per each made move. And I think here tangent key is just trying to figure out the setup. This is the so-called schematic thinking. Which piece belongs where? And I think she already played this h5 with exactly this idea in her mind so that white doesn't play something like g4, h5 herself. And to make sure this bishop lands on g6, now she's trying to figure out how to do it. And why she's trying to figure out, let's make a break.
Let's do that. And also we can ask our viewers to think through this position. If you guys see any kind of setup how black can improve, that's going to be also some kind of homework for you and very nice workout. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Like in 5 minutes.
Yeah, we need to go first round break.
We are like making a break now.
Yes, please. Can I use my phone, dear viewers, to type?
We are going in the break right now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FIDE Women's Candidate Tournament 2022 Pool B. Here we have the first game of the round 2. We are your commentators today, Arturs, Neiksans, and myself, Keti, Tsatsalashvili, and we have already the position where surely it is one player who is pressing, and this is Tan Zhongyi with white pieces. She got an advantage in the end game against Goryachkina Alexandra. And the moment we left, we were struggling to find a clear plan how black is going to improve this position and get something out of this advantage. And we still have this valid question: is there a way that black can go for the win here with black pieces?
I think she is going for a slightly different idea. Queen A2 pins the knight, and maybe she's toying with the idea that, let's say, if white is not careful and plays something like Queen E3, there could be C3. There could be this idea to crash through. I mean, you have to take it, bishop C4, no attacks here, or maybe even just play bishop B3 right away, maybe even without bishop C4. I mean, I saw that there could be a chance to enter this queen endgame, which could be winning and could be drawing. I mean, I cannot really say, but I feel that it's really good. Or after queen E3 play, or immediately play bishop B3, remove the defense from this pawn, although maybe white can still play queen C1, and then try to snatch this pawn for free. So queen A2 itself is such an annoying move, which creates threats, but it doesn't force anything. So I think Goryachkina wants to make sure there's no C3, maybe play queen C3, but then what? I mean, black could still play some kind of a move like king G8 and ask white, what are you going to do? Because queen E3, I dropped the pawn. Maybe white has to keep the queen on C3 and play king E3, king F2, king E3.
How about queen B1 here? Because like if you play queen C1, then I have this check on D3. If you go back with the king, then my queen is already on the first rank, and I can go queen to H1.
Yeah, this is definitely an idea. And if I just do nothing... No, I mean, tricky. Maybe now this is the good moment to put the bishop on D3. I have a feeling it's very close to winning, technically. Maybe this is holding.
Queen H2 check, king E1 and queen G2, and you're losing the pawn on F3 with white. Unless you want to play knight G1, which is incredibly passive, and after
and if I give up
C3.
No, but I'm going to give up the pawn. And hope I can hold this. But I'm afraid this is not holding, because now the king is going to make it here. And first thing in my mind, which comes, Keti, Zugzwang. That's the first idea. It just feels there could be some Zugzwang ideas, right? The bishop is notorious for creating Zugzwang situations where the knight cannot reach the same position in odds number of moves. The bishop can do it. So think about bishop E8, bishop D7, bishop C6. We enter the same position after 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 moves. White can always do only even moves. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Maybe, of course, it's very, very far to go to that conclusion, but king E3 was played, queen B3 is immediately responded by Tanzhiki.
But that's actually far, but we might have this kind of position endgame. Like we might have queen endgame, or we might have knight versus bishop endgame, and there is also pawn endgame. Those are 3 endgames we might have. The game will not be end here at this point, right? There will be some kind of changes. So king E3 is on the board. Now queen to B3, queen C3 is one option, knight C3 is another option here. To be played, but once again, it's getting to me. I have a feeling that white might find some kind of Zugzwang positions.
You mean black? Yeah, black might find white some Zugzwang positions.
Or white can find themselves in Zugzwang.
Or maybe white can help.
Keywords.
Yeah. Yeah,
One
something
way
like
or
this.
another.
Oh wait, check this out. Maybe the idea is to put the queen on h1 is she did play this slow move to invite the king go to e3. Now she gives a check, and now she gains access to this h1. This is really deep stuff, and this made Goryachkina change the mind. She did play knight c3. She discarded the original idea, play queen c3. I guess she also saw that the black queen is getting on h1 and creating some Zugzwang problems. Knight c3 is played.
And at this point, look at this, Artur. Knight is pinned, queen is stuck to guard knight and the pawn. Is this a good time to start your idea of bishop c8, bishop e8, king g8, bishop g6, and to get this bishop more active?
Bishop here. Absolutely. Yeah, I think black might go for that choice at some point. Looks very logical. Yeah, how to properly execute it though? There could be also some queen b6 idea at some point, pinning this pawn, I just noticed, right? Because you have no time to go king f2 back, but I'm really guessing. Okay, let's play something like king f8. It doesn't hurt anything. You just remove the king from checks. And I'm asking yourself, what do you do next? So let's say you go here, I go here. What do you do?
Yeah, like you have to repeat the king moves, yeah? King to e3 or king to g3.
Okay, maybe white can't play queen e3 because now this pawn drops in some lines. So I guess you go here, I go here. You go here, I go here.
Right. You're just improving the king's bishop's position. Bishop c2 here even.
Oh,
at some point. Yeah.
even stronger. Attacking the knight. This already is getting very close.
Bishop d3. I don't know, really. So
It's getting really, really close. Bishop c6, Tsatsalashvili plays immediately. I guess this is according to the plan because she actually protects the pawn on a4. She probably prepares bishop e8. Also, maybe white is thinking about escaping some queen endgame. With knight e5, you know, remove the king, play knight e5, so bishop c6 is just to contain this knight on c3. It's actually very interesting, Keti. The knight on c3 is a good knight, right? It's a good knight. But the queen on b3, the presence of the queens on the board dramatically changes the position.
yeah, very interesting position indeed. There is this idea as well, like after bishop c6, you need this bishop to guard a4 pawn and also not to have on d5, so white will not trade this bishop. And for instance, let's keep this king f2 as Goryachkina just played right now, king g8, king e3, and there is this kind of ideas that black can consider queen to b7 to attack the pawn on f3. And if you keep the queen in charge to guard the pawn, then queen b2 will be something that's very unpleasant to
Let's say something like king f8, king e3, and now your point is queen b7, yeah? Yeah, there could be some options like this, yeah. Absolutely. Could be problematic to defend. And then after queen d1 something, queen b2.
Yeah.
And these things are completely overloaded. Absolutely, yeah. I think even this, on top of the problems, is a possibility.
Yeah, there is this nuance of queen b1 at some point there. So you want to go to the end game. And king e3, queen b7, and queen to b1. Queen to b1.
Yeah, but this way... wait, now the pawn on a4 drops.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do this. Because I wanted to enter the position where I keep this pawn, and now this king is going to make it to f5. And probably set some sort of a Zugzwang for white. But now knight a4 is... Yeah, now white is again, I guess, pretty happy.
Yeah, so because of this reason, Artur, I think we should keep this king safer on g8 and have the opportunities to play queen to a7, for instance, or queen to e7. So let's do it like king to g8 now.
What are you
King
going to do
e3.
against queen e3? No, I'm going to play queen e3. Because I think white is pretty flexible with the blockade.
But after queen b2?
I don't know, something like king e1.
Okay. Your point is that you're gonna take the e6 pawn. Okay.
Yeah, that's why.
I didn't understand what was going on.
That's why I wanted to play king f8. I felt that it's avoiding any checks. And now, let's say you play this queen e3. There's no more check, and I feel this should be winning. I hope I'm not missing some perpetual check.
Yeah.
So the threat is still to go here and avoid taking on e6. Of course, you need to watch out what white does with something like knight e4, etc.
Queen b2 here. Queen b2, queen e2, c3. Slowly we're getting somewhere.
But if I go here, I mean, you need some accuracy here. C3 is still not going anywhere. Bishop g6, maybe. There could be unexpected counterplay at some point. So I think here what Janki is struggling. Yeah, she did already play king f8. She's slightly struggling to understand. She's struggling to understand where the king belongs. So it's not easy. I mean, where does it go? To h8, to f8, to queenside, to d7? Where exactly do you position it? So I think she just played king f8 because this position is not so forcing, and she sort of hints at the idea of bishop e8, and also Goryachkina already suspects it. That I think that something like queen e3, seeking some sort of a counterplay makes perfect sense here. But then again, I mean, maybe you're right, Keti, with this queen b2 check, which is very annoying because she loses the control of the b2 square. And now you play something like king e1. Maybe you're just losing again the same game, even take it, and queen e7.
Why we're not taking the knight on c3 for...
Because I missed that for like fifth time. I missed that for like fifth time already today. That's why. Okay, let me try to improve this. King f1.
Mm-hmm.
Now queen a3. Maybe it's just winning queen endgame. Because after queen e6, I can take on c3. Okay, I can give you a check, doesn't really matter. Take it, and this could be as well lost.
It's for sure lost, but Artur, there is also queen c1 check, very unpleasant check for black after queen e6. Let's move, queen to c1 check. And you go king to somewhere.
I have no idea where to position it. It's so bad. Okay, king a3 is played, Again, if Goryachkina is going to make a mistake here and lose this position, you can't blame her.
No,
it's
absolutely not. It's just so worse position. Everything now is on Tan Zhongyi's side, and it only matters if she finds a way to improve it. If there's a way actually to improve it, and if she finds this way to improve it.
I think this has got to be the idea. Maybe Goryachkina wants to sacrifice a pawn.
D5, Bishop takes D5, or what?
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to change something dramatically here. D5.
Yeah.
Bishop e8 is on the board, by the way.
Bishop e8. Wow, she's seeing something.
Now, the moment of truth. Should you play f5? I mean, is this what you want to play because you want to keep the position closed, but you see this threat, and you suspect it's very close to losing? Because now the bishop on d3 greatly restricts white's pieces. There could be Tsuktsang ideas. There could be so many things. I think that Goryachkina is gonna try to, go all in here, play f5.
But this after f5, we can just take f5 here, and d5 will be this queen b6 check.
Like this,
Then we're gonna play next move.
I want to play f4 and close the position for good. So what I'm saying here, I'm pretending like this pawn on f5 doesn't matter.
Yeah, I understand that.
It's all about the control of the squares, really. So I could easily see Goryachkina doing this, but then again, I mean, this f5 opens the position, and I'm not sure if she wants to do that. I mean, actually, it could be even worse. After something like f5, maybe black even plays queen b6. And just enjoys.
Some e5 ideas.
Yeah, I mean, if white doesn't take it, then sure. Yeah, there could be e5. But let's say white takes it on e6, king f2. What essentially changes? What changes? Okay, maybe here the pawn on a4 is under attack. So for Goryachkina, she needs to do something really fast. Otherwise, she's going to be completely outplayed while standing. And maybe she already suspects it's very close to losing. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. Another thing is that after f5, you can also play e5 to keep this pawn in the center. And white's pawn on f5 will be target anyway after bishop to d7. And if you take on e5, just thinking to take it back with a pawn. Yeah,
maybe. Maybe it's time to go totally crazy and go forward. You know, Keti, this reminded me of this element of surprise. I remember where did I learn this from? I remember in my professional career.
King walk?
I think it was game of Petrosian Kasparov. Or, I'm sorry, it was Kasparov Petrosian, one of the old games where Kasparov was probably still not the world champion. He was playing against Petrosian. And it's the so-called element of surprise, right? And Petrosian played, what move was this? Some king d6 move where the board was full with pieces. And Kasparov was so upset, just didn't understand what's happening. He lost the game, tried and lost. And why I'm mentioning this, I once did the same. I played it.
Yeah, I have also studied that game, king d6.
I played it in.
I remember only, nothing else.
I played it in a very good GM level game, and also I did something like this. When your position is so bad, you try to change something in the game, right? You don't want to sit passively. And I think I also played something like king e4, king e5, giving the opponent some thoughts that you should try to checkmate the king. And I managed to escape that draw. Very, very nice game, actually. But even though it was objectively losing, I mean, I'm looking at this position, Keti, and the big question is, does she even believe this is a fortress or not? Because I don't think this is a fortress. So if it's not, best change something. Just change something. I mean, change the structure, change something. I mean, go for some tricks. Go for unexpected.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if it's not working, like for now, we have not seen a clear way to win here, like the final position where black is winning, right? So it's really tough condition for Alexandra Goryachkina right now. If she goes this king e4, she might be checkmated, or she should just wait. For the moment, we see that she's just waiting. She decides to trust Tanzhongyi that she has something there. But in this position, after king to f2,
I'm not sure that's the right strategy.
Artur, can we play queen b6 here?
Don't we want to put the bishop here first? On d3?
Yeah, you can do that too, but if I'm winning this on a spot, like after queen to b6, you cannot play king e3 because I'm going to play e5 and you are pinned.
No, but it's not winning anything, is it? Unless now you want to play bishop d3. Or like, let's say queen b6, king e3, e5, takes, queen goes here. I'm not sure if this is so great here. Check, queen c3, take, king d4. Okay, obviously I already misplayed it.
Queen d1.
Queen d1, king c5, there you go. There you go. The king is a piece.
This king will be safe there.
Oh, it's safe. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Wait. Let's try bishop g6. I want to put the bishop here. King d3, bishop d3, and let's say king f2. You said there's no immediate plan. I'm not sure. What if I now play queen b6?
Wait, we give up bishop c2 idea?
I'm not sure what it does, really. I mean, here? Maybe it's smart to start with this. Okay.
Yeah.
Here, and now here. And after king e3,
e5?
now e5 could be something.
Oh, this is so nice. e5, f takes c, d takes c, queen b6, king f4, and queen h6.
Nice.
Game
checkmate.
over.
It's not even a queen, it's a checkmate on the board. Nice.
Yeah, that's the moment when you just want to win a queen, but it happens to be checkmate, and you have to accept that too.
Bishop g6 is played. That's why I didn't like this choice by Goryachkina, because I can easily see how black is crashing, not crashing through, how black is improving. And does it look like to you a fortress? No, it does not look like a fortress. So that's why I felt that here, maybe after bishop e8, she had to try to change something, you know? I know it's a tough choice, but I mean, you're already having a very bad position. But probably Goryachkina felt that perhaps her actions will be her undoing. And that's why she didn't do it. So again, I mean, is this the right choice? Is this the bad choice? But I mean, you simply have to make a choice, right? And she decided to sit put. Like I said, I don't like that because now she has no active chances whatsoever. I mean, f5 is gone. There you go. It's no longer happening. So d5, it achieves nothing. Now the bishop lands on d3 and this opportunity is gone.
Wait, why don't d5?
Because I said so. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. It just...
Sorry for asking.
I mean, maybe yeah, she has to play d5. Okay, what if I take it and give you a nasty check?
King g1.
Or e3?
No.
No?
We don't need it anymore. King g1. You really want king e3, king d3, king c5?
No, I want to have an active king. I mean, I understand that things are bad.
But now as some position is open, also black's king is not that safe for the moment. There can be some checks.
Okay, queen a2 check probably is not very good, to be honest. So d5 takes. Right? Something like this. And now I just play some positional move like bishop d3, and I don't care. Oh, wait, you have perpetual check ideas here.
Queen e3? I might go for checkmate as well. Queen e7, queen e8, queen h5, 97. I don't know.
Okay. It's good to be optimistic.
Well, what to do?
Okay, d5. Maybe this is the final chance for Goryachkina to seek some activity.
That's the thing, actually, that bishop g6 was... That was the reason why I was suggesting first queen to b6 to pin this pawn. Because after d5, it's not very clear to me what is really black's plan here.
No, I want to open.
I'm getting rid of one of my weakness. My knight is more active. Your bishop is, okay, improved. I don't know, because now maybe you want to get this bishop back. Bishop, I don't know, e8, bishop c6.
Or maybe start with putting the king in the corner somehow.
That's a bit slow, right? After
maybe.
king g8, you can go f5 now. It's serious stuff.
Maybe. No, it's just an idea. It's just an idea, really. I mean, I'm not sure how to do it properly. This is definitely an interesting idea. So I'm thinking I want to teleport the king on h7 so that there's no checks, no perpetuals, no nothing. And then somehow capitalize on this pawn advantage of the queen side. White king is also pretty exposed. And this means there's a lot of checks that might decide the fate of the game immediately in favor for black. But, of course, I mean, you still need to make those moves.
Yeah, but at the moment, I'm not really afraid of this king because I will play on the dark squares, king g1, king f2, king h2, something like this. And only queen, I'm not very much afraid, right? Bishop cannot play in the part.
Okay, but we can agree on this, right, Keti, that d5 looks interesting.
I think it should be played at this point. If you allow black to play bishop c2 next move, you might not have chance to play this anymore.
Maybe actually Tanjaki slightly rushed it. Maybe the right idea was to play bishop f7. I mean, here, after king f2, play bishop f7, you know, mysterious move. Now white automatically plays here, and now I play bishop g6.
Is on the board, Artur. D5 is on the board.
Yes, it was to be expected.
Wow.
I mean, you have to do something. You have to do something.
She just plays e takes d5. She doesn't even like she was expecting this to happen.
Of course,
for sure.
Of course, she also suspects that Goryachkina is not going to sit and do nothing.
Yeah.
But look at the structure, Keti. Black is enjoying a better pawn endgame. I mean, not a pawn endgame, but pretty much any endgame because black's 3 pawns are holding 4 pawns. And what?
Yeah.
Why does just? I mean, black is just having this passed pawn.
Yeah, black is pawn up on the queen side. Yeah, to look from that perspective, it looks pretty bad for white. But what we had so far, this is some error that white is having in this position indeed.
All right.
What's the move? Oh, how about queen a2, queen e2 stuff?
Well, king e3. And then bishop d3, yeah? That's definitely a move. Check. Here and here. Threatening some things. By the way, queen g2 is a big threat there.
If you play queen to d2 to cut the second rank, then I will take a3 pawn with the smile on the face. So,
I guess so. With a very big smile.
Much.
Okay, maybe there's some counterattack desperate possible. You know, I see some discover check ideas. Oh, wait, it's a mate on the board. Oh, nice.
Really? Queen e4? Ooh, nice. Yeah, beautiful.
All right. Also, the other idea, I'm looking at Keti. I'm looking at something simple as queen b5. And then I wanted to give you a check here to dominate your queen, because queen e3, I take on a3. And if you go back, I play whatever, queen d4. Of course, I see the pawn on e8 is a4 is under attack. Okay, queen a2 check is played. She is going for the first line. Now, totally there's going to be king e3. I don't see ever in this lifetime king g1 happening. I mean, Goryachkina is not going to do this to her king. She's totally going to move forward. And then she plays king g1, imagine.
Yeah.
No, but okay.
I would be surprised. Like, why not? The thing maybe after king g1, there's this sneaky move, bishop f5, bishop h3 ideas, and I want to checkmate you on the second rank.
There's many problems. There's many problems. Maybe even just a simple move, bishop d3.
But what really happens after queen e3? That's the... You just take the pawn on a3?
Yeah, I protect the e7 square. Yeah, but maybe white has to do this at some point, you know, go total all in, queen e6, knight f6, go for some perpetual check ideas. King e3, there you go, I told you. King has fallen.
I'm very afraid with this king on e3.
I think she didn't have a choice, really.
You know why? Because there's a lot of mating nets that this king is going through, if you just are not so accurate in your calculation, you might just lose the game next move. So after bishop d3 here, the queen e2 is something that I want to play. Queen d2, queen e2 check. But then king d4, and there's no follow-up. That's so strange.
You mean here?
Yeah.
This makes sense, absolutely, because now queen f2, check, queen e3, queen g3. There could be some checks which just lead to perpetual.
Yeah.
No, they just lead to perpetual immediately. So this is not what Tanjung is going to miss. Bishop d3 is played, just in case, protect the pawn on c4, give some check ideas here. Knight c3 makes sense, but king d4, maybe this is the element of surprise that you try to, try to do something. Actually, it's not looking so bad.
Yeah. Crazy game, really. There was no point that we got bored in this game.
No. I mean, the king's a piece, right? And black is walking with the king on the dark squares. So, why not?
Okay, maybe now queen f2, queen e3, and queen b2. So we want to take a3 with a check if you play king c. Yeah.
Nice geometry. So you can't do that.
If you play king c5, then knight queen takes a3 check.
Nicely spotted. Yeah. This wins. Yeah, this is totally winning. I mean, now I don't believe there's... okay, white can, of course, try to play king c6, go totally inspirational. But no, this already starts to be winning because I don't even see a single check which doesn't trade queens. And that means that there's a lot of resources for black. Great idea. That is definitely a great idea. So, what was it after what was the move? King d4 loses, it appears, right? King d4 simply loses. She can't do that. Okay, what about knight c3?
We were thinking of queen g2, I guess.
And now I try to use the same idea. Can I do that? Can I activate the king like this? Because it's in the wrong place, in the wrong time. And now, beg for a queen trade. But again, I mean, black doesn't have to do that. Or maybe even here, after king d4, just take on g3, you know?
Yeah.
And just take on h4. There's, again, no checks. So the king always escapes on h4. No, I think this is it. That's it. That's what it looks like, because black's position is so good, and the white already can lose this in several ways.
Mm-hmm.
Knight b4 something. Okay, once again, let's try to make this work. So king d4 loses. Once again, let's agree on this, right? So check, queen e3, and very beautiful, queen b2. So what else is there? Knight c3, queen g2. Maybe queen e1. And then I'm going to dominate your queen side.
Yeah, how you're going to guard the a3 pawn.
It just feels there's some killer shot. I don't see it, though. Queen c5,
Like
king
queen
d2.
b2 here or queen b4. Just waiting moves. Queen b2, for instance.
Checkmate on the board. I mean, black is so good that you could even find a checkmate in one. Okay. Queen b2, yeah, annoying position.
Knight c3 is on the board. White just played. So our suggestion here is to play queen g2.
I think she's gonna do it totally.
Yeah.
Unless her idea is to play queen b3, queen b6.
That's a possibility.
Yeah, keep all the options open. Queen g2 looks to be really good. Maybe this is where they're gonna get, because this is very, I mean, almost immediately lights out, because now every single endgame black king can get to g4. So probably what Goryachkina intends to do is to play queen e1. And now again, black can play something like queen. So many moves here again. Here, take. I'm probably missing some direct shot here, Keti.
I think queen c2 makes a lot of sense here, Artur.
You mean
Instead
not
of
take
queen
it?
b2. Queen c2.
If I go here, queen g2 is played. I don't see.
Queen to b3. Queen e6. Oh, sorry, queen to b2. Sorry, queen to b2. To keep the eye on f2 square as well.
Right. So you're threatening to give a check. You're threatening to take. Yeah, this actually looks pretty clean. Okay, obviously I need to activate my pieces badly.
Mm-hmm.
And now I trick you into this. Did I trick you?
I guess so. Queen up3 now.
Although white is very active.
We might get checkmated.
Okay, I mean, there's not going to be any checkmate, but there's some perpetual checks. Maybe black just plays some cool move like queen a8. Let's just follow. Queen e1 is chosen by Goryachkina, as already suspected. Feels technically winning.
Game.
Yeah, I mean, very, very powerful game by Tanzhanki.
Yeah, I thought first game would be like a draw. After 40 moves, like agreement, then slowly go to the tiebreaks. But guys, we started this second round in a way that there will be no peace at all. So already at this position, Tanzhanki having this much advantage with black pieces, it's just a good start. And also just imagine how much confidence she might feel that she won tiebreaks convincingly, and then now she's starting this match with such a pressure to the opponent.
Of course, it definitely adds to the confidence. But even if, let's not jump it to the conclusions, but even if Tanjanki wins this, Goryachkina is still going to have very good fighting chances, right? But to receive such a blow with white color after having an extra day for rest, that's a nightmare scenario for Goryachkina.
Yeah, indeed. So Queen E2 is our chat says that Queen E1 loses according to the engine. Knight A4 was the only move.
Yeah, but now you take on G3, right? And is this somehow holding? Maybe the idea was to play Knight C5. Wait, so Knight F4. Oh wait, I still have this check though. Check here and take.
And Queen E3 now.
Queen E3 and white is somehow holding together. Okay, I agree. Yeah, Knight A4 was definitely feeling like the only move. I definitely agree. Because you know what, Keti? If this pawn falls, that's it for white. Because it just runs forward.
But hold on, after Queen to B2, now white can take A4. And if you take on A3, then I still have this Knight C3 move.
Yeah, this is what we were looking at some 5 minutes ago. Like, check here.
Queen B2 was suggestion, I think.
Or Queen B2. Yeah, be incredibly annoying, right? Queen B2. Wow, what a move.
If you play Queen D2, then Queen B6.
You can't do this. It's still very close to win. I mean, maybe here Tanjanki actually made a mistake, you know? Maybe she should have played Queen C2 first. Because white is still
this
in.
move more. Queen C2, Queen B3 slowly getting back to the position where you had before. Looking for. And now the difference is that you have this extra Queen B6 check. So for instance, if white here passes the move, yeah, Queen to D2, then you go Queen B3. A3 pawn.
Yeah, and everything falls apart, right?
Yeah.
That's nice. So she needed some extra patience here. I mean, I don't think she yet spoiled anything. And King D4, now you will play Queen B2, pinning this pawn and threatening with some Queen B6 annoying check ideas. So what else? After Queen C2? Queen A1 maybe.
Yeah, possible, but Queen B3 anyway. This is our idea. Queen B3 to attack these two weaknesses and Queen B6 in the end.
Oh, this is nice. Look at this geometry, Keti. Queen B6, Queen E1, Queen C2, Queen B2. Very nice. I mean, you just dominate the position from vertical to horizontal. I mean, very, very nice display of the power of the bishop. I guess you missed it. I mean, Queen C2, Queen B2 was a very tricky order with the moves. And now Goryachkina fixes her problem. I guess the mistake, she takes an A4, Queen takes an A3.
Well, the thing is that white has one less thing to worry. So A3, there was this thing, extra weakness for white on A3. And now as it's off, there will be one less problem on the board.
Now it's easier slowly for white. Yeah, I think this was a miss. This was definitely a miss for Tanjanki, because now she doesn't have to worry about this pawn and could be a fortress still. But still, I give Tanjanki excellent winning chances, right? The king is just in the middle of the action, so a lot of accuracy is required for Goryachkina. Try to save the game.
Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, we got raid from Master Chess Dojo. Thank you very much, guys, and welcome to the FIDE Women's Candidate Tournament. This is round 2, when we have only 2 participants left, and the game 1. We have classical chess tournament here, unless we go to the tie breaks. As today is the first game to go. Tomorrow will be second game, and after then we're gonna have a day off. So that's very much needed for the players. As you can see, guys, they are spending a lot of nerves and energy for each games and each moves. It's so much tense, and we do have a lot on the table. Great prize fund, and also the potential World Championship title. And that's what these players are fighting for. It is now move 54, and seems like soon we're gonna have time situation again. In about 10 minutes, things will be so complicated, Artur.
And I do see that people are suspecting that mistake was made, but Tanjanki, you're right. I also do believe that trading these pawns was not the best she could have done. So here, a couple of moves ago, Goryachkina made a mistake, I guess, immediately not taking the pawn. Knight x on a4 had to be done, giving an opportunity to play the very slow move, queen c2, dominating the position. But again, I mean, you can't really blame Tanjanki because this is such a tricky move to find. She missed it. And I guess now she realizes that there's just no easy way to crash through. However, I still do believe that Black has excellent winning chances and can carry on this game if necessary to the time trouble, and then hope for the final error from White's perspective.
That's true. So what Black is thinking here, how many moves Black has? Black has queen b2. I like this move very much. That's what we suggested. Queen e7 check, queen c5 check. Is there any other checks? Queen a7 check.
I like queen b2. I mean, there's a lot of checks, of course. Check, check, check. There's many checks. None of them, I guess, good. Because let's say here, queen d4 looks like, oh my goodness, Black is going to crash through. No, I mean, White just plays queen e3. Queen e3, king e1 or king c1 and still holds. And this endgame, Black can't win, I guess, right? Because there's too little material on the board. And I guess White is simply having a fortress set up. I think so, at least.
Yeah, a3 pawn is so much needed. I think at this point, Tanjangi has already realized that it was too early to give up this pawn. She could keep pressure still. One way or another, there was many ways to do so, starting from queen c2 at the beginning. And probably she did not consider this knight c3 move to be so strong from long perspective. Like, it's not something that she was calculating from this move, right? She was calculating this when she played queen g2, and that's the process. When you calculate one line, then you are not looking for the others, especially when you have so much pressure on the time. And guys, at this point, this is move 54. They are already quite tired. They have been through to these lines. Without moving the pieces, we can move the pieces and see like, oh, okay, here, this is the trick. And they are not moving the pieces. They are all calculating, and this takes a lot of energy from them. And Artur, to be honest, at this point, if we see some inaccuracy, we can count it on the tiredness of the players.
Absolutely. Yeah, queen b2 is playing on the board, and White's defense is not yet over. Like queen d2, queen b6 drops the mate in one, queen f2 drops the queen. The position is so tricky that White still needs to show a lot of resources. And this tiredness, Keti, that you said, Goryachkina has got one extra day of rest because she did not have any tiebreak. She did beat Alexandra Kostanyuk in the normal time, so to speak, right, in the classical games, 2.5 against 1.5, while Tanjanki had a very nerve-thrilling tiebreak. I mean, it was absolutely insane match, and she had only 1 day to recover. And this is something that many people maybe don't pay attention to. I mean, especially the viewers, because you think, okay, the player comes, he plays, but you don't sometimes think about what is the distance that the player has passed before. So the candidates tournament, it just takes away so much energy from you, right? And one of the toughest tournaments, Keti, I could definitely name, it's the World Cup. There's almost like no rest days. First game, second day tiebreaks. First game, second day tiebreaks. I'll just go non-stop for like a month. I mean, if you get it so far. Incredibly tough.
I've been talked to many players who have qualified to the World Cup, and all of them are saying that it's so tense, and extra tense for them is that they don't know where they will be knocked out. They don't know when it will be their next ticket. So the thing is that the organizer and the FIDE, we have a move. What is that? I'm going to continue the story, but queen to b2 and then
knight e5. So Goryachkina is threatening to play queen b4 check. That's the big idea here.
Wow, I'm starting to worry here for Tanjangi's chances, because it seems to be slim now. I
don't know. What if I play king g8? I just avoid a trade. I don't think you want to play queen b4 check. King g8 looks a very easy move to me. And do you go back? Then we continue to play on. You could try to force matters with... Yeah, with what? Knight b4, I put the bishop.
Wait, can we activate the queen somehow? Like...
Oh. Here? Queen b4? I have queen e2 check, by the way. I think king g8 is played. I think nothing is over yet. So black just removes the king from the checks. So I guess you go back, knight c3. I mean, incredibly difficult defense still for white to go. Even if the engine says, I mean, imagine engine maybe says something like 0.5 advantage for black. Right?
Really, at this position?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing, really. I don't know. Maybe 0.1 advantage, which is not winning, but
minus, right?
Yeah, -1.
Yeah.
So in the computer language, that would be like an advantage for black, but it's not winning. But talk about practical difficulties. Maybe she goes knight c3.
Yeah. So back to the topic. There's one very interesting topic. I never thought about the mental fetish that may cause they to cause on them mentally. It's guys. It's a psychological game after all. Really, it's purely about that. It's some percentage, if not a big percentage, right? And you can't even imagine how exhausted you are after playing any type of the tournament, especially knockout. I don't know if you are to agree with that knockout system is the most, like, there is an extra pressure for you. Like, if you lose one game and you didn't win another game, you're out, like at the World Cup. It's not like open tournament. It's not a round robin tournament that you lose one game, but you have in other games to happen. So this is extra pressure on them.
Absolutely, yeah. There's absolute great pressure for both players because the stakes are high. They're fighting to be eventually the challenger for the World Championship title. Tan Zhongqi has already been a world champion before. I think those are the years 2017 and 18. Alexander Goryachkina is the runner-up from the previous World Championship cycle. She lost in the match against Yu Wenyun, but she's ready to come back, try to give it another shot. The stakes are the highest.
True.
Knight c3. So the only chance that Goryachkina can do here, Keti, is just sit and do nothing. Stack up some popcorn and don't do a thing. Just knight c3, knight e5, knight c3, knight e5, knight c3, knight e5. There's nothing else for her to do, I guess. Because the queen on e1 holds all the critical squares here. The pawn on g3, which again holds together the entire king side. And the knight on c3, which stops the c pawn. That's it. The king on e3 is going to stay. Because it can't go further, there might be even more annoying checks, which would launch the white king not where it wants to go. I think I have to show this, by the way.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, let's say, for example, here king h7 is played. Let's say king d4. You just give a check. And black just collects the pawn on f3.
That's right.
And that's a major progress. And again, you have this idea to play king f5, king g4, and enjoy the fact that now black controls the g4 square. So this is not going to happen. And again, Goryachkina is going to play knight e5, knight c3, knight e5, knight c3. This is a good thing, actually, for her, because she doesn't really have to use any imagination. Just make those moves and ask black, what do you have?
Yeah, that's a good question. King h7 is now on the board. The question that comes to my head, what happens after knight d5 if she keeps this happening?
Maybe there's some tricks with g5 at some point, you know? Let's say black plays... I'm not sure what's the right... Maybe even now. Can I do this now? g5.
So your point is if you take with the f pawn at some point, you're going to drop knight queen e5 check.
That's the point, yeah. That is exactly the point, and maybe that's why she's
but
hesitating.
I'm not even sure with that, Artur. After king d2, let's say like takes queen e5, king to f2, or king to d2. You take the knight, and I give you a check.
And more checks, yeah?
Yeah.
No, but this is balancing to a loss, to be honest.
And then take on f6.
Doesn't look like a draw to me. So white has 2 pawns for the piece, but
G5? G4,
What?
sorry?
well, but are you going to enter this position? Probably not, right? Probably not. You just think it's probably losing.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the problem. You can make this happen on the board, but they probably don't go. Knight d1 is on the board. That's a bit passive to me, to my eyes, this knight to be on d1.
I guess she was afraid of this g5. I mean, it's got to be. Once again, knight e5, g5. She saw this idea, and I'm not sure if Tanjaki was ready to execute it right here. I guess you can't take with f pawn. You could include this pawn trade, but now black has a chance to organize a passed pawn. Maybe this was still the right way to play. I don't know how. Maybe queen h1, etc. I guess the engines are going to tell you. So Goryachkina decided not to go there and try the luck from the d1 square. So queen b6, king d2, and now what's the follow-up here from Tanjaki?
Yeah, this move, queen to a5 check or queen to b4 check, is not losing queen because you have knight c3 move. Anyways, she goes for this check. Knight c3 is now only move that will be played.
All right.
And is she going to play something like queen to d6 to create some kind of pin on d-file?
Queen d6. Could be. I'm not sure. I understand black's idea at the moment, why this check on b4 was necessary.
Yeah. And also, Artur, at this point, you can also play bishop to f5 to keep everything still. At this point, you want to give a check. And if king goes on c1, then queen d3 creates some kind of mating threats. Just to regroup in pieces.
That is smart, because now queen e3, you need to watch out for this check. And again, now I'm tricking you here somehow.
Yeah.
And queen f2, and maybe I have achieved something. Maybe I have not. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is actually trapping the queen. Assuming that black doesn't want to trade queens, because this awfully looks like...
This is dream scenario for white, indeed.
Yeah, this is dream scenario. We can agree on this. This looks holdable. Knight c3, queen b2 check, king e3 is played. We have reached the same position, only now black is to move. Again, we already had this position, but it was white to move. Now it's black to move. And for the trefoiled repetition, it doesn't help Goryachkina.
What? She's doing just going for checks? No!
No, she's not going to repeat the game into a draw.
But
Never.
She has to be a bit careful here. They would be a bit disappointing for all Tanjongi's fans. And
No. She's never repeating. She's never repeating. Why? Because this position is totally risk-free. Even if you believe that you don't have really serious winning chances, you never make a draw from the position of strength. Never. You never do that.
Yeah, extra
Right?
score sheets on the table was brought by the main arbiter.
It really reminds me the classical scenario rook and bishop versus rook, right? Keti, which is
continues forever and...
Yeah, but it's a theoretical draw, and that would be like you get the rook and bishop, and you don't try to play for the win. But nobody does it. Of course, everybody tries to play for the win, and vast majority does win it. No, there's definitely no way that Tanjaki is going to go for the trefoil unless she somehow blunders the trefoiled repetition. And this is also what she has to check, make sure. There's so many moves she can still make. She can make queen d6. She can play king h6. She can play queen a7 just to avoid the repetition. Even if she doesn't see an immediate plan how to crash through. It's white who needs to come up with these difficult defensive moves.
And also another factor is she's ahead on time with 2 minutes only, but still 2 minutes can be decisive in some positions, in some cases. Okay, she's taking some of the time, and the position is not too much changed here at this point. So there can be some queen move or bishop f5. I really like this move very much to open up the d file for the queen. So there can be some queen d4 checks, queen d6 checks happening, queen b2, also queen c2 ideas, and just to wait opponent what she is going to play.
Right. So probably Tanjangi realizes there's no way to crash through. So all that's left is tricks. To find some order of the moves, some setup where white can make the obvious move according to the setup and still somehow lose.
Yeah.
So she has spent already almost half an hour in this position after not half an hour, something like 20 minutes in this position. There you go, bishop g6.
g6.
It's all about the tricks, right? Practical chances. And she suspects the game is not winning, but white can still make a mistake.
And it makes sense to make this move rather fast. So white needs more time to think here, because we have seen some of the lines ending really bad for white. And it's a big chance that Goryachkina might drop the time down to several minutes. Yeah, in the end, guys, maybe this game will end in a draw because Goryachkina is finding obviously the best way to defend, but it will be still a fight. Not sure that it will be decided here in this type of position. I think there will be some kind of breakthrough for sure.
Definitely. This game is going to continue for quite a while. So get ready. Queen e3. Goryachkina make sure that the pawn on g3 is not going to get lost. She had to make sure she calculates properly the sequence after queen b2 check, king e1, and queen g2, right? So that the pawn on g3 doesn't drop. She was making sure that there's no tricks. She's trapping this queen, and that's why she safely played queen e3 now that the pawn on g3 can be protected.
That's right. So instead of queen g2, after queen b2, which has happened, king e1, and shall black play bishop to d3 back to control f1 square? So king e1 has to be played.
That is perfectly logical. Yeah, I think she's going to do it and also somehow activate the king, because without a king, I guess you can't win this game. And this is where the problem. So imagine yourself, let's say you put the bishop on d3, so there you go. Bishop d3 goes back.
After queen d2 here, which looks very logical move after bishop d3, you will go with a queen a1 check. And here the point is that you can play queen d1 because you're losing the knight on c3. Can we make it on the board? Queen d2 and queen a1?
Queen a1?
So you can play queen d1, you are dropping knight on c3. If you play knight d1, you pin your knight here. And
king f2 is queen h1. This is your idea, right?
Yeah. Queen h1 or queen f1?
Although it's debatable if you really make any progress, you know? Because I think we already had this position before, except your queen was on b2.
Yeah.
Again, some tricks, some practical tricks.
Artur, can we try with queen f1 for a moment? Like queen d2, queen a1, king f2.
Queen f1,
king e3.
Check.
No, maybe.
No?
Maybe no. But what to play, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the point, right? I mean, what to play, because this knight on c3, those dark squares somehow hold together. I also don't see what to play. Maybe it's something like this. Check here and here.
But queen d2?
Queen d2 is mate in one.
e7.
It's a mate in one. But okay, here you still hold. Oh, wait, you don't hold.
Wait, queen b2, queen b6?
How do you hold this,
so
actually?
many ways to trick.
Maybe this is the idea that she's aiming for. This is the possession, because suddenly I don't see a move. King d4 loses, king d2 loses, queen d2 is mate in one, queen, I mean, just losing, I guess, because knight e5, oh wait, there's knight e5 still. Maybe it's still saving black.
Is it queen a7?
Oh wait, there's still queen a7, what I'm hallucinating there? Maybe there's knight b5. This already feels extremely bad. Okay, now this knight is going to most likely get lost.
Knight is back on d1.
So that was the sequence with queen d2. Queen d2, queen f1, and I check. And here,
Yeah.
if Tanjuki gets this position, this looks like excellent winning chances. But we have something else. We have knight e1.
With knight d1, can we be tricky and play queen to b1 with idea c3?
I just go forward. And now
Oh,
c3
no, queen c2?
check. No, c3 check.
Okay, yeah, sure.
And that wins the game.
Yeah.
Because knight c3, you drop the knight.
Queen c2. If king takes, then queen c2 anyway.
And this takes anyway. All right.
Wait, Artur, after king d2 c3, right?
It just wins.
King c3?
Yeah, there's a check first. Oh, wait, king d4? And
Your
that's mate on the
favorite
board.
move?
Yeah, you have a mate
Oh
on the-
no, it's a checkmate.
Yeah, otherwise you would take the knight on d1. I would snatch the bishop on d3. So this is actually a trap. So king d2. I think this is what she's aiming for. So these positions, which would be the normal response for Goryachkina, in some scenarios they are losing. So this is position number one. I mean, number two, technically already. And the position number one was this sequence. Again, find somehow where you dominate your opponent's pieces like this. And in certain scenarios, it's winning for you. I'm not really sure how properly, how Tanjuki has to think here. I guess she has to imagine in her mind some dream scenario. Where do you have to position your pieces? But it's so tricky because everything literally looks the same. It just looks the same. I mean, you can't really maybe figure it out. Why the queen belongs a1? Why not b2?
Yeah, so after queen to b1, if she goes with that. Well, queen b1 because we want to play c3 and we're guarding the bishop on d3.
So
Queen
this
d2 is
loses.
not working. Queen d2 is working.
Queen d2.
Queen d2. And at this point, you can play bishop c2 to pin the knight. King e2 is only move here you can play.
And there you go. We can play this forever.
Yeah.
So, of course, the pawn endgame, I think not, because this king is not going to crash through the king side. But think about ideas like trading the knight.
Queen b2 here.
Yeah. Queen b2, c3, c2. Very close to winning,
Yeah.
actually.
Queen c2 and you play already c2 and I think that's it.
I'm not sure.
No, sorry. Queen d2 and c3.
No, I'm not going to play queen d2. I'm going to play king e3.
Then why I play c3 here to draw?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I mean, give you a perpetual check.
No, thank you very much. You're tricky. But there's king h6 anyway.
But how do you actually stop this? Keti, it's a very simple question. How do you stop this? Queen b1. No, she missed this. Wait,
Whoa.
so queen b1, this looked like a very serious chance here. So bishop c2, how do you stop this? So again, king d2, c3, she missed a very nice victory here. And again, knight e1, queen b1, if queen d2, I mean, the bishop c2 is unstoppable threat. What am I missing here? Nothing, right?
No, it's not working. Like knight is pinned, queen can't go farther because there's no checks. c3 is a move. Okay, let's see what is her idea actually.
Anyway, yeah, let's check it. I think she just missed the win here. That's what it looked like.
Maybe she wants to play now, queen b1. And the point is...
Maybe she can still enter the same position.
Yeah, if she is hoping for the same position.
Queen b6, queen e3, queen b1. Like this.
Yeah.
Maybe this position still can occur.
Oh, maybe queen b1 first? King f2 and then queen b6.
Yeah, I see your threat. King e1, queen g1
Queen
mate.
g1, yeah.
But I'm not sure if I have to go there. I just go back. The way it feels, Keti, that She already had it. She already had a winning position here. I mean, I'm not sure what Tangent is saying here. I don't see any defense after Queen B1. Do you?
No, not really.
This was a very easy shot to
I consider
miss.
Queen endgame big chance to win.
Very big chances. Again, here, Bishop C2, King E2, takes, Queen B2 check, King E3. Now I guess you have to work on this, like some check on B6, or come on, you can play this forever, literally.
Yeah.
And this opportunity now is gone. And from this perspective, it's going to be difficult for Tan Zhongyi to pick up. That she has to play this, and now spot C3.
Let's see what she's doing. She's going Queen to C5.
I think that's the wrong way, but we might still see this. So Queen C5, Queen E3, I guess.
But now Queen B1 is impossible, yeah? And
Now Queen B1 is impossible, exactly.
why she chose Queen C5?
I don't know. I think Queen B6 made more sense because you keep going back on B1. Queen C5 is a very narrow idea. Maybe her idea is to go somewhere on H3. But again, I mean, everything looks the same, right? And she's been fighting this game for what? 5 hours.
That's right.
She's tired.
It can boost Goryachkina's confidence here that if so far she's not lost, maybe she's not losing at all.
What's your record, Keti? The longest game you have ever played yourself?
Oh, 7 hours. I have no
7.
limits. I can play very long games.
Yeah, for me it's 8.
Oh my god.
8 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
How that happened?
No, it was in the Grand Swiss of last year. I had this terrible second round game against David Howell.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've heard of that.
Something 150 or 60 moves. I was trying to play for the win and he just would not give up. I mean, can you imagine that? How dare he? He would play on and on and on. And I already was like seeing stars at the end of the game, really. I mean, not even comprehending what's happening and totally exhausted. I could not recover after that. Second round game.
How was the position?
It doesn't matter. I mean, I was up some exchange, I think, and he set up very smart defense. I mean, David is a fighter.
Yeah.
And I thought I'm going to outplay him, and he was continuing to fight on, sometimes annoyingly making the move with the 1 second on the clock as usual. And he made a draw in the end. Yeah, it's just insane, right? And of course, chess can be cruel. Chess can be physically exhausting. So here, also for Goryachkina and for Tan Zhongyi, it's
someone will feel today's long game tomorrow. Because when I also had this 7 hours game, I was the one who was trying to win with extra 2 pawns in obstacle color bishop. I think I have had some chances earlier, but then I had 2 games in a row, and basically I never recovered my energy, not even had a chance to eat or sleep properly, but could not even had the energy for next day 2 rounds in a row. So I think it's a very practical choice to make draws sometimes when you feel that you had to just let it go. Okay, Queen to B2. Is it
That's what I did Keti the next day. I mean, I made the draw. Yeah. Of course, there was no strength. Okay, Queen B2 is played. I don't think that the black and trade queens, Queen A8, we are back to the tricks. And I think at this point, it's not even all about the strongest moves. It's all about the tricks. Then the longer you play, from the watch perspective, the more hallucinations you start to see. It's incredibly difficult to keep playing those strongest moves. And I think already
agree with that, yeah.
Goryachkina walked past one losing position, and there might be more chances.
Yeah, I agree with that now.
I think the Queen Endgame was close to losing. You know, maybe it's holding, but it looked like there
would change some kind of perspective already and would give you some more ideas, some fresh position that would be better for Tan Zhongyi and a bit worse for Goryachkina, because she already knows that this is holdable position and the opponent cannot see it away. So to change a bit of the position is indeed the good. Queen to F2 has happened. Okay.
There you go. Now, the way the C3 idea works is the queen got to be on B1.
Yeah.
How do you pick it up from here? Because she did not find it when she had more time. So once again, the idea was like this. Whatever. Queen b7. Let's say Queen e3 and Queen b1. And we estimated this to be winning.
Very
because
close. You know what? I'm also considering maybe we can play king g8, king f7 first, and then to go here, if that's possible. Here in this position, yeah.
You mean to have the king closer to the passed pawn, right?
Yeah, if we go to the end game, I would also be happy to think of this variation to go to the pawn end game. And why I play this move, king g8, king f7 so freely, because if there is even a check, I will always find a way to go back on g8 and h7, and there's no more check.
Okay, I accept that. I don't know if the king has to be there, to be honest, but I understand maybe in some scenarios when you trade the queens, the king is closer, because here there's no way to crash through. But I think for the moment, Tanjaki doesn't want to trade queens, and she can legally play this forever. I mean, I'm meaning that forever. So this is what the last time they had this position was move, or was this? Let me take it. She took an a3, move 53. There you go, 53, 69. They have played 16 moves. She can legally play another. My math is bad, Keti. 30 moves. 30.
So they can also have these 50 moves.
Yeah, she can legally play this position with no change. 30 moves, then push the pawn g6 and have another 50 moves. Then push a pawn and play another 50 moves. That's what I'm telling.
Yeah, that should be done like that. Otherwise, okay, she heard us.
Wow.
It goes f5? Oh, what's the idea?
I don't know.
I don't like this move at all. Like, you're potentially... Why d5? Like, you don't have any kind of kingside breakthrough. Your bishop is limited now.
She's getting for some queen endgame ready, I guess. And the pawn on f5 protects from some checks. But how do you trade the bishop for the knight? I don't see that. How is f5 helping you really here? That's definitely a big surprise. Yeah. There's maybe nothing wrong with the move itself, but it's just I don't understand the game.
It's just a surprising choice here.
Maybe she's going to rearrange the bishop to somewhere else so that there's no queen e4 check. And that's the idea.
Can be. Bishop c2, but there was no check anyway.
I don't know. Queen e3 played by Goryachkina, and both players have reached 5 minutes on the clock. So the critical moment of the game is approaching. Is this going to be a drama, or Goryachkina is going to hold this game to a draw?
Yeah, that's a good question. And you're right, Arturs. She wanted to play bishop move next, and that's why she played f5 to make sure that there will be no check on b1, h7 diagonal. But the question is this really enough to go bishop c2? Because white can at least respond with knight c3 now to avoid trades. King d2.
Oh, sorry, yeah, king d2, of course. Now queen b2 something, king e1, and what? Now what? Maybe they are going to go back to the same position with bishop d3, knight e1, queen b1, now king d2. Is it now losing? Because this, Keti, is no longer a checkmate. The pawn doesn't stand in f6. All right. Knight c3 is played. Goryachkina is asking, show me what you have.
Queen a1, king d2 is only move. No, it's not only move. You can play king e... It's only move. Yeah, it's only move. Like after queen a1, if you play king e2, you will lose after bishop d3.
And it's played. Again, the only move. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay, technically there's king f2 move as well, but I think that Goryachkina wants to keep the king closer to the c pawn, make sure it's going nowhere. This is where the skill comes into play, dear viewers.
But Artur, after king f2, there's bishop d3 knight is hanging in, queen f1 is a checkmate threat. And
What?
you can play to avoid this with the knight e2.
No, but why go there? I think Goryachkina already made up the mind to keep the c pawn.
Yeah,
right?
I thought that we suggested king f2, but I think it loses after bishop d3 right
No, I
away.
was saying this is never going to happen. So king d2 should be played. And what I was saying that this is a skill of players, because there are players who are going to take on the fight for hours and hours and hours. So you keep grinding, keep creating chances. So many players don't break in 40 moves, 50 moves, 60 moves, 70 moves, 80 moves, 150, 200, but everybody has a breaking point, right? So that's why the strategy, going in circles, here and there, here and there, here and there. You're waiting for this one slip, one mistake. Tan Zhongyi already had it. She does not know that. She already had it. We suspect she had it already, where this queen b1, c3 idea was working. Now she's looking for another chance. But
That's right. That's
again,
right.
this f5 really beats me. I mean, I'm not sure why this was necessary. It actually also gives... oh, wait, queen e8 was an idea even before. But now you don't have bishop g6 defensive ideas. So,
Yeah, unfortunately for black, there's a lot of, like, she limited also the bishop with that. And to me, this f5 weakens king a little bit more, because now most like g4, even at some point when white is desperate, will trade more pawns on the king side. But there's not even need for that. White can still hold this position. Queen b2 is on the board. Now bishop d3 is a threat. So it makes me feel that maybe it's now king e1 should be played. Yeah, okay, queen e8 is not working now, right? Queen e8, bishop d3, and we're picking up c3 knight with a check.
Yeah, this is just not very careful. So Goryachkina is playing a very careful chess here today, and king e1, and try not to make things more complicated than you should be. Avoid the discover check, and essentially, again, she's asking, where's the progress? How do you make a progress here? The black king cannot join the action. There's going to be immediately perpetual check.
That's right. So king e1 has been played, and after bishop d3, shall we see this variation again? Bishop d3, knight d1.
I think we're going in circles really here. I mean, it's repeating all over again. Maybe something like this. Or how do I get the queen on a7 actually, with the same threat of queen g1? So that after queen f2, I would have queen a1 check.
Yeah.
How do I get there?
Illegal move?
A little move?
Illegal.
Illegal. No, maybe I do something like... what do I do? Maybe check? I don't know. I mean, everything's the same.
I'm starting to have a headache already because we had this position for many hours ago.
Well, if you're having the headache, what the players are having there?
Imagine, oh my God. Imagine they have not even 10 minutes breaks as we have. 3 minutes for Tan Zhongyi.
All right, 3 minutes. It appears that Goryachkina has survived the worst. And now Tan Zhongyi starts to feel the heat. 3 minutes and ticking. Of course, this is not a real-time trouble. The question is, how does she progress? Bishop d3?
Bishop d3. I think she hopes for knight d1, because earlier in this kind of position, Goryachkina played knight d1, and there was a chance to play queen b1. So we have very similar position, but with the pawn on f5.
Maybe something like this is in her mind. Check, 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 and queen a1. We already discussed this idea, right?
Yeah, something like this. Let's see knight d1 and queen b1 if it's still valid, because now, because the pawn is on f5, there is this extra move, queen e8. Queen b1 here, and queen e8.
No, she doesn't go there. I think she simply doesn't see this idea. But to be honest, king c3 is working. It's just working.
After king d2, we give first check on c2 in this case, Artur, I think.
I'm sorry?
After king d2, we give first check, queen c3.
Then c3.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness, I missed that. You're right, absolutely right. All right, we have more moves. Queen b4 check, queen d2, queen b1.
b1.
At the moment, that's a repetition. No, is that not? No way, that's not a repetition. So bishop c2 is the threat. Queen b2. Oh wait, queen b2. Queen b2. Did Tanjanki just blunder
Whoa.
the queen trade?
Whoa, that's ugly move.
Wait a second. What just happened here? Queen b2 is a checkmate to the queen. No, she walks past it, but was it playable?
Guys, I think they are just tired, both of them. Queen b2 is so simple move.
I mean, you trade the queens, and to make it worse, it would be actually white who would be playing it for the win.
I would choose all live white here to play. Because of the move f5, it stopped all kind of kingside play.
Queen b1, it appears to be a major blunder. Are we missing something here?
No.
No?
No how.
I don't see what I'm missing here. So
c3,
queen b2.
we just take the queen and take the pawn on c3. Very least.
So I just don't see a single move for black. Maybe it's something like bishop c2, takes. White is definitely out of the woods, but I would play it for the win. I mean, put the king here. I mean, maybe it's a draw in the end, but I would already start to have ideas here, and you would regret having put all those pawns on the color of the bishop. Here, Goryachkina misses a major chance. She plays king f2. I wonder if Tanjanki saw that. I mean, she definitely saw that, right? Imagine yourself.
She played queen b1. I think she saw that all the time before Goryachkina played king f2. Played king f2. She was seeing this move, queen f2, for sure.
It's like, I mean, it's like your heart stops and then it beats again. Yeah. How do you recover from this?
Not to breathe too deep, because your opponent might see it on your face. Like when you blunder something, it's so important to keep poker face. Very often your opponent can guess the blunder from your reactions.
All right. Now, time to remove the queen from the terrible square. She's not going to do that again. She's never going to make the same mistake again. So no longer the queen on b1 will be checkmated by the white queen. Queen b2, queen b6. I guess you put the queen on the a file, start to play a little faster. Now, that would be quite something. Imagine yourself, Goryachkina would lead this entire game for 5 hours trying to make a draw, and then she forces the queen trade and wins the endgame, not against the bishop. Imagine this scenario, Keti.
Oof, I would love to play that with white for sure. And Goryachkina is the player who can enjoy that position. Maybe not win, but enjoy for sure.
I mean, it would totally turn the tables.
Keep us extra 2 hours here, I think, that position. That's the totally different endgame.
Right. This is also an alarm bell for Tanjanki that you need to be tactically alert. You cannot allow the queen trade, mainly thanks to your f5 move, which I don't understand why this was necessary. Because now, if white trades the queens, white could even have a better endgame, because this pawn on f5 doesn't allow you to trade kingside pawns with something like g5. That's why it just looked so wrong. King e1 here is a great way to finish the game in one move. Thank you for the suggestion there, chat. King e1 is a move, yeah.
That was a tricky suggestion. Solves a lot of problems for many people.
So how do you play?
Queen
how do you
E3
keep your nerves? Queen e3?
If you play knight e3, then queen a7, you keep this pin. And white is kind of struggling.
I mean, you're seeing already ghosts. I think I'm already repeating this a couple of times, but you're seeing ghosts. You're not even calculating. I think that Goryachkina is simply trying to make sure she's not blundering anything. She's totally exhausted. Now Tanjanki is going to put the queen on the a file. There you go, queen a5. I mean, so that it's no longer being checkmated on b2. And again, start all over these ideas with queen a1. I noticed she started to play faster, Keti.
She started, yes. She started to play faster. And she saw this one way of the blunder, queen b1, queen b2 way. And she's not definitely going there anymore.
Still, it's very unclear is Tanjanki going to win this game, or Goryachkina is going to hold it? She had a golden chance a couple of minutes ago to force the queen trade and possibly enter a great endgame. She missed that. She doesn't know that. Maybe it's better that she doesn't know.
It's a good point. Not to know what's on. Oh, queen e1 has been played. Is that a good move? Because now I have queen e2 check, and I'm getting something on the second rank.
Well,
and now after king g1 or king e3, you have queen b1 again, and there's no queen b2. You want bishop c2?
And if I go here, bishop c2. I was thinking queen a7.
King d2, queen a5, and knight c3. We have been there. That
sort
position
of.
Once.
Sort of. We have been there. So queen a2 check, king e3. Yeah, I think Goryachkina doesn't go there.
Queen b1 now? Or
Queen b1.
Queen a1 maybe to keep some checks?
Queen a1, I like that. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if this marathon ends with something like this. It just would be really fitting. I mean, you're so tired, you start hallucinating things, and missing a diagonal check on as far as square as a7, you could easily see that. Actually, it's a great move. I mean, queen a1, very difficult move to meet in practice. I guess you have to play something like king d2.
That's right.
So,
3 minutes again for both players. Now there is a chance to play king b1, queen to a1. That's why Tanjangi is taking here some time, because there will be for sure some detail, which is very important. There's also this queen a7 check, but I don't think she's going there, because after queen a7 check, white is not losing a queen. There's a saving move, knight c3 cover, and she has been already in that position.
Yeah, I think we already had it like from 5 different perspectives. So.
Right. Do you think queen to a1 makes more sense because it controls also d4 square for the king?
It's just an annoying move. That's it. That's what I'm telling. I mean, it's all about tricks, because I don't even believe the position maybe is winning anymore. It's all about tricks, right? And the queen on a1 is incredibly mobile, because you have these ideas, you have long diagonal ideas, you have the vertical ideas, horizontal ideas. You have so many ideas, and just play queen a1. Don't calculate anything here. But you can see that she's still researching the forced continuations here. I guess she's looking for a way to trade the bishop for knight. Looking for stuff like bishop c2, knight c3, queen a7, but everything is looking the same, and you're just getting really
nowhere with that moves.
Confused, right?
Yeah. Waiting for the move from Tanjangi. She takes so much time. I think she will choose something. Something from these two moves.
1 minute and 25 seconds for Tanjanki here. She needs to make a decision. You don't want to enter playing an increment here. 1 minute and 10 seconds. Not the time trouble, but
1 minute almost. Wow, she has to make a move. She doesn't seem to be in a hurry. And Goryachkina's heart is beating so fast right now. Tanjangi has to make a move at some point, because she will find herself in time trouble.
She's still thinking. 45 seconds. You have to make a move already. Of course, she can easily accumulate time by making a couple of moves. And there you go. I mean, bishop b1. Whoa. What a move is this?
Why is that?
I guess that's the square where the bishop hasn't been. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, why it hasn't been on b1, really? Just check. I've been on b1, I've been on c2, I've been on d3, e4, I think, as well. So, why not b1?
The idea is that after knight c3, you have some kind of... Yeah, I don't know what's the idea, to be honest. I cannot. I don't know.
Beats me. Knight c3, Goryachkina is like, okay, so you have the bishop on b1, I have the knight on c3. Knight c3, queen a7 check is played. King d2, Goryachkina has increased her pace. Now 1.5 minutes for the Chinese grandmaster. The bishop on b1 is now twice attacked. I guess you need to remove it. Queen d4 check.
Right now, that was her idea, but the thing is that she's not very much improving. Like king c1 now, and bishop d3 is the move you have to play. So she needed this bishop to be on b1, because if bishop is on c2, you cannot give a check on d4.
Okay, now what? Now, what has essentially changed? I'm not really sure. So king cannot go, I guess, to d2 unless you want to find out some nasty discovered checks.
No, bishop e4 and wins the pawn on f3 very least.
Okay, but I have ideas here as well. I can go the other way.
Okay, for sure. There's many moves here for white.
I mean, you can blunder the pawn on g3. Queen d2 is queen g1. You drop the pawn.
Yeah.
So this knight, I guess, doesn't move. I guess. I mean, something like knight e1, queen a1 check, king d2. Although I don't see what's wrong with this, to be honest.
Now we have deja vu here 10
Yeah,
times.
total deja vu. All right, there's been a move.
b2 has been played.
King b2, see, feels safer. Now, where's the progress?
Yeah, black's bishop is so limited. Now this bishop could go on g6 at some point to get some more moves. And it turns out that the only queen has to move now. Black's bishop is extremely limited. Check on b6, king goes on c1.
Not on a3?
No, not on a3 to blunder a checkmate.
I guess, again, you want to put the queen at the e-file, something like queen a7 or queen a5, and just pray this is working for you. Maybe queen a7, I like this move, you know. It doesn't even do anything. It just passes the ball over the court towards your opponent and say, you're it. I mean, you have to move because you see no ways to crash through.
Right.
Like in tennis, right? You also pass the ball, and the part of the strategy is that you hope that your opponent is going to make a mistake. Why it should be different in chess? You can also do that.
Oh yeah, that's a strategy of many games for sure. To wait for a bit, and that pays off in some cases.
I think both players are just waiting for the game to finish, really. Of course, Tan Zhongqi is pressing. She has the better position, but they're extremely tired. And that's why the mistakes are made. They're seeing things which are not there.
Yeah, it's possible to see something which is not real. So that how the blunders are happening, you imagine that this is here, especially when the game, the position repeats many times, you're kind of losing this feeling of the reality there, especially with the seconds on the clock, right?
Right.
So Tan Zhongqi, once again, is the one who is thinking the most here, because she is the one who is pressing with almost extra pawn on the queen side.
50 seconds for Tan Zhongqi here again. She is in some time trouble. She needs to make a move. But she doesn't know. The body language already says she's out of ideas. So, of course, some tricks is all she can do. But she's out of ideas, really. She doesn't know how to crash through.
Queen
Attacks the
b7,
pawn.
attacking the pawn on f3.
All right.
Is there a queen e3 move? Oh, what she played? Queen f2.
Queen f2, queen b3, queen e1. Looks the same.
Queen to b3 now. If white's queen leaves second rank, there will be queen c2 checkmate. Knight on c3 is hanging. Is there a queen b2 again? Queen...
What? She missed it again? Oh my goodness, how can you miss the same queen trade on the same square again? I mean, queen b2 again trades the queens on the spot. It was this queen against is trapped, and no longer black is playing this for the win. And because the blacking is so far away, and because of the useless bishop, here Goryachkina has an unexpected chance. I mean, queen b2, this time Goryachkina is going to find it. Boom, queen b2 is playing.
Going for this. Whoa. After queen trade, it is black's call to admit
Oh,
there's a
you
draw. I
can
think there's a
see.
shake of the head. Shall we have the full screen of the video, please?
You could see the shaking of the head. This is a nightmare for Tanjaki because she was definitely the one pressing the entire game. Now Goryachkina is out of the woods. King G6, she is ready trying to salvage the game. Maybe this is still a draw, but wait a second. I mean, Queen B3, take it, King B2. I would definitely play it for white.
Yeah, for sure, because you are okay. Maybe it's not so bad after all because the pawn is on B file and you have time to play King F6, King E6, and then get into the center with this king. But F5 is so damaging move that you don't even have this potential kingside breakthrough with G5 anymore.
Right. So for Goryachkina, this is, what do you say? Christmas come early again, right, Keti? I mean, take on B3, King B2, maybe Knight A4. She's definitely going to trade the queens. There's no way she's going to walk past it. Because one thing she wants is she wants to punish her opponent. You did this to me. Now I'm going to do this to you, right? So you made me suffer for all of this time for 5 hours. I didn't really get the chance to play for the victory. Now suffer this. So Queen B3, Knight A4.
Very violent.
No, I'm pretty sure that Goryachkina is all about business here.
Yeah, indeed, and you cannot really hold. Well, the black's chance is to go after F3 pawn and get that pawn and keep the king in the center, somewhere on F6, E6. But the position is so bad for black. You can't imagine this position with the pawn on the queen side, which looks extra, can be so bad. But now, knight versus bishop. We're gonna see another game where knight is superior over bishop.
King B2, Bishop C2, Knight A4 should be played. So here, the only question is if now black can make a draw. Remember this very unfortunate move F5? I think I'm partly responsible. I might have jinxed it. Let me show it to you here. F5. You can't take it back because in case white would trade the queens, you could always escape it and then and play G5. Oh, this opportunity is gone. So Knight B5 played by Goryachkina. Knight E4. She is going after the pawn on F3. And to make things worse, look at this, Keti. King F6, Knight E4, Bishop D1. There is King C1 trapping the bishop on D1.
That's so funny sequencing. There's B2, which saves the bishop, but it gives up the pawn right away. And black can't even get the F3 pawn. Actually, I was thinking that bishop C2 might be a bit of inaccuracy to play, instead to go bishop C4 and go to bishop D5 right away. But when you blunder something, then it's possible to blunder another thing.
I mean, imagine how she must feel, right, Tanjaki, because she was entering this position with no risk. There you go. There's a major risk for you. And if white wins the pawn on B3, keeps the knight against the bishop on the board, might as well be losing. Maybe she already has to seek an escape and an endgame, pawn, down a pawn. But is that a draw? Is that a draw? King F6. Let me show it to you. King F6, Knight E4, Bishop D1. Yeah, I think we are going to follow the game here. Take on B3 with the bishop.
Artur, you know what you can do? Maybe just to give up the bishop and the pawn and get your king active.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Keti. Bishop D1 is King C1.
No. I mean to play with the king move.
Here.
Yeah,
here's some sort of a smart move like King E7. Bishop D1,
Bishop
she
D1.
plays it. Wait, what I'm missing here? King C1 is just trapping the bishop.
Yeah, B2 is the move that saves the bishop.
So Goryachkina is playing here for the win now. King C1. I mean, she's got to find this. And she does. B2 is the only move here for black.
Well, yeah, I have to admit that I think that Tanjong just got very tired. She got super tired. We were talking about that once, like they are both getting tired, but Tanjong was pressing so much and finding all these resources. And Alexandra had like not much of the choices. And when you don't have much of the choices, it's much easier to make the moves. And that's what time also says. And now as the tables are turning, I'm so afraid for...
Okay, Bishop C2, she did manage to find a move. Is this a pawn endgame drawing? maybe we managed to build up some drama for no good reason. Bishop c2 appears to be still holding.
Yeah. Just opponent game. I think you just need to find this opposition, yeah? How you do that, really? King takes, king e6, king d3, king d5.
Yeah, let's just show it very quickly. Takes, and black has an extra move, g6. Here, whatever, let's say. Just do nothing. You can walk, but you can also include g6 whenever you feel threatened.
Yeah.
Okay. It's still okay. It's still okay for black. I mean, I guess we're just a bit excited that the bishop on d1 is stuck. Still, Tan Zhongyi has managed to survive the scare here because trading the queens here, checkmate to the queen on b3 was not part of the plan. And because all of their pawns are on the color of the bishop, this is where the knight shines and is a stronger piece against the bishop.
That's right. Not necessarily means that white is winning in that position, but obviously it was the white who was pushing after all. But the pawn end game with extra pawn for white, which are the double pawns, it is surely the draw. Alexandra Goryachkina knows it. The game will be soon ended, but first they will make a couple more moves. They will bring the kings in the center, and then they will agree a draw. And I think they both deserved this draw. They both deserve to get the point out of it. Goryachkina showed the best techniques to defend the game. Tan Zhongyi had some chances, but it's not so clear after all. Was it really winning or not? But she played the really good game today. And this is just the start of 4 games match.
Yeah, so, now this is just a draw, indeed. Yeah. So, despite the fact that Tan Zhongyi blundered away the queen trade, she blundered away a potential victory, nothing dramatic has happened. She managed to keep a cool head, but I imagine she was just getting really, absolutely scared because all of us have been in that situation. You enter a position with no risk to win, and then you screw it up. You realize
you are the one who have to find the only moves.
And it's so difficult to do. It's so difficult to do. I mean, to change the mindset, and still Tan Zhongyi managed to do that. She managed to keep the cool head. She realized that she could enter this pawn endgame down a pawn because white's double pawns here are white doesn't have any real chances to win. So we might see a handshake in a couple of moves.
That's right. The question is there is Goryachkina considering some winning positions here for white? There is not possible way to win this because black's king is very active. Black will keep the opposition. Black also has this extra resource here with the g6. G-pawn can be pushed on g6 and win some very important tempo in the end game. And without winning the opposition, it is impossible to sneak in the black's side of the board, black's camp. So king d5, now king d3. And white has to be also very accurate. There is extra pawn, but it's double. If you play king b4 there and go crazy, you will have king d4, king e3 losing the game. g6 is kind of draw for here. So whatever now white king will go, black will just follow.
Yeah, exactly. So g6 played very quickly. I think we are seeing the final moves of this very stunning first semi-final match of Alexandra Goryachkina against Tan Zhongyi. To remind you, dear viewers, if you just joined us, this is the first game, only the first game out of 4, in order to determine who is going to advance to the final match of Leiting G. Leiting G was the winner of Pool A of Candidates Women Tournament. This is Pool B, and they are fighting out for the spot in the final against Leiting G.
And today we have the longest game possible in this tournament. More than 5 hours that these players are now keeping the game going on. At the point there's no any life here for this position. There's no any trick here. Both of players know that. We know that. Our viewers know that. So I think draw-over will be just happen soon. And these players gonna need a really good rest today.
Yeah, and as much as Goryachkina would love to return the favor for black for punishing her for so long, unfortunately for her, despite the fact that black missed the queen trade, there's just no way. Despite the fact that white is up a pawn, there's no way to make a progress. So I repeat a couple of moves. They could even offer a draw here. You see the body language. It says it all. King d3, king d5, and should be shake hands.
That's it. They might repeat the moves. They might agree on a draw. We accept both decisions from you. That's just a draw. There is no tricks here. There's no G4 breakthrough for white, as this pawn is simply hanging. White can't risk too much. King C3. They will repeat the... Okay, yeah.
Draw grid.
Here we have.
What a heroic match today. Tanjuki misses some chances to win the game after a nearly perfect middle game, but it was Alexandra's Goryachkina's persistence which allowed her to save the game, and then in the end unexpectedly even have some miraculous winning chances, but of course in the end it was still well within the draw limits for black.
That's right. The game has been played 98 moves, in fact. 2 more moves and we could have 100 move game. For more than 5 hours, these two players were trying to win and trying to defend. And the draw is indeed a logical result. After some time, Goryachkina managed to hold the position perfectly well. We can see visibly upset and tired. Tanjongi just left the playing venue. Goryachkina should be very happy of her luck today, as I'm sure she was seeing many ways to improve the position here from Tanjongi's side, but somehow the chances was missing, and we cannot really blame anyone here, because after all they are getting so tired. A lot of nerves here. First game in the round 2 between Goryachkina and Tanjongi just ended in a tie.
Exactly. So the game 2 is going to continue tomorrow at the same time, 11 a.m. Central European time. This was game 1. That was women Grandmaster Keti, Tsatsalashvili, I'm Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. We were your hosts today. We have been your hosts for the past 2 weeks. And
you can't get rid of us until the end of the tournament too. So.
Yeah, you're not going to get that wish. So we are going to be back every single day. And I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. A lot of exciting action. What can I say? I mean, come back tomorrow.
Yeah, guys, that's it. Thanks very much for hanging out with us on both channels, on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure that you follow us on our Twitch channels where we both stream. And tomorrow will be round 2. They will switch the colors. Let's see what this is going to bring us to, what's that going to bring to the players. So predictions we're going to have tomorrow, also about the openings, about the energy, about who is going to be favored in that match with that color. So I don't want to miss any kind of action. Make sure that you join us at the same time as we usually have at the same place. So it is goodbye from us, guys, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.